Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Power Came from Snacks. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Before. History. Izuku Midoriya was born without a quirk, an anomaly in a world where everyone had powers. His father, All For One, despised this perceived weakness and refused to accept it. Desperate for a solution, his assistant suggested an experiment he had been working on to enhance Izuku, hoping to mold him into AFO's successor. However, Izuku's mother, Inko, refused to let her son undergo the procedure, fearing the consequences. She tried to stop AFO many times, but all her efforts failed. As the experiment concluded, she took Izuku and fled, determined to keep him safe from his father's cruel intentions. Inko also destroyed all the data related to the experiment, wanting to prevent anyone else from suffering the same fate as her son. Enraged, AFO sought to recapture his son and, in his fury, harmed Inko. Despite his father's rage, All Might found Izuku being pursued by AFO's minions. He protected Izuku, who recounted the entire story in shock. Inspired by Izuku's bravery, All Might decided to become his guardian, helping him escape from AFO. Personality: kind, caring, heroic, gluttonous, shy, understanding. Likes: snacks, All Might, heroes, helping people. Dislikes: bullies, villains, his father, inappropriate behavior. Catchphrase: what will it be? Will you drop being a villain for good? Or do I have to stop you right here? Power. Superphysiology. Due to the experiment, Izuku's body resembles that of a Nomu, granting him superhuman strength, speed, durability, and accelerated healing. Gochizo creation. Izuku can create familiars called Gochizo, which grant him powers based on the type and flavor of snacks he consumes. One for All Might chose him as his successor and the 9th holder of this power, believing that Izuku will become a great hero one day, despite being AFO's son. Relationships: Inko Midoriya, mother. All For One, biological father. Toshinori Yagi, All Might guardian and father figure. Sorahiko Torino, Grand Torino trainer, grandfather figure. Items: Gav Belt. Initially created for Izuku to steal and store other powers, the belt transformed due to Inko's love for him and his fondness for snacks. After the experiment, it became an integral part of Izuku. Valenbuster, a weapon designed for Izuku to defend himself. Vrastumger, a second belt based on the Gav belt, originally intended for AFO, but Inko took it and escaped with Izuku. When he uses the Vrastumger, the Gav belt integrates into his body. Gochizo, Izuku's familiar. Forms: Kamen Rider Gav forms. Poppingummy form. Zakuzakakip's form. Fuamalo form. Chakadan form. Guruken form. Bushel form. Caking form. Blizzard Sorbet form. Overmode form. Master Mode form. Kamen Rider Valen forms. Chakadan form. Doomer form. Bushel form. Frappe custom form. Kamen Rider Vram forms. Pudding custom. Jelly custom. Telemode form. Action. Thinking. -3RD person POV. Driver and weapon sounds. Calling, message, or television. At Muzutafu, Japan. -2 kids are playing tag together in the park. Kid Izuku, I'm going to get you, Kaken. Starts chasing to catch up with Bakugo. Kid Bakugo, oh no you don't. You'll never catch me, Deku. Starts to run faster. They both run until Bakugo trips on a rock and falls back onto Izuku, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Kid Izuku Bakugo look at each other and start laughing. Kid Bakugo, that was fun. Kid Izuku, hey, Kaken. Kid Bakugo, HM? Kid Izuku, you're really lucky, Kaken. You have an amazing quirk. I hope I get mine soon. Kid Bakugo, whatever your quirk is, I'm still better than you because I'm going to be the #1 hero, and you can be #2. Kid Izuku nods. Let's become heroes together. Smiles. Inko arrives at the park to pick up her son Izuku. Let's go. We're going to be late. Remember we have an appointment? Kid Izuku, oh right. Today is the day I find out about my quirk. Bye, Kaken. Waves and goes to his mother. Kid Bakugo, bye, nerd. You better get a strong quirk, or I'll give you a hard time. At the doctor's office. Dr. Garaki, sorry kid, it's not going to happen. Kid Izuku, his face goes pale with shock and he drops his toy. Inko, oh dear, is something wrong? I mean, everyone else his age has been able to use some kind of ability? Dr. Garaki, my records say you're a 4th-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have? Inko, well, I have a weak telekinesis quirk that allows me to flip small objects, and my husband breathes fire. Uses telekinesis to flip the toy into her hand. Dr. Garaki, the boy should have developed his quirk by now, but based on his x-rays, I don't think that's going to happen. You see, when superpowers first began appearing, many studies were conducted, and doctors discovered a connection between the bones of a person's foot and the likelihood of them acquiring a quirk. Points at the X-ray of Izuku's hand. People with powers typically have one joint in their pinky toe. Your son's X-ray shows he has 2 joints, which is similar to roughly 20% of the population. Based on the available research, it's safe to say that your son isn't going to develop a quirk. Inko, I see. Thank you, doctor. We will take our leave. Holds Izuku's hand and leaves. Dr. Garaki watches them leave and sighs. The boss will not like this news. Picks up his phone and calls a number. Boss, I have bad news. At the Midoriya house. The All Might video plays in the background. Inko stands in front of the door to Izuku's room. The room is dark, illuminated only by the laptop screen. The large chair in front of it hides little Izuku's body as Inko gazes at her child. Kid Izuku, see that, Mom? He always has a smile on his face, no matter how tough things get. Inko takes a step forward, hearing her son's voice, the tremor in his heart piercing her own. Kid Izuku, no matter how tough things get, he never gives up. Points shakily to the screen. Can I be a hero too? Inko kneels down and hugs her son. Yes, you can be a hero, Izuku, just like All Might. Kid Izuku, oh really, Mom? Inko nods. You don't need a quirk to become a hero. As long as you do what you believe is right and bring happiness to everyone, then you are already a hero, Izuku. Kid Izuku starts to cheer up again. You're right, Mom. I can be a hero, even without a quirk. I will bring happiness to everyone. Inko smiles. That's my little hero. I got your favorite snack in the kitchen, gummies. Kid Izuku, yay, gummies. Runs to the kitchen but bumps into someone at his room door. Ow. All for one, Hisashi, you okay? Little buddy? Kid Izuku looked at, hugs him. Inko, dear, you're back early? All for one, Hisashi, I got permission to come home early today. Kid Izuku, Dad. The doctor said I'm quirkless, but I won't let that stop me. I will become a hero and bring happiness to everyone. Smiles. All for one, Hisashi. Pats his head. That's good to know, son. Picks Izuku up, carrying him. Hey, come with me. I have a surprise for you, Izuku, but I put it in another place. Kid Izuku, really? Excited. Inko, where are you taking Izuku? All for one, Hisashi, don't worry, dear. We'll be back soon. Walks out of the house. Inko. At an unknown place. Kid Izuku, Dad, where are we? All for one, Hisashi. Izuku, I'm going to give you a quirk. Kid Izuku, surprised, really? All for one, Hisashi, really? A great hero needs great power after all. Pauses. We're here. They both enter and see Dr. Garaki already waiting for them. Dr. Garaki, smiling coldly. Welcome, boss. It's good to see you and your son here. We've prepared everything for the procedure. Kid Izuku, nervously looking around. What is all of this? It looks scary. All for one, Hisashi kneels down, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, Izuku. This is for your own good. You're going to become stronger, and you'll finally have a quirk, something that will allow you to stand tall, just like your heroes. Kid Izuku, hesitantly, but what kind of quirk will it be? Will it make me like All Might? All for one, Hisashi grins. Even better, listen. It'll be something that makes you unstoppable. Dr. Garaki, here is the power. Presses the remote. The screen turns on, showing an image of a belt with purple and black on it. Kid Izuku, What is that? Dr. Garaki, this will be your power, Izuku. Something great like All Might. We call it Gav. All for one. Hisashi smiling darkly, this belt will grant you unimaginable strength, far surpassing that of any hero. Kid Izuku nervously glances at the belt, unsure. I don't know. It looks dangerous. All for one. Hisashi, trust me, Izuku. You want to be a hero, right? This is the only way. Grips Izuku's shoulders. You want to protect people, don't you? This is how you do it. Dr. Garaki steps forward, his smile twisted. The procedure will be quick and painless, and once it's done, no one will ever dare to challenge you. You'll have the power to protect everyone. Kid Izuku hesitantly looks at the belt. I want to be strong. I want to help people. I want to be a hero like All Might. All for one. Hisashi, then this is your destiny, Izuku. You are meant for greatness. Dr. Garaki, motioning to the machine, please, lie down on the table, Izuku. We'll begin immediately. Kid Izuku, okay. Lies down. I can do this. I want to be strong. For everyone. All for one. Hisashi watching closely, that's the spirit, Izuku. You'll see, once you awaken your true potential, you'll be unstoppable. Dr. Garaki presses a button, beginning the procedure now. Places the anesthetic mask on Izuku. Kid Izuku starts to feel sleepy. All for one. Hisashi, go to sleep, Izuku. We will do the rest. Kid Izuku falls asleep. Hours pass. Kid Izuku starts to wake up. All for one. Hisashi smiles proudly. Oh, you're awake. You've done it, Izuku. You're stronger than any hero. Dr. Garaki, nodding. The procedure was a success. Your quirk has been awakened, and it's a power unlike any other. You're ready to take on the world, Izuku. Kid Izuku looks at the belt but feels something isn't right. What is this? I feel so hungry. All for one. Hisashi, you're hungry for power, to become the strongest person in the world. Snaps his fingers. As All for one snaps his fingers, his minions carry a man in front of Izuku. Man, struggling against the grip of All for one's minions. What is this? What do you want with me? Kid Izuku, who is he, Dad? All for one. Hisashi smiling coldly, he's just a test subject, Izuku. A small reminder of what happens when someone stands in your way. To his minions, let him go. They release the man, who stumbles to his knees in fear, looking at Izuku in terror. The power Izuku now exudes is palpable, and the air feels heavy with it. Izuku's hunger for power is still fresh, and his new abilities are raw and untamed. Man, looking up at Izuku, please, I don't want any trouble. I didn't do anything wrong. Kid Izuku, the hunger overcomes his mind. I don't care. Give me your power. Give me your quirk. Steps closer to the man, and his hands glow with dark energy as he reaches out. Man screams in pain as he feels his power drain away. All for one. Hisashi watching with pride, that's my boy. You've taken your first step into a world where power means everything. Soon, everyone will fear you, and they'll have no choice but to respect your strength. Pauses for a moment, noticing the change in Izuku's eyes. You've come a long way, Izuku. You're no longer the weak child you were before. Dr. Garaki, grinning, indeed, Izuku. You've inherited the power of the greatest villain. There's no one who can stand against you now. Kid Izuku, henshin. Dr. Garaki, wonderful. This is the power of the belt. All for one. Hisashi, let's test it, shall we? Snaps his fingers again. A robot starts appearing in front of Izuku. Robot, target locked, must destroy. Starts attacking Izuku. Kid Izuku punches and kicks it. Robot grabs his hand and applies pressure. Kid Izuku, it hurts. Kicks it away, but that won't be a problem for me. Dr. Garaki, incredible. Here, use this. Throws a weapon to him. Kid Izuku catches it and looks at the weapon. Kid Izuku charges the attack and shoots at the robot. The attack completely destroys the robot. Kid Izuku, not enough. I need more power. About to hit the man again. Inko holds him from behind to stop him. Izuku, stop. It isn't you. Kid Izuku. Emom? All for one. Hisashi shocked. Inko? Why are you here? Inko, I had a bad feeling when you took Izuku with you, And I was right. What have you done to our son? All for one. Hisashi, he is quirkless, Inko. I need to fix him to become my successor. Inko's hands trembled as she held Izuku back, her voice shaking with a mixture of fear and anger. Inko, sternly no, Hisashi. You're not fixing him. You're corrupting him, turning my son into something he's not. He's not a weapon. Kid Izuku, eyes wide with desperation hungry. Must get more powers. All for one. Hisashi laughs darkly. You're too naive, Inko. The world only respects power. What else can you do when you're born weak? If Izuku can't be strong, then I'll make him strong. Kid Izuku, struggling against his mother's hold, eyes wild more. I need more power. I'm so hungry. I need power. Inko, gently pulling him into an embrace. Izuku, listen to me. You're not a weapon. You are a sweet child who will bring happiness to everyone. You want to be a hero like All Might. You're not hungry for power, you're just hungry for your favorite snack, gummies. Kid Izuku, pausing and looking at her G-gummies. Inko, nodding yes, you love them, remember? Takes out the bag of gummies for him. Kid Izuku, eyes lighting up at the gummies bag. Oh. Feels a surge of energy and collapses, unconscious. The belt around him began to twist and change, its appearance becoming more friendly as its colors shifted to red and black. Inko. Izuku tries to wake him up but feels something binding her. Let me go, Hisashi. All for one. Hisashi angrily, what did you do to him, Inko? Inko, no, Hisashi. He's my son, not your puppet. You've twisted him, but I'll fight you with everything I have to protect him. You'll never have him. All for one. Hisashi voice seething with rage. You think you can stop me, Inko? Summons his minions. Lock her in the room. I will fix him again. As the days passed, All for One and Dr. Garaki attempted to fix Izuku again, but nothing seemed to work. Inko tried to break out of the room but failed until one fateful day. Minion 1, opening the door with food in his arms, hears the food for noticing the room is empty. Where is she? Did she break out? Inko, grabbing a flower vase and hitting him from behind. Minion 1, falls unconscious. Inko takes an electric shock weapon and runs to find Izuku, noticing someone guarding the door. Izuku must be in there. Picks up a rock and throws it. Minion 2, hearing the noise and going to investigate. Inko uses the electric shock weapon and fires. Minion 2 gets shocked and falls unconscious. Inko picks up the key and opens the door, seeing Izuku inside. Izuku. Kid Izuku hugs her and starts crying. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be with him anymore. Inko, shoo, it's okay. Let's get out of here. Holds his hand and starts running towards the lab. Kid Izuku, why are we here, Mom? Inko, we need to delete all the data on the belt. Izuku starts deleting the data on the computer. No one should go through what you did. Noticing something on the file? Brestumger? Reads the profile. I see he's planning to use something based on the Gav belt. Starts deleting that as well. I should call the heroes for help. Goes to the website and sends an emergency help request, grabbing all the experimental weapons and putting them in a bag. Let's go, Aizu. Suddenly, the alarm went off. Inko. Oh no, the minions must have woken up, grabs Izuku's hand and starts running towards the exit. Hurry. We must get out of here. Kid Izuku, seeing the exit. We made it, Mom. All for one. Hisashi, I won't let you. Sends a spike attack at them. Inko uses her body to protect Izuku. The attack pierces through her but narrowly misses Izuku. Kid Izuku, eyes widening. Inko hands him the bag. Run, Izuku, run. Kid Izuku, but Inko, I said run. Kid Izuku, scared, starts running as fast as he can. All for one. Hisashi commanding his minions after him. Don't let him escape. Retracts his spikes. Minion 1 and 2 nod and start chasing him. All for one. Hisashi looks at the computer and sees Inko has already called the heroes. I don't have much time left. My body isn't fully recovered. Glances at Inko taking her final breaths. Goodbye, Inko. I'm sorry for this. If only you had understood and not stood in my way, things would have been different. Teleports away. With Izuku. Kid Izuku, continues to run but finds himself at a dead end. Minion 1, give up, kid. Minion 2, nowhere for you to run. Kid Izuku, someone, help. Everything is okay now. Minion 1, huh? Minion 2, who's there? Kid Izuku, that voice. Why? Because I am here. Lands on the ground and knocks out the minions. Kid Izuku, All Might. All Might, are you okay, little one? Kid Izuku, I'm okay, but hurry. My mom is inside the building and needs help. All Might. Show me the way. Picks him up. Kid Izuku points the way. All Might sees a green-haired woman on the ground. Izuku, All Might, we need to take her to the hospital. Picks her up and carries her to the hospital. Later at the hospital. Kid Izuku, Mom, please be okay. All Might. Poor kid, I don't know what's going on, but let's hope his mother will be okay first. I'll ask him later. Doctor, walking out of the room. Kid Izuku, Doctor, is my mom okay? Doctor, with a sad expression, I'm sorry, kid. We tried our best, but your mother lost too much blood on the way here. We couldn't save her. Kid Izuku, Taon, collapses on the ground, crying. All Might, feeling sad for him, I don't know if this will help, but comes to Izuku and hugs him. It's okay, let it out, kid. Kid Izuku starts to cry louder. A few hours later, Inko was buried at a grave known only to Izuku and All Might. Later at All Might's place. All Might enters the kitchen with a cup of warm milk. Here, drink this. Kid Izuku, thank you. Takes the cup but only looks at it. All Might, can I know your name, young man? Kid Izuku, it's Izuku Midoriya. All Might, Midoriya, I know you're hurting. Losing your mom like that. It's unimaginable. But I think it's time we talk. I want to understand what happened. I want to help you, Midoriya. Kid Izuku, okay, I will tell you everything. Izuku shared everything with All Might. The experiment, the belt, and why his mother died. Kid Izuku, that's the whole story. Takes a sip of milk. All Might, I see. Midoriya said his father could breathe fire, but he also mentioned that his father summoned spikes from his fingers and pierced his mother's heart. It sounds like rivet stab. But could his father be? Grits his teeth in anger, and I should have known it was him. That monster. Kid Izuku, what should I do? I feel so lost. All Might, Midoriya, I won't lie to you. What you've been through is beyond anything a child should ever face. But you should know that you are not responsible for what happened to your mother. She sacrificed herself to protect you because she loved you. Kid Izuku. All Might, Midoriya, what did your mother hope for you to the point she sacrificed herself to help you escape your father? Kid Izuku. She wants me to fulfill my dream. All Might, smiles softly. And what is your dream, Midoriya? Kid Izuku, I want to be a hero who brings happiness to everyone. Like you, All Might. All Might. Then what will it be, Midoriya? Will you sit here all day thinking about your mother's death, or will you stand up and become the hero your mother hoped you would be? Kid Izuku. You're right, Mom wouldn't want me to be like this. Wipes his tears and starts to cheer up again. I will become the hero who brings happiness to everyone. I won't let her sacrifice be in vain. All Might smiles, even though he's his son. He's nothing like him. That's good to know. Do you have anyone related to you? Kid Izuku, no, I don't have anyone related to me. I only know Auntie Mitsuki, she was my mom's friend. All Might, I see. Then how about you come with me? I will become your guardian and protect you. Kid Izuku, surprised you will be my guardian? All Might, nods. It will be dangerous if you stay here since your dad might still try to bring you back. It's best for you to stay with me. Kid Izuku, I see. Thank you for your help, All Might. All Might, you're welcome, Midoriya. Kid Izuku notices All Might's body is steaming. All Might, are you okay? Your body is steaming. All Might looks at his body. Oh no, I forgot to tell you. All Might's body starts to steam more, revealing his true, slender form. Kid Izuku. All Might, what happened to you? Toshinori. I'm fine, it's just my true coughs slightly. Kid Izuku. You don't look okay. Toshinori, calm down, I will explain everything to you. Kid Izuku, calms down a bit. Okay, I'm okay now. Sorry for yelling. Toshinori, it's okay, most would have the same reaction as you. Kid Izuku, so can you explain? How did you do that? Toshinori, you know how people at the pool are always skiing in and flexing to look buff? I'm like that. Wipes his mouth. Izuku, oh I see. I always thought All Might was a giant of a man who saved everyone, defeating all obstacles with a fearless smile. Toshinori sighs. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. Kid Izuku, huh? Toshinori, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Raises his shirt, revealing a scar. Toshinori, pretty rough, right? I got this in a fight a few years back. My respiratory system was damaged, and I lost a lot of strength. Now I can only do hero work for a few hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what I look like. Kid Izuku, no way. Does that mean it was the fight with the toxic chainsaw? Toshinori, wow, you really know your stuff. But no, the punk may have landed some hits, but he couldn't bring me down. Most of the world has never heard of this fight. I did everything I could to keep it under wraps. Kid Izuku doesn't know what to say. There was a silence between them until Kid Izuku's stomach starts to rumble. Embarrassed as sorry. Toshinori chuckles. I see you're hungry. What do you want to eat? Kid Izuku, can I have katsudon? Toshinori, sure. Do you want any snacks for dessert? Kid Izuku, gummies. Toshinori, sure, I will go to the grocery store to buy some. I will be back soon. Heads out to the store. Minus 15 minutes later. Toshinori, I'm back. Here's the katsudon and gummies. Places them on the table. Kid Izuku, thank you, All Might. Itadakimasu. Starts eating the meal. Toshinori, itadakimasu. Starts eating too. Kid Izuku places the bowl down. Toshinori, surprised, wow, you finished in under a minute. Kid Izuku, sorry. Ever since the belt was put on me, I feel hungrier faster than usual. Toshinori chuckles. It's okay, it must be a side effect of the belt. Why don't you eat your snack? Kid Izuku, right. Opens the bag and eats. Yum. No matter how many times I eat this, it still tastes just as good as the first time. Toshinori, you really like snacks, huh? Kid Izuku nods. It's the best food ever. Feels something strange in his stomach. Toshinori, hey, are you okay? Kid Izuku, my stomach feels weird. Then something dropped in Izuku's stomach. Kid Izuku. Toshinori. Kid Izuku flips up his shirt. Kid Izuku catches one and looks at it. Toshinori, what is this? Kid Izuku, I think they are my familiars. Toshinori, familiars? Kid Izuku, I think they were created to help me. I will name them Gochizo. Toshinori, interesting. I will take you to UA tomorrow. I have a friend who I think can help you. Kid Izuku. U.A? Very excited. Is that the school you used to study at? Toshinori nods. Yeah, that's right, Midoriya. Kid Izuku, can I buy some snacks to bring there tomorrow? Toshinori, sure. Next morning at UA school. Toshinori, we're here. Kid Izuku, well, it looks cooler than on the computer. Toshinori, let's head inside. Holds his hand and walks inside. At the teacher's room. Teachers, doing their job. Toshinori opens the door. The teachers turn around, surprised to see All Might with a child. Present Mike, All Might? Why you here? Midnight, is that a child with you? Toshinori, hello, everyone. Can you look after him for a bit? I have something to discuss with Nizu. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Thank you. Walks out of the room. Aizawa, hey, this is not a kindergarten, you know? Cementos let out a tired sigh. What should we do with him now? Ectoplasm shrugged. I don't know. The teachers all turned their attention to Izuku, their expressions filled with excitement. Wow, young Izuku exclaimed, gazing at the teachers. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I listen to you every week on the radio. I'm so moved. All the teachers at UA are pro heroes. Present Mike, a bit surprised, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yo. That's right, little listener. Glad to have you tuning in every week. Keep that energy up and maybe one day, You'll be cool like me too. Izuku turned to Cementos. And you are Cementos. You can manipulate any cement-based material that you touch. Cementos nodded with a calm smile. That's correct, young man. I specialize in shaping the battlefield with cement. Izuku then looked at ectoplasm. And you are ectoplasm. You can create many clones of yourself. Ectoplasm nodded, his expression composed. That's right, young one. My quirk allows me to create numerous clones of myself, each capable of performing tasks independently, making me quite effective in both combat and rescue operations. Izuku's gaze shifted to Midnight. And you are the R-rated hero, Midnight. You can release a sleep-inducing scent to put enemies to sleep. But what does the R-rated part mean? He smiled innocently. Felt a warmth in her heart. Ah, aren't you a sweetheart? Right now, don't worry about it, you'll understand when you grow up. She hugged him gently, nuzzling his cheek. Izuku blushed slightly. Hi. He turned to Aizawa. And you are Eraserhead. You can erase a person's quirk just by looking at them. Aizawa nodded, his serious expression unchanged. Correct. My quirk nullifies the abilities of anyone I make eye contact with. It's effective, but I need to keep my eyes open to erase their quirks. His tone was tired. You seem tired, Izuku said, reaching into his bag. He pulled out a coffee candy and offered it to Aizawa. I heard you don't sleep much because of your work, so I hope this helps. Aizawa accepted the candy and gave a small smile. Thank you, kid. He gently patted Izuku's head. The teachers exchanged surprised glances, astonished that Aizawa was smiling. Cementos spoke up, Can I ask something? Why are you here with All Might? Izuku replied, Because All Might is my guardian now. Midnight's eyes widened. All Might is your guardian? Can you explain more, sweetheart? WL. Izuku began to share his story. In the principal's office, Nizu listened intently. I see, so you rescued him and became the boy's guardian. I should have known. That monster, even though he's the boy's father, shows no mercy. Is there any humanity left in him? Toshinori sighed. Perhaps not. He put the boy through experiences no child should ever have to face. Nizu nodded. I would like to meet the boy. I'm also curious about the belt and his new powers. He stood up and walked out of the room. Toshinori followed him. As they approached the teacher's room and opened the door, they found the room silent as Izuku shared his truth. Unbelievable. That Biasudi. Present Mike muttered. Midnight covered her mouth in shock. How can someone be so cruel to a child, killing his mother in front of him? Nizu observed the teachers. I see he has told you the truth. The teachers nodded solemnly. Izuku spoke up, It's okay. All Might helped me realize that I shouldn't let it haunt me. I have to move forward and live, so her sacrifice won't be pointless. I will become a hero who brings happiness to everyone. The teachers were surprised but felt happy for him. This kid is incredibly strong despite everything he's been through. Nizu smiled. I'm glad to hear that. I can guarantee you will be a wonderful hero in the future. Thank you, Principal Nizu, Izuku replied. But can you do me a favor? Nizu asked. What is it, Principal Nizu? Izuku inquired. Can you follow me to the schoolyard? Sure. Wonderful. Nizu turned to the teachers. You can come too if you want. In the schoolyard, Izuku asked, So why did you call me here, Principal Nizu? Izuku Midoriya, I want you to use the power of that belt, Nizu instructed. But I don't know how. Ever since that day, the belt changed and it won't do anything. Izuku replied, looking worried. Then why not ask your familiars? They were created from the belt, right? They might know how to use it, Nizu suggested. Izuku's eyes widened. Ask the Gochizos? He looked at them. Can you help me use the belt? The Gochizos looked at Izuku, then chanted, Eat gummy. Huh. Izuku was confused. Eat gummy. Gummy. Eat gummy, they repeated. You want me to eat you? Izuku asked, picking one up and bringing it close to his mouth. The popping gummy Gochizo began to cry. No. Did I do something wrong? Izuku asked, concerned. The Gochizos worked together to create a sign for Izuku. Oh, the belt! Izuku exclaimed, opening his mouth and placing the Gochizo inside. As he cranked the lever, the belt announced, "Eat gummy, eat gummy, eat gummy." Everyone around, except Nizu, was surprised by what was happening. What is that coming out of him? Midnight asked, bewildered. Is that gummies? Present Mike wondered. Izuku shouted, "Henshin," and pressed the button. The Gochizo in the belt cried out, "Wawa!" The teachers and Tashinori gasped as Izuku transformed. The Gochizo cheered, jumping up and down. This feeling. It's like before but different. I don't feel starving like I did back then, Izuku said, feeling empowered. Nizu observed. I see, so the belt gives you the ability to use the familiar's powers and transform yourself. He turned to ectoplasm. Can you create a clone to fight Midoriya? I want to test his powers and skills. Ectoplasm nodded and created a clone to face Izuku. The ectoplasm clone charged at Izuku. Izuku dodged and landed a punch on the clone's face. The clone staggered back. Not bad, kid, but you'll need to do more than that. It began to punch Izuku, causing parts of his gummy armor to fall apart. Izuku summoned the Gav blade and slashed at the clone. The clone was hit and fell to the ground. What should I do now? I need to repair the armor. The kicking gummy Gochizo jumped onto Izuku's shoulder and spoke to him in a language only he understood. I see. Then I'm counting on you, buddy. Izuku picked up the Gochizo, placed it in the belt, cranked the lever, and pressed the button. Chapter end. After that day, Izuku lived with all might and was homeschooled by the UA Pro heroes. Due to his personality, he quickly became a favorite among the teachers. Nizu also advised Izuku to dye and change his hairstyle to disguise himself from AFO. 10 years later, in the streets of Japan, an explosion echoed as a group of villains attacked local civilians. A crowd gathered behind the police barricade, watching in fear. Civilians, someone help. Villain boss, don't come any closer or the girl dies. Holding a schoolgirl hostage. The police were trying to neutralize the situation, waiting for a hero to arrive, but it was taking a while since the area had very little crime activity. Villain 1. Boss, we should take this opportunity to escape. Villain boss, yeah, these loser heroes aren't going to come. Laughs and starts to flee. You can stop here now. Appears behind them and strikes the villain boss, causing him to drop the girl, who is quickly caught. The other villains were surprised and turned to see a figure in a suit of armor. Izuku, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Middle school girl, a bit scared but nods wise, I'm okay. Izuku, that's good. Walks over to the police and hands her over. Take care of her. I will deal with them. Turns back to the villains. Villain boss, getting back up, visibly angry. You bestie. Who are you? Villain 1. Boss, I think that's the vigilante people have been talking about. The man. In a purple suit with a red belt. Villain boss, who cares? Let's just take him out. Villain 2. Alright then, let's get him, boys. The villains activated their quirks and charged at Izuku. Villain 1, using sharp claws to attack Izuku. Izuku dodges and punches the villain in the face, knocking him out. Villain 2 charges at Izuku with a hammer fist. Izuku kicks him in the stomach with enough force to send him crashing into another villain. The crowd tried to get closer to the scene, watching Izuku fight the gang of villains. Civilian 1. Hey, that's the vigilante we've seen on the news. Civilian 2. He's taking down almost all the villains. The civilians began pulling out their phones to take pictures and record the fight, excited to witness the vigilante in action. Izuku turns to the villain boss. Your friends have been defeated now. Villain boss, growing angrier. You little punk. Izuku picks up punching gummy Gochizo, places it in his belt, cranks the lever and presses the button. Punching gummy Gochizo. Blah. Izuku starts cranking the lever again. Charge me, charge me, charge me. Water bubbles began to form around the villain boss. Villain boss, what the hell is this? Izuku, what will it be? Will you give up being a villain for good, or do I have to take you down right here? Villain boss, like hell I'm going to lose. transforms his hands into spiked ball. Izuku, I see. Presses the button to execute his finishing move. Punching Gummy Punch. Villain boss, falls unconscious. Punching Gummy Gochizo, Ascension. The crowd was amazed by his strength and began clapping and cheering for him. Civilian 1. Incredible. He's so strong and skilled. Civilian 2. He defeated him with just one punch. Izuku checks the time. Oh no, I need to go now. Grabs Vroken Gochizo, summons the Vrokenbuggy motorcycle, and hops on. Candy eat candy Vroken? Middle school girl, wait. Izuku HM? Turns to the girl. Middle school girl, thank you for saving me. Izuku nods and starts to drive away. The police catch up to the girl just as the heroes arrive at the scene. Death Arms, Diamenid, he got away again. Kamui Woods, young lady, that was very dangerous. That guy could have hurt you. Middle school girl, shakes her head. No, he just saved me. He's my hero. Later at All Might's house. Izuku opens the door. I'm home. Tashinori, and where have you been, young man? Izuku, I was just buying snacks. Tashinori, then can you explain this? Presses the remote button. News, breaking news. Today, our mysterious vigilante just defeated a group of villains and saved a middle school girl from them. Just who is he? And Tashinori turns off the TV. Izuku, panicking, I can explain. Tashinori sighs. Midoriya, this is the 167th time in 3 years you've been fighting villains. You're only 14, you can't just throw yourself into dangerous situations like that. You don't have a license, it's illegal. Principal Nizu and the other teachers at UA all agree with that. Izuku, I know. But there were no heroes nearby, and I couldn't just stand by. I wanted to make sure that girl was safe. Tashinori pauses, softening a bit. It's good that you want to help people, but I don't want to see you hurt. So I want you to stop being a vigilante and leave it to the other heroes. You can help others when you have a license, okay? Izuku, okay. Tashinori, thank goodness. But there's something else I want to talk to you about. Izuku, what is it, All Might? Tashinori, Midoriya, I want you to inherit my quirk. Izuku, what do you mean, inherit your quirk? All Might, there are a few things you should know about my power. Journalists always guess my quirk is either super strength or invulnerability. People ask me questions about my quirk, but I joke and dodge the question because they need to believe that the symbol of peace is a natural-born hero. But I'm not. There is nothing natural about my power. Tilts his head back and spreads his arms in the air. Tashinori, I wasn't born with this power, it was a sacred torch passed down to me by someone else. Izuku, shocked someone gave you your quirk? All Might, yes, and I want you to be the next holder of my power. Izuku, hold on, this is a lot to process. It's true there's a lot of debate about your quirk, and starts mumbling. Tashinori chuckles a bit. You always did this when you were a kid. Claps his hands in front of Izuku's face. Izuku snaps out of it. Oh right. Sorry, All Might. Tashinori, it's okay. As I was saying, I want to give you my power. Its name is One for All. Izuku, I don't know if I can take it, I don't feel worthy. Tashinori, you're worthy, Midoriya. Even though you're his son, you're nothing like him. You're sweet, kind, and most of all, you have the heart of a hero. Points at Izuku's heart. Heroes aren't just the ones who fight villains and bad guys. They're also the ones who do everything to bring happiness to everyone and protect it. And I've already seen that in you, Midoriya. Izuku, shocked. You really think so? Tashinori nods yes, and I believe I am choosing the right person to be my successor. Izuku, determined. I accept it. I won't let you down, All Might. I will be the next holder of One for All. Tashinori smiles. That's great, Midoriya Shonen. The next day at Dagoba Municipal Beach at 4:00 m. Izuku pulling a refrigerator toward the beach entrance with All Might sitting on top of it. All Might, in his buff form. Hey, it looks like you're doing well down there. Izuku, thank you, All Might, but I don't really feel much weight, even though you weigh 274 kilograms, right? All Might, no, I lost some weight, so I'm only 255 kilograms now. But it's still impressive that you can pull that weight. It must be from the training. Izuku, but why am I dragging trash at the beach park anyway? All Might, well, it's simple actually. It's to prepare for the challenges that come with One for All. Izuku, challenges? All Might, you see, the drawback of my quirk is that it holds a lot of power, which means if the user can't handle it, their body could break down. Izuku, but I am strong? All Might, that's because you are relying on your current strength. If you lose that power, you'll be back to being a normal person. So, I need to build up your body. Squashes the fridge down to make it flat, and that is the first step to becoming a hero. Izuku, I see. All Might, so, are you ready for your training, Midoriya Shonen? Izuku, yes sir. Starts pushing a car along with the fridge and laundry machine. Minus 10 months later, and today is the exam. Tashinori walks to the beach to check on Izuku. I wonder if Midoriya Shonen has finished? I shouldn't rush him too much. He can still make it to UA without One for All, so there's no need to push him. Hears a loud scream and rushes to the beach entrance, seeing a pile of trash in front of him. Izuku is on top of the trash. Tashinori looks around. Hey, you even cleaned the outside area I told you to. There's not even a speck of dust left. Seriously. He finished at the last minute. More than perfectly. Goodness. Transforms into his buff form. Izuku falls down. All Might catches him before he hits the ground. Good work, Midoriya Shonen. Izuku, All Might. I did it. All Might. Yeah, you surprised me. Teenagers are amazing. Izuku, I feel like I'm cheating, getting such powers from you. All Might. Now then, it's time for your award ceremony, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, yes. All Might plucks a strand of his hair. Eat this. Izuku, huh? All Might laughs a bit. Well, to pass down One for All, it doesn't matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. Izuku, it's so different from what I imagined. All Might, now, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Tries to put the hair in Izuku's mouth. Izuku, it. At UA High School. Izuku, I made it in time. Walks inside. In the end, I didn't have time to test out the power I received from All Might. Remembers what happened and shivers a bit. I swallowed his hair, but do I really have his power? But more importantly, is Kaisi gets bumped by someone. TSK, get out of my way. Izuku turns around and sees a familiar face. Kaken? Bakugo, what's with that look? You got a problem with me? TSK, whatever. You're wasting my time. Starts walking inside. He looks familiar. Izuku smiles. He hasn't changed at all. I should go inside now. About to walk but gets tripped, almost hitting his face on the ground. As Izuku is about to hit the ground, he finds himself floating in midair. Are you all right? Izuku, tries to walk but finds himself stuck in the air. Turns around and sees a girl with brown hair. Helps him get up, clapping her hands together. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first. But it'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Izuku looks at her, speechless. Aren't you nervous? Izuku, let's do our best. See ya. Walks inside. Izuku, I just talked to a girl besides Mom, Auntie Midnight, and Granny Recovery Girl. At the exam orientation, present mic. For all you examinees tuning in, welcome to my show today. Everybody say, hey. Present mic tries to listen, but everyone goes silent. Present mic, what a refined response. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Everyone is silent again until Izuku starts muttering, whoa. Uncle Mike is giving his speech again. Even though I've heard it many times when I was little, it still feels the same as the first time I heard it. Bakugo, shut up. Present mic, as it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Bakugo, in other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Izuku notices he is next to Bakugo. You're right. Even though our examinee numbers are consecutive, we're assigned to different battle centers. Bakugo, don't look or I will kill you. Tisk, what's wrong with him? But then his energy is a lot like Deku. Present Mike. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Then a blue-haired boy wearing glasses stands up. Boy, may I ask a question? Present Mike. Okay. Boy stands up and points at the paper on the printout. There are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Turns around and points at Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly hair, you've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku, I'm sorry. People around Midoriya start laughing quietly. Izuku, but I think you're the one who interrupted Uncle Mike. He hasn't even finished explaining. If you wait patiently, he's about to explain that the 4th one is the one for us to avoid, right, Uncle? Present Mike smiles. That's right, thank you, Izuku. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That, guys, is an obstacle. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go wild in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to do so either. I recommend that listeners try to avoid it. And examinee number 7111, next time, please be patient, okay? Boy, Bo's head down. Thank you very much. And sorry for the interruption. Participant 1. I see. It's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? Participant 2. The whole thing is like a video game. Present Mike. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus ultra. Then all participants look at their papers. Present Mike. Now everyone, good luck out there. At you at a ground, Battle Center B. After Izuku changed his clothes and rode the bus to the exam area, he saw a very large wall with buildings that made it look like a city, albeit a fake one. It looked real. Participant 1. Wow. What is this? Participant 2. It's like a city. Participant 3. They have more than one of those on the school grounds? Yurare is amazing. Izuku. A bit nervous. Wow, there are so many people here. How can everyone be so confident? Aren't they nervous? They even have equipment to go with their quirks. Sees the girl he met before the exam. Oh, it's the nice girl I met at the school gates. She was assigned to the same battle center. Starts walking toward her. Oh yeah, I have to thank her for earlier. Then Izuku suddenly feels a hand on his shoulder. He turns and sees the guy who interrupted Present Mike. Izuku, he's here too. Boy, what are you doing? Can't you see she is trying to focus? Are you here to distract us? Izuku, no, you got it wrong. I was trying to thank her. Participant 3. That guy's the one who almost tripped in front of the school gates, right? Participant 4. The one who flinched after being called out. Participant 3. At least we have one less rival to worry about, huh? Everyone at Center B. Lucky for us. Izuku. I feel like the others think they lucked out because I'm here. Guess I have to prove them wrong. Present Mike. Okay, start. Izuku starts running inside. Participant 3. Why, he's cheating. Participant 4. Yeah, Present Mike hasn't counted down yet. Present Mike, what are you talking about? There's no countdown in a real fight. The die has been cast, you know. All participants. Oh no. Start running inside too. Izuku, let's see. I think I will use Valen. Brings out Valenbuster. Izuku places the Chakadon in. Choco. Set Choco, set Choco, set Choco. Izuku, Henshin. Chakadon. Pakipaki. Robots, start coming around. Enemies have been spotted. I will take you down. Start running toward him. Izuku, sorry, but no can do. Starts dashing and punching them. Robots, some explode and new ones start trying to attack him. Izuku, that's 25 now. Starts shooting at them. Robots explode into pieces. In the monitor room, the teachers are judging the examinees as Principal Nizu starts to speak. Nizu, in this practice exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They must draw the villains out. It was a dark room with many monitors showing each of the examinees and how they are conducting the practical exam. Yudata staff members were sitting in chairs as they assessed the performance of the examinees and how they adapted to the conditions stated earlier. A monitor showed Mezu Shuji on a rooftop using his arm to scan for something. Nizu, information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. Another monitor showed Tenya Ida using his speed to take down the enemies one by one. Nizu, mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Yuga Aoyama was shown shooting a laser from a device on his wrist and dominating the faux villain with complete confidence. Nizu, discernment to stay calm in any situation. A monitor screen showed Bakugo in a path of destruction, surrounded by fallen robots with smoke all around him. He looked intense, laughing with excitement as he used his explosive quirk to take down everything in his path, which was very suitable for this practice exam. Nizu, and pure combat ability. -1 monitor showed Izuku shooting down faux villains and punching them apart. Midnight sees Izuku's shooting skill well. Snipe, it looks like your training with Izuku is paying off. Snipe, he still has a lot to learn if he wants to catch up with me in shooting, but for now, I can say his aim is good enough to pass the exam. Aizawa smirks, let's give the kid a little chance, shall we? Presses a big red button. Back to Yudata ground. Izuku, shooting another robot, alright, that's 150 points now. About to move away. But before Izuku could start moving, the ground began to rumble as buildings around him collapsed. The other examinees looked up to see what was happening, and what they saw frightened them greatly. Standing taller than all of the buildings was a massive green faux villain with 8 red eyes. It had hands the size of trucks that crashed into the tops of tall buildings. Its base was the size of a tank, with about 12 to 16 wheels, and along its body, it had missiles that could be fired in all directions. It looked like all 3 types of faux villains combined into one, but multiplied in size by 100, and there you go. Chapter end. Action. Thinking. -3 RDPOV. Driver and weapon sounds. Calling, message, or television. In April at All Might's house. Izuku has finished preparing his backpack and uniform and is about to go to school. I'm going to school first, All Might. See you later. Toshinori, have you finished preparing your backpack? Do you need anything else? Izuku nods, I have everything I need for school now. Toshinori looks at Izuku and smiles, you've grown up, Midoriya. I still remember when I first met you, you were so young and small. But now you are tall and strong. I believe if your mother were still alive, she would be proud of how you've grown. Izuku blushes a bit in embarrassment but smiles, thank you, All Might. I'm going now. Exits the house and heads to Yuta. At Yuta A, in front of Class 1A's door. Izuku, I wonder who my classmates are? Slides the door open. As Izuku opens the door, he hears arguing from inside and sees 2 familiar faces. Bakugo and the blue-haired boy wearing glasses from the practical exam were in the midst of a heated argument. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the talented craftsman who made the desk? The boy said. Not at all. What school did you come from? Side character. Bakugo retorted. Izuku remained silent, observing the exchange. The boy paused for a moment before introducing himself. Let's start over. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Bakugo scoffed. Semi? So you're one of those elite types, huh? Looks like I'll enjoy taking you down. Ida looked a bit shocked. Taking me down? That's harsh. Do you really aspire to be a hero? He then noticed Izuku. Oh, it's you. He approached Izuku. All the students in the classroom turned their attention to Izuku. You. Izuku stammered. Good morning. I'm from semi-private academy. My name is... I've heard of you before. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida-kun, Izuku replied. Ida's expression changed. Midoriya-kun. You realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Izuku looked at Ida, confused. I had no idea. I completely misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Ida bowed his head slightly toward Izuku. Izuku felt a sweat drop form. Sorry, I don't know anything about it. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl appeared behind Izuku. Ah, the adorable one with brown hair. Izuku gasped. Whoa! It's just like what Present Mike said you passed. But of course you did. The way you punched the ball made a hole in the zero-pointer was amazing. Izuku blushed. Well, thank you for the compliment. I wonder if today is just the entrance ceremony and orientation? I wonder what our teacher is like? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ochako Uraraka. And nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. My name is... Oi! Bakugo interrupted, rushing toward Izuku and shoving him against the door. Izuku exclaimed. The rest of the class was taken aback by Bakugo's actions. You really are Deku, right? Where have you been all this year? Bakugo shouted, but was suddenly wrapped in a white scarf. That's enough. Go somewhere else if you want to fight, a voice said. Everyone turned to see a man in a sleeping bag lying on the ground, the white scarf coming from him. This is the hero course, he said, taking out a juice box and drinking from it. Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida thought, something's here? Uncle Aizawa, please let him go, I'm fine, Izuku said. Aizawa retreated his scarf. If you do that one more time, I might expel you for assaulting a student. Bakugo clicked his tongue and released Izuku. Thank you, uncle, Izuku said. You know him, Midoriya-kun? Ida asked. Yeah, he's our homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. A few students from Class 1A gasped. VH? Our homeroom teacher? Can you quiet down for a moment? Aizawa said, and the class fell silent. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. He stood up and pulled out the UA gym uniform from his sleeping bag. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. At the teacher's lounge, Tashinori was reading the teacher directory. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be. Back with Class 1A, everyone except Izuku was shocked. A quirk assessment test? What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka asked. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school tradition is. That's also how teachers run their classes, Aizawa explained. Don't be too surprised. This is the #1 hero school after all, Izuku added. You kids have been doing these physical tests since junior high, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results for students not using their quirk. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He looked toward Izuku. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? You were the only one who scored above 200 points, earning the highest score ever in the history of UA. You also managed to take down the zero-pointer while everyone else in your gate had to run away. Good job, pretty impressive to say the least. Thank you, uncle, Izuku replied. Aizawa revealed himself as the rest of the class looked at Izuku in surprise. Wow, I didn't know you were able to get that many points, Ida said, starting to respect Izuku more. Of course he is, he's amazing, Uraraka added. Bakugo, still in disbelief, exclaimed, What? You mean Deku beat All Might scores? Anyway, that aside, Aizawa said, turning to Bakugo. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters, Bakugo answered. Okay, try doing it again, but this time use your quirk. Aizawa tossed the ball to Bakugo. Bakugo caught it and walked toward the circle with the ball in hand. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle, so give it everything you have, Aizawa instructed. Bakugo threw the ball with all his might. Take this. Izuku was taken aback. Take this? The ball landed, and a phone beeped, displaying the distance. First, you have to understand your own limitations. That's how a hero builds a solid foundation, Aizawa said as he revealed that the ball had traveled 705.2 meters, surprising the students. 705.2 meters? Seriously? The yellow-haired boy exclaimed. What is this? It looks fun, the pink-haired girl said excitedly. Does this mean we can use our quirks freely? I love the heroics, the boy with black spiked hair added. Izuku thought, oh no, we're in trouble. Why did they have to say that? It looks fun, huh? Aizawa said ominously. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have that attitude the whole time? He smiled creepily. Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will face expulsion. Everyone except Izuku gasped. Huh? In the teacher lounge, Toshinori looked at shots of Aizawa's profile in the teacher directory. Aizawa, Midoriya is going to face a lot of challenges from the start. Izuku thought, expelled if you get last place in all 8 tests. Uncle really doesn't show any mercy, huh? Aizawa continued, we're free to do what we want regarding the circumstances of our students. Welcome to UA's hero course. He moved his hair out of the way, revealing a smirk. The last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day, this is too unfair. Uraraka protested. Natural disasters, major accidents, and selfish villains' calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is filled with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who must bear the responsibility of balancing that unfairness. If you plan to talk with your friends at the local McDonald's after school, then you're sadly mistaken. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to present you with one challenge after another. Aizawa, go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Ida takes out his water bottle and drinks. This is serious, but this is the best of the best. I have no choice but to do my best. Bakugo, oh, I can't wait to blast through everything in my path. Aizawa, all right, the demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first test was the 50-meter dash. 2 students would line up and race each other at a time. Camera-like machines would read and measure each student's time, and the student with the fastest time would receive the highest score. The first 2 students lined up ready to race were Tenya Ida and a green-haired girl with large eyes and frog-like features. Robot, on your mark. Get set. The sound of a gunshot signaled the beginning of the race. Ida blasted off and was the first one to finish the race. Robot, 3.04 seconds. Shortly after, the frog-like girl crossed the finish line as well. Ida, I can only go to 3 gears in a 50-meter dash. Name, Tenya Ida. Quirk, engine. He has engines in his calves, allowing him to move at super high speeds. Aizawa, well, he's like a fish in water. He's certainly in his element. However, speed isn't the only attribute essential for a pro hero. It'll be worth seeing what others can do. Frog-like girl, Ribbit. Name, Tsuyu. Quirk, frog. The name speaks for itself. She can do whatever a frog can. Uraraka, touches her clothes lighten up my clothes and shoes. Name, Achiko Uraraka. Quirk, zero gravity. Anything she touches becomes weightless, and she has absolute control over it. However, if she overuses her quirk, she will start to feel nauseous. The robot made a gunshot sound as Uraraka and the boy with the tail began to race. The tail boy crossed the finish line in 5.49 seconds while Uraraka did so in 7.15 seconds. Uraraka? All right. That's faster than I was in junior high. Blonde-haired boy. Everyone isn't being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to use your quirk, he said as he activated his naval laser. Name, Yuga Oyama. Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button, but he's limited by how long he can shoot continuously. Robot, 5.51 seconds. Oyama, if I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Most of Class 1A, what the heck? Aizawa, looking at the upper limit of your quirk and the potential for growth in each result, it becomes clear what you can and can't do. He looks at Midoriya and Bakugo. Izuku, I think I'll just use my belt strength. No need to transform. Robot, on your mark. Get set. Aizawa. That will connect to the creativity needed for you to survive. Robot. The sound of a gunshot signaled the beginning of the race. Bakugo. Explosive speed. He creates an explosion from his hands to boost his speed. Name. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk. Explosion. He can create explosions from the palms of his hands. Izuku. Dashes with high speed and finishes first. Robot. 3.5 seconds. Bakugo. Shocked that Izuku finished before him. Robot. 4.13 seconds. Bakugo. Checks his hands. When I use both hands, the force disperses. He looks at Izuku angrily. Izuku, there are still 7 more tests. I'm sure everyone will use their quirks to produce something extraordinary. Aizawa. I see, so you don't want to reveal your full potential yet, Izuku? Test 2, grip strength. The boy with black spiky hair looks at the boy with 6 arms in amazement. Wow. 540 kilograms? What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus? Boy with purple ball hair. Octopuses are cool. Izuku, okay, focus on the power. Don't go overboard. Come on, Izuku, don't break it. He grips the device tightly. Izuku opens his eyes and sees that his grip strength was 600 kilograms. The boy with black spiky hair looks at Izuku in shock. Whoa, you got a monster high score just like that 6-armed guy. What do you two eat? Test 3, standing long jump. Like Bakugo and Aoyama before him, Izuku was able to jump over the sand and land on the other side. Test 4, repeated side steps. Izuku kept sidestepping non-stop with his physical strength, but after a while, he decided to stop to give others a chance to shine. The last person to go was the boy with purple ball hair, who managed to get a higher score than Izuku by using his purple ball to bounce back and forth with ease. Izuku's sweat dropped at the display, not expecting that. Test 5, ball throw. Uraraka stands in the circle and throws the ball. The ball flies and flies until it disappears. Aizawa shows the result from his phone notepad, and it's infinity. Everyone, infinity. Yellow-haired boy, she got infinity. Izuku stands in the circle and throws the ball. The ball shoots off at high speed like a rocket. Aizawa shows the results, and it's 850 meters. Test 6, sit-ups. Izuku wins this one by a landslide because he spaces out and ends up with an infinity. Test 7, seated toe touch. Izuku easily touches his toes and wins. Test 8, long-distance run. Izuku continually runs around the field, with only a girl with a ponytail catching up to him because she makes a bicycle. Later, after arranging all of the scores, Aizawa looked at the class. Aizawa, okay, I've got the results, but there is a problem. Aizawa's hair then began to stand up as his eyes turned red again, and his scarf launched toward Izuku. Izuku gets wrapped up. What are you doing? Meanwhile, All Might was hiding and watching them. All Might, he doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. That's right, Midoriya. He and I don't get along. Aizawa, you have been holding back this whole time. Izuku. The class was shocked to hear that Izuku hadn't gone all out. Aizawa, I know you don't like to show off your power, but these will be your classmates for the next 3 years. You should trust them and reveal your true power. Now redo all the tests and this time go all out, or you will be expelled. Now go. He pulls back the scarf. Izuku, you're right. I should be more honest. Izuku turned to the class and bowed slightly. I'm sorry for hiding from you all. I'll take the test again, and this time I won't hold back. The class began to whisper among themselves, speculating about Izuku's powers when he wasn't holding back. Izuku returned to the 50-meter dash line and lifted his shirt, revealing a belt strapped around his waist. Ida gasped, "That belt!" Uraraka exclaimed, "He's Gav?" Izuku opened his mouth and placed the gochizo into it. Eat gummy, eat gummy, eat gummy, he said as he cranked the lever. Class 1A watched in surprise as something extraordinary emerged from Izuku. Ida asked, "What is that coming out from him?" Bakugo muttered, "Gummies?" "I'm ready," Izuku declared, pressing the button on the belt. The gochizo responded, "Wawa." On your mark. Get set. A robotic voice announced, followed by the sound of a gunshot that signaled the start of the race. Izuku took off toward the finish line, moving faster than anyone could see. A sonic boom echoed through the area, sending strong winds that pushed everyone back a few feet. The robot announced, 0.5 seconds. Aizawa smirked. Now that's what I wanted to see. Ida thought, what in the world? He was holding back that much power this entire time? The rest of Class 1A shared similar thoughts, having never witnessed someone their age move at such incredible speeds. Izuku gripped the device tightly, applying so much strength that it broke under his grip. The boy with black spiked hair and the boy with purple ball hair cried out in shock. What? There's no way that's possible. He's not human. After that, Izuku attempted the standing long jump again, leaping all the way across the field. During the repeated side steps, Izuku moved so quickly that the machine couldn't keep up, resulting in an error message and counting his score as infinite. Class 1A began to feel anxious about Izuku's power. Do you even have a limit? For the ball throw, Aizawa decided to push him further. Midoriya, remember when you completely destroyed the zero-pointer during the practical exam? I want you to use that same power, but this time, don't break your arms. To become a pro hero, you can't always destroy your own body and expect someone to save you. You need to learn to control your power. If you can't, well, I guess we won't be seeing you in class anymore. Ida questioned. Why is Mr. Aizawa putting this much pressure on Midoriya? Hasn't he proved himself already? He sounded worried. Uraraka replied, I don't know, but I believe he can do it. Izuku thought, using the same power without breaking my arm. Okay, uncle, he said, cranking the lever again to activate One for All. Charge me, charge me, charge me, he chanted as he pressed the button. Popping gummy finished, he announced before throwing the ball. As he released it, the force was so strong that some glass in the school shattered, and a few students were knocked off their feet by the resulting sonic boom. Aizawa got back on his feet and checked the score, then showed it to the other students, revealing a distance of 10 kilometers. I can still move. Izuku exclaimed, deactivating his transformation and noticing one of his fingers was injured. Aizawa smiled slightly, observing Izuku's determination. All Might thought I came because I was worried, but what the heck, young man? You still can't control One for All, but you also didn't incapacitate yourself. You managed to channel the power of One for All to just your fingertips, minimizing the injury while maximizing the power. What the heck, young man? You're so cool. Class 1A gasped, 10 kilometers? Uraraka cheered, yay, I knew he could do it. Ida noted, his finger is swollen just like before. He has a strange quirk. A boy with blonde hair commented, that doesn't look very stylish. Bakugo approached Izuku, his right hand sparking slightly. Oi de, what's the meaning of this? He demanded, frustration evident in his tone. Izuku flinched, oh, feeling shocked and panicked. Aizawa used his scarf to restrain Bakugo. Didn't I tell you to stop attacking other students? Bakugo struggled. This cloth is so tough. Aizawa explained, they're capture weapons made of carbon fiber woven with metal wire from a special alloy. Don't make me use my quirk repeatedly. Everyone looked at Aizawa, who was clearly irritated. I have dry eyes, he stated. Everyone thought, it's such a waste since his quirk is so amazing. Shota Aizawa, UA High's homeroom teacher for Class 1A, had the ability to erase the quirks of those he looked at. The effect wore off when he blinked. Aizawa released Bakugo. Okay, everyone, I'll show the results now, he said, clicking a button that displayed a hologram. The results were Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Aijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Achiko Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokujiro, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. Mineta began to tear up when he saw he was in last place. Oh, I'm getting expelled on the first day. Aizawa quickly reassured him, By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. No one is going home. Class 1A responded in confusion. Huh? What? Aizawa explained, it was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirk. Class 1A exclaimed, W. A girl with a ponytail remarked, of course, that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. Some members of Class 1A thought, I didn't notice. Izuku reflected, no, that's not a lie. Last year, Uncle expelled an entire class because he said they had no potential. I wonder why he took back his words? The boy with black spiked hair said, that was a little nerve-wracking, huh? The red-haired boy replied, I'll take up the challenge anytime. Bakugo scoffed, looking away. Aizawa concluded, with that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and other information in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. He walked toward Izuku with a slip of paper in hand. Midoriya, have the nurse check you out. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. He walked away. Izuku took the paper. Thank you, Uncle. All Might called out, Aizawa, you liar. Aizawa turned to All Might. So you were watching? Too much time on your hands. All Might replied, a rational deception, you say? Very funny, but April Fool's was last week. You punished the whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without potential without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words. That must be because you also felt the potential of Izuku, right? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Also, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. All Might flinches slightly but starts laughing. I guess you could say that. I'm his guardian after all. Aizawa, is that how a teacher should be acting? Begins to walk away but decides to say one last thing before parting ways with All Might. It's true what you say. Izuku has an enormous amount of potential, probably the most any UA student has ever had. But he's not ready right now. There are still many things he needs to learn to become a pro hero. For one, he needs to stop holding back. Because of his past, he doesn't really share it with others, only us teachers and Nizu know about it. He's scared of what people might think if he opens up, but he needs to learn to let others in, to trust his friends, and not be afraid of showing his true self. Walks away. All Might. So you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? Sighs internally. I guess we don't really get along after all. Later at U.A. Izuku starts walking out of the school. I'm so tired. Ida touches Midoriya's shoulder from behind. Midoriya turns around, surprised. Ida-kun? Ida, is your finger healed? Izuku, yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl. Shows his bandaged finger. Flashback at the nurse's office. Recovery Girl gently kisses his broken finger. Izuku, thank you, Granny. Recovery Girl. It's back to normal, but I'm kind of tired. Recovery Girl, my quirk can only STMLT a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up in serious trouble, so be careful, dear. Izuku, I'll end up in serious trouble? Ida crosses arms. I was really taken in by Mr. Aizawa. I even thought, this is the best of the best. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. Izuku, I thought Ida was very scary, but he's just earnest. Uraraka, hey you too. The two students turned around to see Uraraka running toward them. Uraraka, going to the station? Wait for me. Izuku, Uraraka-san? Ida, you're the girl with the gravity quirk. Uraraka, I'm Achiko Uraraka. You're Tenya Ida and you're Deku Midoriya, right? Izuku, Deku? Uraraka, is that right? I remember Bakugo said when he chased you, Oi Deku. What does this mean? Izuku, my real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kaken called me when we were little. Blushes slightly. Ida, an insult? Uraraka, oh is that right? Sorry. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. So I kind of like it. Izuku, I'm Deku. Blushes even harder. Ida, Midoriya-kun? You accept it too easily. Wasn't that an insult? Izuku turns around to cover his face. It's like a Copernican revolution. Uraraka, Kopi? The three of them walked together, chatting until they headed home. The next day, Aizawa, introduce yourselves to your classmates. Wrapped up in his yellow sleeping bag. Class 1A. Since you'll be working with each other for the next 3 years, you need to get to know one another. The logical way to do that is as early as possible. You'll come up here one after another and state your name, what your quirk is, and something else about yourself. I don't care what it is. Ida raises his hand with lightning speed. How should we proceed with the order of students? Aizawa, I don't care, I'm going to sleep. Handle it yourselves. Takes a nap. So while the pro took a nap, the students introduced themselves to each other. Izuku, maybe it's time I open up a bit. First up was a girl known only by her outfit. The rest of her body was completely invisible. Her name is Toru Hagakure. Hagakure? Yeah, this is kind of embarrassing with everyone looking at me. But whatever. Hi, I'm Toru Hagakure. My quirk is called transparency, and it's kind of obvious what it does, right? Something else about me, I like plushies and other cute stuff. Next was a boy with 6 arms and a mask covering his mouth. His name is Mizo Shoji. Shoji, I'm Mizo Shoji. My quirk is dupli arms. I can create replicas of my body parts on my tentacles, like my mouth, ears, and eyes. I've never really had any worldly desires, so I guess that's it. The next student was a boy with a tail. His name is Mashireo Ojiro. Ojiro, I'm Mashireo Ojiro. My quirk is just my tail. It's more or less a third arm, but it helps me maintain my balance. Something about me. I practice martial arts. The next boy had blonde hair with a device on his belly. His name is Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama, I am Yuga Aoyama. Does a dramatic flourish of his hands. My quirk is the fabulous naval laser. I can shoot a laser from my belly button. But if I shoot it for more than a second, I get a tummy ache. Another stylish fact about me is that I speak French. Bakugo was up next, scowling after Yuga with an annoyed look. Bakugo, what's with that show-off? Whatever. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk is explosion. All you need to know is that I can blow things up. I'm going to be the #1 hero, so stay out of my way, extras. The next student was a girl with extended earlobes that looked like plug-in jacks. Her name is Kyoka Jiro. Jiro, I don't like having to follow up after such a JRK. But anyway, my name is Kyoka Jiro. My quirk is called earphone jack. I can insert them, and I can also hear pretty well, even through thick walls. Oh, these stretch to shows them by letting one of the jacks extend several feet long before retracting it. I can play music with a few different instruments. Next up was a boy with yellow hair, parted to the right with a black lightning-shaped streak on the left side of his fringe. His name is Denki Kaminari. Kaminari, hey, I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can release a bunch of electricity from my body and shock people by touching them. I kind of short-circuit if I go over my wattage limit, though. I like reading manga and comics. My turn. Next was a girl with a pink body and hair. She had a pair of small yellow horns atop her head, and the sclera of her eyes was black, making her gold irises stand out. Her name is Mina Ishido. Ishido, I'm Mina Ishido, and my quirk is acid. It allows me to secrete a unique substance from my skin, which is why I have this vibrant purple-pink hue. I can control its solubility and viscosity, and I love using it to glide over surfaces. However, if I use it for too long, I start to lose my own resistance to it. I enjoy breakdancing, but I can't stand bullies. I'm looking at you, Bakugo. Bakugo, get lost. Raises his middle finger. The next boy had black spiky hair. His name is Hantasiro. Siro, well, I'm Hantasiro. My quirk is tape. I can shoot a tape-like material from my elbow. It's much stronger than regular tape and can easily support my body weight. If I use it too much, my skin dries out. I also enjoy playing video games. Next was a boy with spiky red hair. His name is Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. Flexes one arm, making the skin on his hand appear tougher. My quirk is called hardening. My skin hardens. allowing me to punch through solid concrete. I'm a huge fan of the hero Crimson Riot. I guess I'm next. Next came a girl with long teal hair tied in a large bow. She had big eyes and a wide mouth. Her name is Tsuyu Azui. Azui, I'm Tsuyu Azui. My quirk is called frog form. I can do many frog-like things like jump far, climb walls, swim quickly, and my tongue can extend several meters. I can also secrete a mild toxin. Because of my quirk, I'm sensitive to the cold. If I get too cold, I feel sleepy. I tend to say what's on my mind. Following Tsuyu was a short boy with purple ball hair. His name is Minoru Mineta. Mineta, I'm Minoru Mineta. My quirk is called Pop-Off. I can pluck the spheres from my head and make them stick to things, but they don't stick to me. Depending on my mood, they can stick for an entire day. If I take too many off, my head starts to feel a little sore. Something about me. Grins mischievously I. Really like girls. Especially girl heroes. Some of their costumes are quite impressive. Most of the students found that a bit uncomfortable. They responded with boos, and Ida waved his arms at Mineta to reprimand him. Next was a teen with a bird-like head covered in black feathers and a yellow beak. His name is Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami, I'm Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is Dark Shadow. There's a shadow-like creature living in my body that I can summon from anywhere, like an extension of myself. I don't have much else to say about myself. I think that's pretty much it. The next student was a teenage boy who was very shy. He didn't speak but hurriedly wrote on a small whiteboard he had brought with him. Some students leaned forward to read it. His name is Koji Koda. Koda shows the words on the whiteboard, Koji Koda. My quirk is animal voice. I can communicate with animals and influence them to do what I ask. I like animals. Ashido gives Koda a thumbs up. Don't sweat it, Koji. That's really cool. Koda smiles a little at that but quickly returns to his desk. Next was Ida. Ida, hello, fellow students. Makes his way to the front and waves stiffly. I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is engine. My legs have powerful engines in them, allowing me to shift up several gears to increase my speed. They're very similar to real engines. Next was Momo. Yayarozu. Hello, my name is Momo Yayarozu. My quirk is called creation. I can produce objects from any exposed part of my body. I can create virtually anything, except for living things, of course. All I need is to understand the object's atomic configuration and a little time. I enjoy reading and drinking tea in my spare time. The next student was a teenage boy with white and red hair divided evenly down the middle. He had a serious-looking burn scar covering part of his face, and his eyes were heterochromatic, the left icy blue and the right stormy gray. His name is Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki, I'm Shoto Todoroki. My quirk is half hot, half cold. I can generate ice from my right side and fire from my left. I like soba. Next was a muscular boy with black hair. His name is Rikido Sato. Sato, my name is Rikido Sato. My quirk is called Sugar Rush. If I eat 10 grams of sugar, my strength multiplies 5-fold for 3 minutes. For every additional 10 grams of sugar, my strength doesn't increase, but the duration extends by 3 minutes. However, if I use it for too long, I get really tired and need to rest. Something interesting about me is that I love baking desserts, especially cake. Second to last was the cheerful Achiko. Uraraka, hi, I'm Achiko Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity. If I touch an object, it loses its gravitational pull and starts to float. For now, I can make objects up to 3 tons weightless. If I use it for a while, I start to feel a bit queasy. If I had to say something about myself, I'd mention that the little pads on my fingertips that I use for my quirk are like a cat's paws. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. Izuku walks to the board. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and well about me. I have 2 quirks. The class gasped in surprise, as this was the first time they had heard of someone having more than 1 quirk. Izuku, my first quirk is, Gav, the belt you've seen before. Lifts his shirt to show the belt again. It allows me to create familiars whose powers I can use through the belt. I call them gochizo. Shows some of the gochizos. Mina, they're so cute. Can they talk or anything? Izuku, yes, but only I can understand them. My second quirk is, strength enhancement. The name says what it does. Does anyone have a question about me? Momo raises her hand. I have a question. What's your relationship with the teacher? I've seen you call Aizawa-sensei uncle. Izuku, about that, I've been living with the UA teachers since I was little. They're basically my family, and I see them as uncle and auntie. Yaoyorozu, I see. Thank you for the answer. Bakugo, hey Deku, what do you mean a UA teacher is your family? Where are Aunt Inko and Uncle Hisashi? Izuku, I'm sorry, I'll explain it to you one day. Bakugo, what do you mean by that? Answer me, you nerd. He strides toward Izuku. Kirishima steps in front of Bakugo. Hey, I don't know what your relationship with Midoriya is, but he said he doesn't want to talk about it yet, so you should respect his decision. Kaminari, yeah, dude, what's your problem with him? Bakugo, it's none of your business. Move aside. Kirishima, sorry, but you have to get past me first. He prepares himself in case Bakugo decides to attack. Bakugo, tisk. He walks back to his seat. Izuku, thank you, Kirishima-kun. Kirishima, no problem. We're classmates now, so we've got to look out for each other, right? Izuku. Thank you. He smiles. 1A girl. So cute. 1A boys, Bakugo. What is this energy? It's too bright. As soon as Izuku finished, Tenya stood up and walked over to Mr. Aizawa. Ida, sir, we've completed all the introductions. Aizawa keeps his eyes closed but speaks. Okay, just review your curriculums and don't be late for your next class. Ida, yes, sir. UA High's Hero Course curriculum includes regular required classes, like English in the morning. Present Mike writes on the chalkboard. Which of these English sentences is incorrect? The man whom I respect most is my father. That is the house in which he lived. I well remember the day on which we both met. Please tell me that all you know. Mina Denkijiro, so normal. Bakugo, so boring. He rests his head on his hand. Present Mike, everyone heads up. Let's get this party started. He bellows, trying to energize his students. Izuku writes in his notebook. The relative pronoun is in the wrong place in number 4. Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Present Mike, okay Hirozu, come on. He encourages Momo as she answers the question correctly. Lunch is at the main cafeteria, where students can buy gourmet food at reasonable prices. Lunch rush. White rice is great comfort food, isn't it? The cook hero says. Uraraka, yeah. She chews her delicious dish with a satisfied expression. Izuku fanboys over lunch rush. Ida looks at lunch rush, confused, and sweats a little. In the afternoon, Class 1A finally has hero basic training. I am here. Izuku smiles excitedly, knowing exactly who it is. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might bursts through the door dramatically. Kaminari, it's All Might. He exclaims, genuinely excited to be taught by the number 1 hero. Kirishima, wow, he really is a teacher. Azui, that's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Ojiro, his style is different, it's giving me goosebumps. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. All Might marches to the teacher's podium. I teach hero basic training. It's a subject where you train in various ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You will take most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. He holds up a card that reads the word, battle. Combat training. Bakugo smirks in anticipation. Combat. Izuku, training. All Might, and to go with that are these. He points to the wall, where boxes with numbers from 1 through 21 emerge from hidden compartments. These are costumes made based on your quirk registration and requests you submitted before school started. Students cheer in delight, eager to try on their new costumes. Izuku Costumes. All Might. After you change, gather in ground beta. Class 1A, yes sir. At ground beta. All Might stands at ground beta, waiting for his students to arrive. After a few moments, figures can be seen coming out through the tunnel. All Might. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. As he speaks, students from Class 1A enter through the tunnel, suited up and ready to face whatever challenges may come their way. Each costume is uniquely designed to suit their quirks and personalities. All Might. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you bunch of newbies? He smiles, approving of everyone's gear. Before students enroll in UA High, they submit their quirk registration, physical measurements, and desired designs so a support company under exclusive contract with the school can prepare state-of-the-art costumes for them. It's a wonderful design. Izuku emerges from the tunnel in his costume. Uraraka looks at Izuku. Oh, Deku-kun? Midoriya looks at Achiko in shock, blushing slightly. You Uraraka-san? Uraraka, that looks very cool and adorable. Really down to earth. But isn't that a little defenseless? Izuku, well, I can transform, so I don't really need heavy armor in my costume. This design lets my body move more flexibly. But what are you wearing, Uraraka-san? Uraraka, well, I should have specified what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. Mineta gives a thumbs up. The hero course is the best. All Might looks at Izuku's costume and sighs in relief. Well, at least he did change his costume. 3 weeks ago, Izuku looks at the paper. I need to go to City Hall to get my quirk registration for the clothing allowance. But I've only written down Gav. What should I do? Tashinori, is something wrong, Midoriya Shonen? Izuku, All Might, what should I do? I only wrote down Gav in the quirk registration. Tashinori, quirk registration? Oh, you can update that. Izuku, really? Tashinori, haha, everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are cases where people discover their quirks aren't what they thought they were. So you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but I think they will accept that you discovered your second quirk, so you'll be fine. Izuku, I see, thank you, All Might. Tashinori, by the way, what costume are you going to submit? Izuku, this one. He shows him the costume profile in his notebook. Tashinori. Izuku, is something wrong, All Might? Tashinori, it's too obvious. Izuku, eh? Tashinori, the pointed ears and the mask, it basically looks like me in costume. Go change to something else. Izuku, but what should I change to? Tashinori, you have to figure it out on your own, something that looks nothing like anyone else. I will go to work now. Exits the house. Izuku, my own costume is nothing like the others. Back to present. All Might, now, it's time for combat training. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? All Might, no, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total number, notorious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly cunning villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Azui, without basic training? All Might, this is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no faux villain you can just defeat. Yaoyorozu, how will wins and losses be determined? Bakugo, can we still go all out? Uraraka, will the punishment be expulsion like Mr. Aizawa? Ida, how shall we be split up? Aoyama, isn't this situation crazy? All Might, becoming a bit overwhelmed, I'll answer all of your questions. Takes out a small script, now listen here. Izuku, a script. All Might, the situation is that the villain has hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of it. The heroes need to catch the villain or retrieve the nuclear weapon within the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the entire time or catch the heroes. All Might explained. Izuku, this situation feels very American. All Might brings out a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Ida, they're being decided so randomly? Izuku, pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies. The important part of being a pro hero is that you must be able to adapt to any scenario you may encounter and cooperate accordingly for the benefit of the mission. So maybe that's why? Ida, I see. The discernment to look ahead. Bo's head down. Please excuse my rudeness. All Might, it's fine. Let's hurry up and do this quickly. All Might bellowed as the students went and drew their lots to see who they were paired with. The teams were Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Amashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Idro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Uraraka, wow, it must be fate. I'm counting on you. Izuku, seriously? I have to speak normally. All Might brings out two boxes, a white box with the black word, hero, on his left and a black box with the white word, villain, on his right. All Might, the first team to fight will be. Grabs a white ball with the letter A and a black ball with the letter D. This one. Izuku Bakugo, gasp in shock. All Might, Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. Class 1 at Teams A and D. Yes, sir. Head to the monitor room. Izuku. My first opponent is Kaken. Looks at Bakugo. Bakugo gazes at Izuku. Izuku clenches his fist in determination and looks back at Bakugo. Bakugo, a bit surprised but glares back. All Might, villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Team A and D. Yes, sir. Bakugo Ida, about to go inside. All Might, Ida Showman, Bakugo Showman, learn to think from the perspective of the villain. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Ida, yes, sir. All Might, if things go too far, I will stop it. Ida, yes, sir. Bakugo looks towards Izuku, who is doing warm-up stretches, and growls in frustration. When the villain team made it to the floor where the fake nuclear weapon was located, Ida, even if this is training, it pains me to be a villain. Looks at the fake nuclear weapon. So our job is to protect this? Knocks on the fake weapon. It's papier-mâché. Bakugo, Ida, turns around to see that Bakugo has his back turned toward him. Bakugo, what do you think of Deku's quirks? Ida, well, I think it's pretty impressive that he has the power to create his familiars and help him transform. It's amazing. About his second quirk, you saw that extraordinary strength, didn't you? It appears to carry a lot of risk, though. However, you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya. Bakugo, shaking in anger, that dim nerd. First, he disappears for 10 years without saying a word, and now he shows up here in UA with 2 quirks and doesn't even explain why he left? Does he think he's better than me? Meanwhile, the hero team was still outside discussing battle strategies. Uraraka, it's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax. And looks at Izuku, who is grabbing the paper, shaking and sweating. You're not relaxed at all. Izuku, it's because we're up against Kaken. And there's Ida too, so we need to stay on guard. Uraraka, I see. Bakugo's the one who gave you the Deku nickname, right? But what's your relationship with him? Izuku, we used to be childhood friends before I moved away. He's amazing. He's a piece of work, but his goal, his confidence, his physical strength, and his quirk are way more impressive than mine. Stands up, but that's why right now I don't want to lose. Uraraka, a bit speechless but smiles at Izuku. A fate battle between men, huh? Izuku, blushing a bit in embarrassment. Oh, sorry, this isn't your problem, Uraraka-san. Uraraka, it is. We're a team, aren't we? Raises her hand, fist in the air in encouragement. Let's do our best. Izuku, a bit speechless but smiles at Ochako and nods. All Might, speaks through the intercom speaker at ground beta. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. At the monitor room. All Might, okay, everyone, you all should think as well. All Might, Midoriya Showman. Here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. The rest of the students present stared at the monitors, waiting patiently for one of the teams to make a move. At that moment, Izuku and Ochako entered the building through an open window. Uraraka, we've successfully infiltrated. Lands on the floor. Izuku, there are a lot of blind spots, so let's be careful. Uraraka, follows Izuku. Izuku, I still can't control one for all, so I can't use it against anyone. If I do, it could seriously hurt them. We need to rely on Gav's power and Uraraka's zero gravity. I have to think strategically. Those notes on indoor battles. Battles in tight spaces. Remember. Izuku quickly grabbed Ochako and moved out of the way just before Bakugo came around the corner and unleashed an explosion aimed directly at him, leaving a mark on his face. Izuku, Uraraka, are you alright? Uraraka, yeah, thanks. Noticing the scratch on Izuku's face. Deku-kun? Izuku, it's just a scratch. Bakugo clears the smoke with a swipe of his arm. Come on, Deku, don't dodge. Izuku, I figured you would come for me first, Kaken. At the monitor room. Kirishima, a surprise attack right from the start? Bakugo, that's not fair. A surprise attack isn't manly at all. Said angrily as he punched his palm. All Might, a surprise attack is a valid strategy. They're in the middle of a real battle right now. Grabs a book and pen to take notes. Ashido, Midoriya avoided it. Kaminari, there goes Bakugo. Back to the battle. Bakugo, I won't do enough damage to stop this fight, but I'm going to get close. Yells as he aims a right hook at Izuku. Izuku grabs Bakugo's arm and spins around. Bakugo. Uraraka, wow, he moves like a martial arts master. Bakugo, what's with him? Did he just read my move? About to use explosives on Izuku. Izuku lifts Bakugo above his head and slams him down to the ground before he can react. Bakugo, in the monitor room, everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Izuku to move like that. Izuku, breathing heavily. Kaken. Even though we haven't seen each other for 10 years, you haven't changed at all. You always start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you back then? Bakugo, huh? Turns to look at Izuku. Izuku, I wrote an analysis of all the heroes I thought were amazing in my notebook, the one I showed you before. Bakugo grinds his teeth in frustration. Izuku, shaking slightly but determined. My Deku doesn't just mean useless. Kaken, my Deku means you can do it. Unzips the zipper on his uniform. Chapter end. Action. Thinking. -3 RD person POV. Sounds of engines and weapons. Calling, message, or television. Last chapter. Izuku activates one for all in his right arm and makes a fist, Detroit. Bakugo creates an explosion in his right hand. Haya. Kirishima, this isn't good. Oh, might sense it. All Might, both of you see. Izuku, let's do it. Uraraka. All Might. Uraraka, yes. Hugs a pillar. Izuku, smash. Presses the button. Popping gummy finish. At the last moment, before they collide, Izuku aimed his arm upward and launched the armored arm toward the ceiling. The arm broke through each floor, creating a hole in every level. The strike generated gusts of wind so powerful that they formed whirlwinds and mini tornadoes, shaking the entire building due to the sheer force of the fist and the power of one for all. The building didn't collapse completely because Izuku aimed for the ceiling and the air, not the structure itself. The shockwaves were so intense that they reached all the way to the monitor room, causing students and teachers to struggle to maintain their footing. Ida, what the dash? shocked by what he sees. There's a large hole right in the middle of the floor where he and Achiko are located. The wind and debris make it hard to see what's happening. Uraraka activates her quirk on the pillar she's holding and lifts it off the ground. Sorry, Ida. I improvised a special move, Comet Home Run. Uses the large pillar to hit the debris in the air straight toward Ida. Ida, you call that a home run? Raises his arms to shield himself from the debris aimed at his head. Uraraka takes the opportunity to use her quirk on herself and leaps over Ida toward the bomb. As soon as she's close enough, she deactivates her quirk release. The law of gravity immediately takes effect as she falls and hugs the top of the bomb. Uraraka, retrieved. Ida, no. The weapon. Screams in horror as his voice echoes throughout the building. Bakugo, so, you really are just making a fool of me. Izuku, I wasn't planning on using it. As the smoke clears, he is seen de-transforming, his arms injured. Bakugo. Midoriya, not because I don't want to, but because I can't. My body can't handle the impact. Aizawa-sensei told me the same thing too. But this was the only thing I could think of. Falls unconscious. At that moment, the timer goes off, signaling the end of the battle. All Might, Hero Team. Win. Back to the chapter. In the monitor room. Kaminari, what just happened? The losers have no damage and the winners can't move. Tokoyami, they lost the battle but won the war, I guess. Azui, it's only training. In the combat training building. All Might watches Izuku being carried by the nursing robot. Robot 1 makes ambulance sounds to the infirmary. Robot 2, I know. All Might looks at Bakugo. Bakugo stares at his hand, shaking in shock. Deku predicted. My right swing. Forget reading it, he found a way to win the training. So that means I fought with all my strength and Deku still. All Might places a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo? All Might, let's go, Bakugo. Let's review. Whether you win or lose, reflecting on those experiences is what matters. At the monitor room. All Might, even so. The best player was Ida. Ida, surprised really? Azui, not Achiko or Midoriya, who won? All Might, well now. I wonder why? Does anyone know? Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Yes, All Might Sensei. It's because Ida adapted best to the situation. Bakugo's actions were driven by a personal grudge. As you mentioned earlier, the large-scale attack was unwise. Midoriya's injuries show that his plan was reckless. As for Uraraka, she lacked awareness, and her last move was overly aggressive. If that weapon had been real, it could have been too dangerous. Ida was prepared for the enemy and for a fight over the weapon, which is why he was late to respond. Ida, a bit shocked but feeling proud inside. Yaoyorozu, the hero team only won because they underestimated the training and took the easy way out. All Might, she explained more than I expected. Ida does seem too serious at times. But you are correct. Give a thumbs up to Momo. Yaoyorozu, you need to start with the basics and be devoted to become a top hero. All Might, okay, now let's move on to round 2. Class 1A? Yes, sir. Battle Building B. All Might, speaking into the earpiece. Match 2. Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. Hagakure, Ojiro. I'm going to get serious. I'm taking off my gloves and boots. Removes her gloves and boots. Ojiro, okay. Hagakure. You can't look okay? Ojiro, I can't see you even if I tried. All Might. Now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. Shoji uses his quirk to listen to the sounds. His hand transforms into a mouth to talk to Shoto, who has white hair on one side and red hair on the other, but it's covered by ice. Shoji, one in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. They're barefoot. The invisible one is coming to ambush us, huh? Todoroki, go outside. It's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight defensively. Places his hand on a wall and begins covering the entire building with ice, but that doesn't matter to me. Shoji exits the building. Hagakure, ouch. My feet. Ojiro, this quirk is. The two students are frozen and unable to move. Then, Shoto enters the room where the bomb is secured. Ojiro, in a fighting stance. Todoroki, you can move if you want, but it will hurt, so you won't be able to fight at your best. Walks past the frozen students and focuses on the bomb. At the monitor room, the class is shivering from the cold. All Might. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon, and on top of that, he weakened the enemy. Kirishima, he's so strong. Bakugo is at the back, frozen in fear. Back to the battle. Todoroki touches the bomb. All Might, hero team wins. Todoroki melts the ice with his right hand, which is on fire. Ojiro, heat? Hagakure, it's hot. Todoroki, sorry. The difference in our abilities was too great. At the monitor room. Sato, W. Kaminari, what's up with that quirk? Azui, as expected of the student who got in through recommendation. All Might, all right, everyone gather round for a review of the second match. Next, we will begin the third match. Class 1A? Yes, sir. The next match was Team J and Team H. Then, the next match was Team C and Team G, followed by Team F against Team E. Later, the class is outside with All Might telling them they did an excellent job. All Might, good work, everyone. We didn't have any major injuries other than Midoriya. You all took this seriously. Gives them a thumbs up. Azui, having such a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class. It's kind of anticlimactic. All Might, we're free to have proper classes too. Well then, I must review the results with Midoriya. Change and return. To the classroom. Runs at incredible speed, impressing the class. Kaminari, All Might's amazing. Ojiro, why was he in such a hurry? Mineta, so cool. All Might, turns around to see Bakugo at the back, silent and still angry. He notices Bakugo's body is steaming and goes into the staff-only room. All Might breathes hard and transforms back to his true form. Time skip. All Might, now Toshinori in his true form, is in the nurse's office with Midoriya, while Recovery Girl lectures him. Recovery Girl, the school year has just begun, and he's already been in here 3 times. Why didn't you stop him, All Might? Toshinori, I apologize, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, why are you apologizing to me? On top of his total exhaustion, he was here just yesterday. I can't treat him all at once. I did first aid treatment already, so after the 4 is finished, we can only wait for his body to heal slowly overnight. I know he's your favorite and that you passed on your powers to him, but that doesn't mean you should spoil him. Toshinori, there is nothing I can say to that. I hesitated to stop the training match because I wanted to respect his feelings. Even so, please don't talk about One for All so loudly. Recovery Girl, yes, yes, Mr. Natural-born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace. Toshinori, my injury and this form of mine are common knowledge among the UA teachers and a certain group of pros, but the secret of my quirk, One for All, is known only to you, the principal, my closest friends, and Midoriya. Recovery Girl, I know it's not like you want to rest on your laurels at the top, but is being a natural-born hero, or the symbol of peace, really that important? Toshinori, if I am no longer that, then the superhuman society will be seized by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power. Recovery Girl, if that's the case, then it's even more important for you to learn what it means to guide someone. Toshinori, yes, ma'am. Izuku, still unconscious but having flashbacks of when he received the power of One for All, the exam when he smashed the giant faux villain, the day he got accepted into UA, when he threw the ball and achieved 10 kilometers, and when he told Bakugo that his Deku now means, you can do it. Late afternoon. Izuku wakes up and sees the clock showing almost 4 p.m. It's late afternoon? Recovery Girl, are you awake? Izuku gets out of the office and makes his way back to his classroom. At class 1, as Izuku approaches the door and opens it, some students notice him with excitement. Kirishima, oh, Midoriya's here. Runs to Midoriya, good work. Izuku, nervous and shocked by the attention. Kirishima, man, I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up. Siro, I can't believe you fought evenly with Bakugo, who was first in the entrance exam. Ashido, you did a great job dodging. Sato, you guys set the bar high in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all too. Aoyama, you were far from elegant, but Ashido, you did a great job dodging. Izuku Eicha? Kirishima, I am Ijiro Kirishima. We're all going over the training together right now. Siro, I am Hanada Siro. Aoyama, I'm Yuga Aoyama. Ashido, I'm Mina Ashido. You did a great job dodging. Azui, I'm Tsuyu Azui. Call me Tsu. Sato, I'm Sato. Izuku, Mineta, I'm Mineta. Kirishima, where did you pop out from? Sato, points at Mineta, you did terrible in the training. Aoyama, I'm Yuga Aoyama. I am a man who never stops shining. Tokoyami, you're too loud. Ida, Tokoyami, that desk is not a chair. Get off immediately. Jiro, it's not that big of a deal, is it? Ida, what? Ojiro, what's with those hands, anyway? Ida, you people. I cannot condone actions that disrespect the desks that the great men and women upperclassmen once used. Tokoyami, you're too loud. The others were staring at Ida, probably laughing on the inside. Then, Denki and Uraraka entered the classroom carrying books. Kaminari, hey, Uraraka, wanna grab a bite to eat sometime? What do you like? Uraraka, Machi noticing Izuku, she ran to him. Wait, Deku-kun, she didn't heal your injuries? Izuku, oh, it's because of how much stamina I have, and… Uraraka, huh? Izuku, noticing that Bakugo wasn't in the classroom, Uraraka-san, more importantly. Where's Kaken? Uraraka, we all tried to stop him, but he just went home without saying anything. Izuku, thanks, I'll go now. He quickly ran out of the classroom to confront Bakugo. With Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku, seeing Bakugo Kaken. Bakugo, walking away. Izuku, chasing after him Kaken. Bakugo, stopping and turning back to Izuku, what? Midoriya. It's a secret that I've kept from most everyone. But I won't hide it anymore, I will tell you everything. Bakugo. Izuku, it all started that day, the day I went to the doctor to check my quirk. I was quirkless. Bakugo? Izuku, my dad wouldn't accept that. That night he took me to his lab and implanted the belt on me. Mom helped me escape, but I saw her fall. After that, All Might found me and became my guardian. I've been living with him and the UA teachers ever since. Bakugo. Izuku, I've told the story, I'm ready for whatever comes next. Bakugo. Punches Izuku lightly on the shoulder, you should have told me from the start. Izuku, stumbling back a bit, surprised by the punch. Bakugo, you should have at least tried to contact me back then. You disappeared for 10 years without saying a word. I thought you had died, you idiot. My family and I were worried about you. Izuku. Why, you're right. Sorry, I should have at least sent you a letter back then. Bakugo, you think I'm too hot-headed to listen to anyone else? Turning away, but I'm glad you're still alive. I will never lose to you again. Izuku, sighing tiredly, it went better than I thought. Bakugo, stopping for a moment. You should come back sometime. The old hag would be glad to see you again, nerd. Walks away again. Izuku. A bit surprised. I will. Smiling. Then Izuku felt something rush past him at high speed. All Might, there you are. Dashing towards Bakugo. Bakugo. Placing a hand on his shoulder, I hope you know that Prime is important. You definitely have the ability to become a pro. You will continue to grow. Bakugo, let go of me, All Might. I can't walk. All Might, Bakugo, turning his head back to him, whether or not you say no, I'll become a hero and surpass even you. All Might, letting go of him. Bakugo, walking out of the school. All Might, he's already over it. Being a teacher is difficult. Ashido, looking from the school window, what was all that about? Uraraka, it must be a guy's fate. Azui, it looks like Midoriya was just making some excuse. Uraraka, it's a guy's fate. Izuku, Kaken's fuse has been lit. I won't change my plan. I'll become a hero and bring happiness to everyone. I have to become stronger if I want to do it. All Might, Midoriya, what were you and Bakugo talking about? Izuku. Not really. All Might, I'm curious. You can tell me in detail. Izuku, well, actually. Later at Bakugo's house. Bakugo, opening the door. I'm home, old man, old hag. Mitsuki, welcome back. And what did you just call us, brat? Playfully ruffling his hair. How many times have I told you to be more respectful? Bakugo, ow. That hurt you, hag. Mitsuki, what did I just say? Masaru, calm down you two. Trying to settle them down. Bakugo, by the way, I have something to tell you both. Mitsuki Masaru? Bakugo, Deku is still alive. Mitsuki Masaru. Bakugo, telling them what happened. Masaru, I see. I'm glad Izuku is doing well now. Mitsuki, I agree. I always welcome him to come here. I will prepare his favorite food and snacks when he visits. The next day, as Izuku, Ochako, and Ito were going to school, they were surrounded by reporters. Female news reporter, pointing the mic at Izuku. Hey, how are All Might's classes? Izuku, All Might is a great teacher. Excuse me, I have to go to the nurse's office. Running inside. Female news reporter, turning her mic to Ochako. Will you please tell us what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? Uraraka, what's he like? He's very muscular. Female news reporter, turning to Ida. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? Ida. He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from him. The reporters suddenly got bored with his speech. Female news reporter, turning to Bakugo. Excuse me. Can you tell me about All Might? Bakugo, walking past them. Stop it. Female news reporter, turning to Aizawa. Can you tell us about All Might? Who are you anyway? Aizawa, he's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave. Waving his hand to shoo them away and walking inside. Female news reporter, I would like to speak directly with All Might. Male reporter, I feel like I've seen him before. Female news reporter, don't you think you're too scruffy? Aizawa, All Might, how do you do hero work with all this? Walking to the class. Female news reporter, hey, just a little time is fine. Just let me see All Might. Walking inside. Cameraman, wait, stop, idiot. The school gate suddenly closed with heavy metal doors. Female news reporter, what the? Cameraman, it's the UA barrier. That's what we call it. Female news reporter, that's so lame. What the heck is that? Cameraman, if someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass, the security system kicks in. Female news reporter, what? Male reporter, apparently, there are sensors all over the school. Female news reporter, what the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment. Cameraman, seriously, we've been here for 2 days, and they still won't say anything. Then, a man in a black shirt and pants with light blue hair stood all the way at the back. At Class 1A? Aizawa, good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a child. Bakugo, TSK looks away. I know. Aizawa, and Izuku. You managed to resolve things by injuring your arm again, You can't keep saying you can't help it because you can't control your second quirk. I don't like repeating myself. Izuku, sorry, uncle. Looks down. Aizawa, it's fine, but as long as you address the control issue, there's a lot you'll be able to accomplish. Izuku looks up with an excited expression. Aizawa, feel a sense of urgency. Izuku. Izuku, yes, sir. Aizawa, now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry for the late notice, but today, I'll have you. Class 1A, take another special test. Aizawa, decide on a class representative. Class 1A, it's actually a normal school activity. Kirishima, I want to be class rep. Me. Raises both hands. Kaminari, me too. Raises left hand. Jiro, I want to do it too. Raises right hand. Aoyama, raises left hand. It's a job made for M. Ashido, stands up and raises both hands. I'll be the leader. Mineta, my manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Izuku hits him on the head. Bad. Mineta, bad. Mineta falls unconscious. Bakugo raises right hand. Let me do it. Ida, silence please. The class quiets down. Ida, this is a role with serious responsibilities. It's not just for anyone who wants to do it. It requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to choose a true leader, we should hold an election. Class 1A, your hand is raised the highest. Kaminari, why did you suggest that? Azui, we haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust? Kirishima, if that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Ida, don't you think that's precisely why whoever receives multiple votes can be considered the most suitable person? What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa, I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. Wraps himself in his sleeping bag and falls asleep. Ida, thank you very much. Couple of minutes later. The results were shown on the chalkboard. Most students received no votes except a female student, Yaoyorozu, with 2 votes, and Izuku with 3 votes. Izuku, I got 3 votes. Bakugo, why Deku? Who voted for him? Shiro, well, it's better than voting for you. Kirishima, me too. Bakugo, what did you say? Uraraka, whistles, trying not to be noticed. It'll be scary if Bakugo finds out. Ida, 0 votes. I knew this would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling. Yaoyorozu, you voted for someone else, huh? Sato, but you wanted to do it too. What are you trying to do, Ida? Midoriya stood at the front with Yaoyorozu, extremely nervous but grinning. Aizawa, then the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy rep will be Yaoyorozu. Midoriya, seriously? Yaoyorozu, how vexing. Azui, that might not be too bad. Kirishima, after all said and done, Midoriya can be pretty fired up, anyway. And Yaoyorozu was impressive when we reviewed the battle results. Lunchtime at Lunch Rush Cafeteria. Uraraka, whoa. There are a lot of people today too. Ida, that's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place. Uraraka, eating rice from her bowl. The rice is so delicious. Izuku, even though I've been chosen as class rep, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. Uraraka, you are. Izuku, but Ida, it'll be fine. Your courage and judgment in critical moments make you worth following. That's why I voted for you. Izuku, it was you? Uraraka, but didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida-kun? I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Izuku, Uraraka-san just talks without thinking. Ida, wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different matters. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Izuku, merely? You don't usually use that word. Ida, oh that's. Uraraka, I've been thinking. Are you from a wealthy family, Ida? Ida, wealthy. I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be labeled that. Izuku. Uraraka, stare at Ida. Ida, sighs. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Izuku. Uraraka, what? Ida, do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Izuku, of course. He's a really popular hero with 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Don't tell me. Ida, he is my eldest brother. Makes a proud face and pose. Uraraka, he's telling us straight out. Izuku, that's amazing. Ida, smiles a bit. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I aspire to be a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. Izuku. Uraraka, look at Ida, a bit speechless. Uraraka, I think this is the first time I've seen you smile, Ida-kun. Ida, is that so? I smile too. Midoriya, what All Might is to me, Ingenium is to Ida-san. But I should. About the entrance exam. The emergency school bell suddenly rang throughout the school. Midoriya, an alarm. Announcer, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. Ida, What's level 3 security? Male student. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. The entire school is in a panic, crowding each other to reach the exit. Uraraka, ouch. What's this all of a sudden? Achiko exclaimed as she was pushed tightly against others, feeling the commotion. Ida, as expected of the best of the best. Everyone reacts quickly in a crisis. Ida shouted as he too was being squished. Izuku, how can you say that when they're panicking? Oh no. Gets pushed away and separates from Ida and Ochako. Ida Ochako, Midoriya-kun. Deku-kun. Ida, looks out the window. Is that the reporter? At the entrance of U.A. Female news reporter, give us All Might. Demanded angrily. He's here, isn't he? Present Mike. We told you he's not here. Getting a little annoyed by the reporter's questions. Cameraman, if you just give us one brief comment, we'll leave. Aizawa, if you get one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are. Couldn't believe that these reporters actually managed to get past the security system. Present Mike, they're illegal trespassers, you know. You could call them villains. Do you think we can handle them? Whispered in Aizawa's ear. Aizawa, stop it, they'll write negatively about you. Just wait for the police. Present Mike, TSK. Back inside the hallway. Ida, I was worried it might be some kind of attack on the school, but there's no need to panic. Everyone tried to calm everyone down but was pressed against the glass as the chaos continued. Kirishima, everybody, stop freaking out. Kirishima shouted before he and Kaminari were swept away. Ida, am I the only one here who knows everything is fine? There's no reason for us to panic. Heard Uraraka screaming. Uraraka, Ida-kun, help me. Uraraka yelled through the crowd as she reached out her hand. Ida, Uraraka-san. Ida, what would Midoriya-kun do or my brother? How would they handle this? Got an idea and crept closer to Uraraka-san. Uraraka, Ida-kun. Ida slowly made his way to Ochako and extended his arm toward her. Uraraka-san. Make me float, Uraraka-san. Uraraka nodded and reached out her arms to touch Ida, using her quirk on him. As she touched his hand, he began to float. Ida pulled his pant sleeve off to use his quirk to reach the top of the exit sign. Ida, engine boost. Spun and hit the wall near the exit. Ida reached the top to grab onto a pipe to stand on the sign. Ida, everyone, everything's fine. Ida's voice caught everybody's attention. Ida, it's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. Everyone finally calmed down after the situation. The students noticed that the police had arrived at their school. Later in Class 1A, Yaoyorozu, come on, class rep, start. Izuku, and now, let us decide on the other class officers. But first, can I say something? Think that Tenya Ida should be the class rep after all. This caught Ida's attention. Ida, he was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. I think it would be best for Ida to do it. Kirishima, I'm good with that too. Midoriya's right, Ida was a big help at the cafeteria today. Kaminari, yeah, and he kind of looked like the person on the emergency exit signs, didn't he? Aizawa, you're wasting time. I don't care what you do, just hurry up and decide. Went to his sleeping bag and went back to sleep. Ida stood up and raised his hand. If the class rep has nominated me, then it cannot be helped. From this day forth, I, Tenya Ida, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative. Kirishima, we're counting on you. Emergency exit. Emergency exit. Ida. Do your best. Yaoyorozu, what about me? Meanwhile, at UA's front entrance, 4 figures could be seen standing near the front entrance, one of them being Recovery Girl, 2 other teachers at UA, and Principal Nizu. Nizu saw what was in front of him, which confused him greatly. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? The reason he said this. was because the metal gate that once stood in front of the entrance as a form of security was completely broken down and reduced to dust. Only bits and pieces remained. Nizu, who could have done this? Meanwhile, in another part of town, giant pink villain. Listen, heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm going to harm this rich family here. Held 3 civilians as hostages. The heroes he was referring to were Empty Lady, Kamui Woods, and one other hero who were all on the ground, panting as they caught their breath after fighting the villain before them. All Might, it's fine now, family. Missouri smash. All Might said as he came down from the sky in his yellow teacher suit and struck the back of the villain's neck, effectively knocking him out and saving the 3 civilians in the process. Why? Because I am here on my way to work. Another civilian, a hit and run. All Might, it'll be bad if I'm late, but jumped high in the air and dashed away. I've gotten slower? After I gave Midoriya 1 for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in this form has gotten shorter than before. Flashbacks. All Might, you told Bakugo? Midoriya, I'm sorry. But I felt like I had to tell him. I'm really sorry. But don't worry, I haven't told him about 1 for all. All Might, is that so? Well, as long as you don't tell anyone about 1 for all, then it's fine. Izuku sighs in relief. All Might, but you need to be careful when talking with someone. Be aware of the responsibility of having this power. If the world finds out, there's no doubt people will try to steal it from you. It's a secret because it'll prevent chaos, and it's also to protect you. Understand? Izuku, yes, All Might. Back to the present. All Might. Although he might be worthy and keep his word, he's still a 15-year-old boy. I need to be more watchful. Caught the car that committed the hit and run and smashed the engine to prevent it from going anywhere else. At Class 1A at 12:50 p.m. Aizawa, for today's hero basic training, it's turning into a class with 3 instructors, All Might, me, and 1 more person. Izuku, oh, it's that time of the year again. Zero raises his hand. Excuse me, what will we be doing? Aizawa held out a card that has the word rescue in blue letters printed on it. Disaster, shipwreck, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Kaminari, rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too. Ashido, right? Kirishima, idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble, Kirishima said as he was fired up. Azui, no one can beat me in the water, ribbit. Aizawa, oi, I'm talking. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Press the button on the remote because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. The numbered boxes that contained the students' costumes came out of the wall. Aizawa, the training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. And with that, the students got up from their chairs and began to prepare for rescue training. Midoriya, rescue training. This will bring me closer to my dream. I'll do my best. Later, they were outside in their costumes when they heard a whistle blowing, which was Ida's signal. Ida, Class 1A, gather round. Form 2 lines by your student numbers to make boarding the bus smooth. Izuku, I don't think that's necessary, Ida. Ida, confused, why is that? Midoriya? On the bus. Ida, shoot. I didn't think it'd be this type of bus. Ashido, there was no point, huh? Azui, I say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya-chan. Izuku. Yes, Azu-san? Azui, call me Tsu. Izuku, why yes. Azui, your other quirk is similar to All Might's. Izuku. Why you think so? But I'm... Kirishima, wait, Tsu-sen, his power is different from All Might's. All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his, they just kind of look the same. Kirishima, sighs in relief, but it's nice to have a flashy quirk. You can do lots of impressive stuff. My hardening is strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. Hardened his left arm. Izuku, I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. Kirishima, a pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. Aoyama, My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Ashido, but it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Kirishima, well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though, huh? Azui, Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Bakugo, getting mad and annoyed by Azui's words. What the hell? You wanna fight? Azui, see? Kaminari, we haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is a mess. Bakugo, what's with that vocabulary, you punk? I'll take you down. Izuku, trying to hold back laughter. Kaken is being teased. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Yaoyorozu, what a vulgar conversation. Uraraka, but I like stuff like this too. Aizawa, we're here. Stop messing around. Class 1A? Yes, sir. When the class got off the bus, they were greeted by an interesting sight. 13. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Izuku, Auntie 13. Sir. 13. Hello, Izuku. It's nice to have you in this lesson. Patting his head. Kirishima, you know her, Midoriya? Izuku, nods. This is the space hero 13. The heroic figure who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Uraraka, oh, I love 13. Excited about seeing one of her favorite pro heroes. 13. Let's go inside without delay. Class 1A, we look forward to working with you. The students of Class 1A said as they made their way inside the facility. When they entered, they were amazed at what they saw. There were many different areas where various rescue training activities could be performed. For example, there was a section themed around water and another themed around fire. Kirishima, wow, it looks like USJ. 13. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. Class 1A, it really is USJ. Izawa, 13, where is All Might? He was supposed to meet us here? 13's about that. It looks like he did too much hero work on his way to U.A and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge. 13 replies while holding up 3 fingers. Izuku, noticing. 13 holding up her fingers. I guess All Might has overused his powers. Aizawa, sighs. That's the height of irrationality. Well, we took precautions just in case. It can't be helped. Shall we begin? 13. Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2. Or 3. Or 4. 5. 6. 7. Class 1A. Why is the number increasing so much? 13. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. Izuku, you've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? 13. Yes, but it is a power that can easily harm others. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Class 1 Izuku, surprised. Izuku, that is true. 13's quirk can easily turn people to dust. Some of us have quirks that can be dangerous, even me. Recalling a moment from his past when he almost harmed someone if his mother hadn't stopped him. 13. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that many quirks can easily cause harm with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you discovered the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you have experienced the dangers of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You will learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have power so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have the power to help others. Midoriya, Auntie 13 is so cool. But All Might is cooler. 13. That is all. Thank you for listening. Finishing her speech with a bow. Class 1 clapping hands. Uraraka, awesome. Ida, bravo. Bravo. Aizawa, all right then. First. Suddenly, the electricity in the building shut off, and a portal appeared by the water fountain. A man with a hand covering his face exited the portal. Aizawa, gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Kirishima, what's that? The students look down to see a portal with many villains emerging from it. Kirishima, is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? About to move in. Izuku, stopping Kirishima, wait. I don't think this is part of the lesson. Aizawa, putting on his goggles, those are villains. It surprised everybody except Izuku. Izuku, he's right, those people down there are villains. More villains continued to emerge from the portal, including a massive muscular creature with a bird-like head, its brain exposed, and scars on its body, wearing short jeans. A villain made of purple mist, who had created the portal earlier, began to speak. His name was Kurogiri. Kurogiri, 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. Aizawa frowned. Aizawa, the trespassing the other day was the work of these scoundrels after all, huh? The group of villains then began walking toward the class's direction. The man with fake hands all over his body spoke with a tone filled with malice, clearly annoyed. His name is Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki, where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll show up if we create some chaos? Izuku takes a step as if about to put on his shirt, but Aizawa stops him, his hair floating as he undoes his scarf, revealing its long length. Aizawa, Izuku, stand down. I'll handle the villains while you stay with the others. Izuku, but uncle. Aizawa, listen to me, Izuku. Izuku, yes, uncle. Aizawa, now Eraserhead, raises his scarf. Kirishima, what? Villains? No way. They couldn't have gotten into a hero school. Yaoyorozu, sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? 13. We have them of course, but… Todoroki, did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Izuku, I think it's only here. Todoroki, either way, if the sensors are not responding, it means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be reckless, but they're not foolish. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Eraserhead, 13, start the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk? 2. Kaminari, yes, sir. Izuku, what about you, uncle? Will you fight by yourself? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks, you can't take them all on alone. Eraserhead, you can't be a hero with just one trick. I'm leaving it to you, 13. Jumps down the stairs and charges toward the mob of villains. Villain with holes in his fingertips. Shooting squad, let's go. Says as they see Aizawa approaching. Female villain with long gray hair floating upwards. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who's that? The female villain states as she and the rest of the goons underestimate Eraserhead. Chapter end. Action. Thinking. -3 RDPOV. Driver and weapon sounds. Calling, message or television. After the whirlpool was blasted, the villains were all tangled up together by Mineta's quirk. Mineta, I had a rough morning, so those things will stick all day. Izuku, D-Henshin, we were lucky that was all of them. I took a huge gamble. Suddenly feels pain in his fingers from using his quirk, noticing they are bruised. Azui, are you all right? Midoriya, why? I can still fight. Azui, what should our next step be? Izuku, well, I think our priority is to get to the gate and see if we can call for help. We'll figure out the rest later. However, it's best to avoid the plaza and stay in the water since Uncle is fighting some of the villains there. Azui, I agree since he is a pro-hero. Izuku, but still, Uncle may be a pro-hero, but he's just one man against an army of villains. Izuku says as he walks toward the plaza where Eraserhead and the villains are. At Landslide Zone, Todoroki had frozen many villains that were fighting him. Todoroki, scatter and kill you, huh? Sai, I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know how to use. Slowly walks forward between the frozen villains. Villain 1, teach this guy. The instant we warped here. Villain 2, Is he really just a kid? Villain 3. Flashback. Shigaraki, where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to getting rid of All Might. Back to present. Todoroki. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite to overpower him by numbers. As he walks forward, 2 villains pop out in front and behind him. He frosts the one in front first before freezing the other one by touching the villain's spear. Todoroki. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ragtag bunch of thugs. Pulls the frozen spear off the villain's hand, and the villain falls to the ground, still frozen. Todoroki. From what I saw, there were only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is, hey, at this rate your chances will slowly fade. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. Places his freezing hand on the villain's face. On what basis do you think you can get rid of All Might? What's your plan? Mountain Zone. The 3 students, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari, were surrounded by villains. Kaminari dodged an attack while running for his life. Kaminari. Scary. Seriously, I think I just saw the gates of heaven. What's going on with these guys? Jiro, worry about that later. Right now, we need to figure out how to get away from all these people. Kaminari, then give me a weapon too. Jiro, you're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them. Kaminari, you saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge it, but I can't control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal. Listen, you do. Right now, you can't rely on me. I'm relying on you. Jiro, you're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining. Then, I'll use you as a human stun gun. Kicks Kaminari into a villain. Kaminari. He begins discharging electricity on the villain he bumped into. Oh, it's working. I'm strong. You too can count on me. Jiro, hey, you're too happy-go-lucky. A villain extends his arm with a boulder in hand, about to smash Kaminari with it. Villain 1. Stop messing around, kid. Jiro plugs her earphone jack into her boot, which shoots out a loud heartbeat that shatters the boulder in the villain's hand. The villain ends up punching Kaminari in the face, who also receives an electric shock. Then, another villain with 2 daggers jumps in the air to attack, but Yaoyorozu creates a net to stop the villain. The villain is caught in the net and lands on the other electrified villain, causing him to be shocked as well. Yaoyorozu, both of you should take this more seriously. Jiro, sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time. Kaminari plugged his earphone jack back into his boot, sending out a loud heartbeat sound that made the villains in line cover their ears. Kaminari, you should have asked for something to help you aim in your costume orders. One villain from the step jumped down to attack Jiro, but she dodged just in time. Yaoyorozu kicked the villain away. Done. Jiro looked surprised. Huh. It took some time, Yaoyorozu said as she created a large blanket from her back, wrapping it around herself and Jiro. To create something big. A sheet, one villain scoffed. Is it supposed to be a shield? Another asked. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari. Yaoyorozu called. Kaminari smirked. I see. In that case, I can be really strong. He discharged electricity into the ground, making contact with all the villains. The entire group of villains was stunned by the electricity and couldn't move at all. Now then, I'm worried about the others. Let's join them quickly, Yaoyorozu said. Wait, your clothes look super punk. Jiro exclaimed. I can make them again. Yaoyorozu replied confidently. Violent growth. Kaminari, don't look this way. Kaminari suddenly acted silly after using his power too much. Yay, he said, raising 2 thumbs up and moving around. Then, another villain burst out of the ground. At the plaza zone, Izuku, Azui, and Mineta arrived to see Eraserhead still fighting villains, many of whom were knocked out and unconscious. Eraserhead was exhausted as he battled the villains surrounding him. Shigaraki rushed at Eraserhead to attack. 24 seconds. Eraserhead shot his scarf at the villain. Shigaraki grabbed one of the villains. 23 seconds. Eraserhead charged at Shigaraki. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. Eraserhead delivered an elbow hook to Shigaraki's gut. The students were impressed by their teacher's attack, but Azui and Izuku sensed something was wrong. "Ribbit," Azui said, concerned. Shigaraki suddenly grabbed his right elbow, grimacing. "It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's a moment when your hair falls." Eraserhead was shocked that the villain knew about it. "That's when you finished an action," Shigaraki continued, using his quirk to decay Eraserhead's right elbow. "And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter." The three students gasped at the sight of their teacher's elbow deteriorating. "Don't push yourself, Eraserhead," Shigaraki taunted. Izuku thought urgently, "I have to help Uncle." Eraserhead reacted quickly, punching the villain away and jumping back to create distance. "My elbow's crumbling." Then, another villain attacked from behind. Eraserhead dodged and delivered a left hook. Two villains charged in to punch him. Eraserhead moved out of the way, but another villain came to surround him. "That quirk isn't meant for fighting large groups for a long time, is it?" Shigaraki said, getting up. "This must be very different from your normal work. You're good at short fights after a surprise attack, right? And yet you charged in head-on, so your students wouldn't worry." Eraserhead was at his limit and fell to one knee. One villain tried to stab him from behind. Izuku shouted, "No," and shot at the villain, hitting him in the stomach with an arrow. Everyone turned to see Izuku holding a bow. He lowered his bow as he walked to Eraserhead. "Are you okay, Uncle?" "I told you to get out of here," Eraserhead replied. "Sorry, Uncle, but I can't let you fight like this anymore." Izuku knocked Eraserhead out with a chop to the neck and put on the Vrastumger, his emotions shifting. "So you're the one who tried to hurt my uncle." Villain 2 sneered. "So what? Are you going to cry to your mom that we beat your teacher?" Villain 3 added, "Yeah, we beat your teacher. What makes you think you can beat us?" The other villains laughed mockingly at Izuku. "How tiresome," Izuku said, unfazed. "Defeating such weak enemies. Let's get this over with." Villain 1, furious, shouted, "What did you just say? Why, you brat, I'll take you down." He and the other villains charged at Izuku, unaware that Tsuyu and Mineta were watching from the water. Izuku took out Deputing Gochizo and placed it on the Vrastumger. "Cup on!" A large plate and glass cup appeared around Izuku, blocking the villains' attacks. "What the hell is that?" the villains exclaimed. "Henshin," Izuku declared, cracking the lever down. "Pudding Vram system." He raised his bow. "Come, show me what you've got." He started shooting at the villains one by one. Villain 2 dodged and nearly punched him. Izuku blocked it with his bow. "Is that all you've got?" He shot him in the stomach. Villain 2 flew into the wall and fell unconscious. Villain 1 was shocked. What the hell? Is he really just a kid?" Instead of asking, "Come get me, punk," Izuku taunted, switching to sickle mode. Villain 1, enraged, charged at him. Izuku slashed at him, sending him crashing into the wall, unconscious like Villain 3 trembled in fear. "Who or what are you?" "Call me Vram, Kamen Rider Vram," Izuku said, switching back to bow mode and setting Deputing Gochizo on it. "Set." He shot at Villain 3, who fell unconscious. "Well then, it's your turn now," Izuku said, turning to Shigaraki and the large muscular creature. A moment of silence passed before Shigaraki began to laugh. Saving your teacher while defending all the bad guys, what a heroic act. You're so cool. You're so cool. By the way, hero." Izuku suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned to see the massive creature, known as Nomu. "It's fast." Shigaraki smirked. "That I'm not the last boss." Nomu punched down at Izuku. Azui and Mineta covered their eyes, not wanting to see. At the main area, 13 used her black hole to SCK in a warped villain like a vacuum cleaner. Kurogiri observed, "Black hole, which essences up everything and turns it all to dust." "I see. That is an astounding quirk. However, 13, you are a hero who works to rescue people from disasters. As expected, your battle experience is less than half that of a normal hero." He created a teleport portal behind 13, planning to use the black hole against her. The students were horrified at what was happening to 13. A warp gate. 13 exclaimed as her back began to crumble into the black hole. Kurogyri smirked. You turned yourself into dust. 13 gasped. She got me. She stopped using her power and fell to the ground, unconscious. Sensei! Ashido cried. Ida, run. Hurry! Sato urged. Ida hesitated, remembering 13 telling him to use his quirk to save others from danger. Ida charged up the engines in his legs, preparing to sprint at full speed. Diamenet. Kurogyri turned his attention to Ida as he dashed toward the door, quickly teleporting in front of him. One of the children is still here. We are only waiting for All Might. He aimed to scatter Ida away. If the other teachers arrive, it will be difficult for us. Ida suddenly slowed down, almost caught in the warp. Shoji leaped forward, grabbing Kurogyri to prevent Ida from running into him. Hurry! Ida nodded and continued his sprint toward the door. Kurogyri escaped Shoji's grip and chased after Ida. You impertinent, I will not allow you to go outside. Uraraka was checking on 13 when she noticed something on the back of Kurogyri's neck. Ida was almost there, but Kurogyri was closing in. You're imprudent, Four Eyes. Be gone. Back in the plaza zone, Azui and Mineta hid in the water, watching the chaos unfold. The Nomu slammed Izuku against the wall and grabbed Eraserhead, pinning him to the ground. Eraserhead groaned, waking up from the impact. Izuku got back up, clearly frustrated. How tiresome. My back hurts because of you. And give me back my uncle. He charged at the Nomu, ready to attack. Shigaraki laughed. Too bad, kid. He is the anti-symbol of peace, an artificial human, Nomu. The Nomu roared at Izuku. How tiresome, Izuku muttered as he continued his assault on the Nomu. In the destruction zone, an explosion echoed from one of the buildings. Die! Bakugo shouted, blasting a villain against the wall. Kirishima blocked a villain's sword, breaking it and knocking the villain out with a swift move. Is that all? How weak! Bakugo remarked, slightly exhausted. Okay, let's go save everyone else, Kirishima said, turning off his quirk. If we're here, everyone else must be in the USJ too. Some of them can't attack. We slowed down 13 by jumping in like that. We should have let him handle the fog. We're responsible. Go by yourself if you want to. I'm going to destroy that warp gate, Bakugo replied. Kirishima looked shocked. It's not the time to act like a kid. His attack is. Shut up. That gate's their way in and out. I'm going to close it so they can't escape. I have a plan. While they argued, an invisible villain snuck up behind Bakugo, preparing to attack. Bakugo grabbed the villain, pinning him down and using his quirk to knock him out. If they sent us all to these underlings, they should be fine. Kirishima stared at Bakugo. Hold on, were you the level-headed type? I thought you were like... Die. I'm always calm, you spiky idiot. Bakugo retorted. Yeah, like that, Kirishima replied with a grin. Bakugo tossed the villain aside. Get out of here then. Hey, wait up. I'll trust everyone, Kirishima said, activating his quirk. You're a true man, Bakugo. I'm in. In the fire zone, a villain muttered, darn, he's quick. Two other villains searched for a student, splitting up to cover more ground. Ojiro, hanging upside down by his tail, knocked out a dagger-wielding villain. He's over there, one of the villains shouted. Ojiro swung away, determined not to be caught. In the storm zone, a villain exclaimed, I found you, spotting Koda standing in an alleyway. Two villains jumped at him, but a massive black claw from Tokoyami's dark shadow pushed them against the wall. That makes it 6, Tokoyami said, giving Koda a thumbs up. Koda returned the gesture. We need to reduce the number of enemies until the rescue arrives. Back at the main area, Kurogyri attempted to catch Ida. You're imprudent, Four Eyes. Be gone. Uraraka grabbed the back of Kurogyri's neck and used her quirk, causing him to float. I don't know the theory behind it, but if he's wearing something like this, it means he has a physical body. She threw Kurogiri into the air while he was still floating. "Go, Ida!" Kurogiri exclaimed, "My body!" "Oh no!" Ida reached the door and had to use force to open it. Kurogiri dashed at Ida. However, Siro shot his tape at the back of Kurogiri's neck, pulling him back. Sato used his super strength to swing Kurogiri away from Ida. "Go!" Ida finally opened the door and ran outside. Engine boost. He charged up his engines to run even faster, ready to alert the teachers and staff of UA. Kurogiri shouted, "He's going to call for support. It's game over." Back in the plaza zone, Izuku was knocked back once more. Shigaraki taunted, "You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless." Eraserhead tried to erase the Nomu's quirk, but it didn't work. The Nomu smashed his left arm, causing Eraserhead to gasp. "It's like he's breaking a twig. I thought I erased his quirk. That means he's just that strong. Strong as all might." The Nomu grabbed Eraserhead's head and slammed his face into the ground. Mineta turned to Azui. "Can we get out of here? We're in danger just being here." Azui stood still, staring at her classmate and teacher. Suddenly, Kurogiri appeared out of thin air to report back. "Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Shigaraki asked. "I put 13 out of action, but there were students I couldn't disperse, and one of them managed to escape," Kurogiri replied. Shigaraki scratched his neck, annoyed. "If you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Let's go home." Mineta exclaimed, "They're going home? Did he say they're going home?" Azui confirmed, "That's what I heard." "All right, we're saved." Mineta cheered. Azui frowned, realizing Mineta was too close for comfort. "Yes, but..." She quickly splashed him with water. "I have a bad feeling about this." Shigaraki suddenly remembered something. "Oh, before we leave and after Noma fights that rhino, let's smash his pride as the symbol of peace." He dashed toward Tsuyu, aiming to grab her face. Izuku shot an arrow at Shigaraki. Shigaraki winced as the arrow struck his hand. "What? How are you still standing?" "I'm sorry, but it will take more than that to take me down," Izuku replied defiantly. "Nomu, kill him!" Shigaraki ordered. The Nomu charged at Izuku, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Izuku braced himself. "Let go of me." He punched the Nomu's face, but it didn't flinch. Shigaraki sneered. "You're annoying for shooting my arm. I'm going to kill you, but first, your friend." Izuku shouted angrily as he approached the other student, determined to protect them. "Stay away from them, you monster." Shigaraki smirked. "Why don't you just give up already, kid? You can't protect everyone." "Never. No matter what happens, I'll always protect people from villains like you. I will protect their happiness," Izuku declared fiercely. "Is that so?" "Nomu, take care of him," Shigaraki ordered. Nomu charged, ready to strike. "I will protect their happiness," Izuku shouted, his eyes glowing with determination as he delivered a powerful punch to Nomu's face. Nomu staggered back, dropping Izuku. Shigaraki was taken aback. "What? He managed to damage Nomu? I won't let anyone I care about die because of me anymore," Izuku vowed, removing his gear and unzipping his hoodie. Shigaraki sneered. "Even if you get another toy, you won't defeat Nomu. He was made to take down All Might." Izuku grabbed the Guruken Gochizo and placed it on his belt, cranking the lever. "Candy, candy, candy, candy," the belt chimed. "Henshin," Izuku said, pressing the button. "Wawa!" Gochizo exclaimed from the belt. "Guruken Piro Piro," Izuku declared. "I will protect everyone's happiness." Shigaraki commanded, "Nomu, kill him." "I'll buy time, Tsu, Mineta. Get to the entrance. I'm leaving Uncle to you. He's unconscious." "Hurry," Izuku instructed. "But what about you?" Mineta asked worried. "There's no time. Just do what I say," Izuku insisted. "Okay," Mineta replied, and Azui nodded in agreement. The two started carrying Eraserhead away. Nomu charged at Izuku, throwing punches, But Izuku stood firm. Shigaraki was shocked. What? Nomu's attacks aren't affecting him. Izuku countered, punching Nomu to the ground, pinning him down with one hand while delivering multiple blows with the other. Nomu retaliated, landing a hit on Izuku's face, causing him to stagger back. How is he still standing after all those punches? Izuku thought, summoning the Gavga blade and slashing at Nomu. Nomu received the blow but began to regenerate quickly. It's regenerating? Izuku realized. That's right, Shigaraki explained. It doesn't work because of shock absorption. Nomu has super regeneration too. He was modified to withstand all might at full power. He's a super efficient human target. If that's true, then how about this? Izuku said, grabbing the Vroken Gochizo and placing it on his belt to summon the Vrokangatling. He began firing at Nomu. Nomu raised its hands to defend itself, but the attack created a cloud of smoke and powerful shockwaves. The students watching from the main lobby were astonished by Izuku's attack. Is that pink robot Midoriya? Shiro exclaimed. All right, take that. They're underestimating Midoriya too much. Sato cheered. How did he do that? Midoriya is on a whole other level. Mineta added. Azui nodded. Even though he's a student like us. Get him. Aim for the weak spots, Izuku. Mineta encouraged. Are we overthinking it? He's amazing, Azui remarked. Shigaraki snapped. Didn't you hear what I just said? It was made to fight all might at full power. Izuku retorted, if your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right? Each candy bullet is nearly as strong as All Might. He paused as the Gatling began to overheat. Gochizo started blowing to cool it down. Noma began to regenerate again, but more slowly this time. Shigaraki panicked. What? Noma's regeneration is slowing down. Kurogyri, stop them, he shouted, but received no response. What's the matter? Didn't you hear me? Shigaraki turned to Kurogyri, only to find him pinned to the ground by Bakugo. Guess I found your body this time, you smoky jackass, Bakugo said, holding Kurogyri down. Izuku, you came. Izuku exclaimed. Shut up, that. What the hell is that? Pink robot suit. Bakugo asked. I'll explain later. Keep that purple guy down, Izuku instructed, grabbing the Bakugan Gochizo and placing it on his belt to summon a cannon on his shoulder. Fine, whatever, Bakugo replied. Shigaraki charged at Bakugo, but Kirishima intervened, punching him. Shigaraki dodged. Tisk. Don't worry, boss, we got this, one of the villains said as he and a few others charged at Bakugo. Demenit. Bakugo exclaimed, forcing himself to let go of Kurogyri and dodging the attack. Kurogyri began to stand. Now we have them outnumbered. Not for long, Todoroki declared, freezing several villains in place while another dodged. What? Shigaraki exclaimed in disbelief. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by villains like you, Todoroki asserted. It's over for you guys, Izuku said, spinning the Gatling again and cranking the lever. Charge me, charge me, charge me, the belt chimed. Demenit, this can't be happening. Nomu, get them. Shigaraki ordered. Nomu stood and charged at Izuku. I won't let you. Todoroki shouted, sending ice to trap Nomu's leg. You may stand against all might at full power, Izuku said, activating one for all. But I won't let that hold me back. A hero always breaks through their limits and goes beyond. He pressed the button. Wawa! Gochizo cried from the belt. Plus Ultra! Izuku shouted, unleashing his finishing attack. Bakugan Blast! Nomu was sent flying, crashing into the ceiling and creating an explosion that shook the entire USJ. At the storm zone, Tokoyami looked around, confused. What's happening? Everything is shaking? At the fire zone, Ojiro struck a villain with his tail and felt the tremor. What was that? Outside the USJ, Nomu flew high into the sky, passing through the clouds. At the USJ entrance, Shiro exclaimed, Hey, did Midoriya just send a villain flying, or am I going crazy? Sato replied, it was that brain dude. What power? I didn't think Midoriya had that kind of strength, Shoji remarked. Wow, that's Deku for you, Uraraka said, amazed. Yeah. Ashido cheered. At the plaza, Kirishima marveled, what an attack! As he looked at the hole in the ceiling. Todoroki thought, he really is the strongest in the class, and his power seems to be growing. Bakugo felt a mix of frustration and admiration. In it, how is he getting stronger in such a short time? Izuku faced Shigaraki. Your strongest weapon is gone. I suggest you give up and surrender. Shigaraki's anger flared. No. They beat Nomu. They're not All Might, but they beat Nomu. They cheated. Izuku challenged him. What will it be? Will you drop being a villain for good? After the USJ incident, the school was closed for a few days to allow students to rest and for the police to investigate. At a public broadcast, a reporter announced, "We have an update on yesterday's incident at UA Rescue Training Center, where Hero Corps students were attacked by a gang of villains." According to police officials, this criminal group calls themselves the League of Villains. Investigators have uncovered that they have been plotting to harm a UA teacher and the renowned hero All Might since spring of this year. Police have arrested 72 villains at the scene, but the leader of the League has escaped, and his whereabouts remain unknown. In an old, run-down building with a welcome sign hanging above the front door, Toshinori wrote in a letter, "Greetings, the air is warm here. It feels like summer is just around the corner. I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. This semester, I took a position as a teacher at UA High School. That's right, I'm now guiding the next generation of heroes." Next to a plate of taiyaki, he continued, "I was hoping to find someone among the elite students to inherit my power. After careful consideration, I realized that the only person I could truly trust to pass down one for all is Izuku." He hesitated at first, feeling unworthy, but after I convinced him, he accepted the responsibility. I began training him to handle one for all, but he still struggles at times. I believe I have found the perfect successor for my quirk. I'm still new to being an instructor, so there may come a day when I need to seek your advice. Until then, please take care of yourself. As the seasons change, I will keep you updated. Sincerely yours, Toshinori Yagi. Meanwhile, at UA during the night, Detective Tsukachi said, "Our investigators are working hard to learn everything we can about this so-called League of Villains. We've made some progress, but we can't find anything on Shigaraki so far. We've searched our records for men in their 20s or 30s with disintegration quirks, but we've come up empty. The same goes for the Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri. They either aren't citizens or are using aliases, making them hard to track." Vlad King replied, "So, what you're really saying is that we don't know anything." Snipe added, "We're going to track them down. I shot their ringleader, but once he heals, he'll probably try something like this again. What a hassle." Detective Tsukachi continued, "Fortunately, we know his personality and about the Nomu we found in the woods, thanks to Izuku Midoriya." Midnight asked, "Really? What did he tell you?" Detective Tsukachi explained. He described Shigaraki as a man-child. He said the attack on the USJ was too bold, no sane adult would plan such a reckless move. While he was fighting off the Nomu to save Aizawa, Shigaraki rambled on about how powerful the Nomu was, like a child boasting about a new toy. He didn't even mention his own quirk, just the Nomu's. When Midoriya defeated the Nomu and things didn't go his way, he looked like he was about to throw a tantrum. Nizu commented, "It is wise to keep your own quirk a secret, but it was foolish to reveal details about others and expose your main plan." Detective Tsukachi nodded. "Yes, now about this Nomu. Midoriya said it has 4 quirks." Snipe exclaimed, "4? That's impossible." Nizu replied, "I agree, but we're dealing with a man-made being, so it could be possible." Detective Tsukachi continued, "The quirks are shock absorption, super regeneration, immense speed, and strength." Midnight added, "And despite all those quirks, Izuku managed to defeat it, but his arm was injured." Detective Tsukachi confirmed, "Yes, as unbelievable as it is, that's what happened." Midnight sighed, "My poor sweet boy. Auntie will buy you lots of snacks after this." Toshinori interjected, "Let's not forget that Midoriya is a special case." Unlike the other students, he has faced a lot since he was 4, and that belt allows him to transform and use weapons. He's been using it alongside his skills to fight, and we still don't know the full extent of that belt's power. Detective Tsukachi added, on another note, 72 villains were arrested in the aftermath of the USJ attack. They were all small-time criminals typically found in back alleys. What worries me is that this man-child managed to rally them behind his reckless plan, making them see him as a real leader. Criminals are feeling more pressure now that the world is full of heroes, which could explain why they quickly followed a simple-minded villain. Vlad King agreed, yes, that makes sense. Spine remarked, there are a lot of people out there looking for a cause to support. Midnight asked, so, what can we do to stop them? Detective Tsukachi replied, thanks to you heroes, we have time to devote ourselves to this case. We'll expand our investigation and continue searching for the perpetrator behind this attack. Nizu pondered, a man-child, huh? Toshinori asked, what is it, Principal? Nizu responded, in some ways, he shares common ground with our students. They both have so much potential, and like our students, I suspect someone may be guiding him, nurturing his villainy. Toshinori frowned, I don't want to think about that. The next morning, Class 1A was in the classroom, still reflecting on the previous day's incident. Hagakure asked, hey, did you watch the news last night? Ojiro replied, yes. Hagakure continued, did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all. Shoji agreed, that's true. Ojiro added, it's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? Kaminari exclaimed, but man, all the channels made a big deal out of it. Kirishima said, I was surprised. Jiro pointed out, can you blame them? The hero course that keeps producing pro-heroes was attacked. Siro remarked, who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't arrived in time? Mineta interrupted, stop it, Siro. Just thinking about it is making me nervous. Bakugo, be quiet, you loser. Sato, man Midoriya, I still can't believe you beat that bird guy. He was super strong, and you still managed to win. Tokoyami, yes, I heard it was a challenge against All Might's strength, but you were able to defeat him. Izuku, thank you, but it still cost me. I broke both my arms to do it. The clock turned to 8:24 a.m. Ida, everyone. Morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats. Siro, we're already in our seats. Kirishima, you're the only one who's not. Ida sat down, feeling embarrassed in front of his classmates. Shoot. Uraraka, don't worry about it. Ashido, Tsu, I wonder, leaned back and nearly fell. Azui held onto Ashido's back seat. Ashido, who's going to teach homeroom today? Azui, well, Aizawa-sensei is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Izuku, uncle will come. As far as I know, the longest he stays in the hospital when he's awake is 3 hours. Kaminari, shocked, you're joking, right? How is he able to move with that many injuries? Then, the door opened, catching the students' attention. Aizawa, morning. Class 1, Izuku, Aizawa-sensei, you're back too soon. Izuku, I told you. Kaminari, you're too much of a pro. Ida, so, you're all right, Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka, can you call that all right? Aizawa, my well-being doesn't matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. Bakugo, fight? Izuku, don't tell me. Mineta, the villains again? Aizawa, the UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Class 1A, that's a super normal school event. Kirishima, finally, a super normal school event. Kaminari, wait a minute. Jiro, is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Ojiro, what if they attack us again or something? Aizawa, apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge opportunity. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Mineta, but that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a sports festival. Izuku, Mineta, you've never seen the UA Sports Festival? Mineta, Of course I have. That's not what I meant. Aizawa, our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Yairozu. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching for scouting purposes. Mineta, I know that. Kaminari, after we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Jiro, a lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're not the brightest. Kaminari had an annoyed expression with a yellow aura. Aizawa, of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Class 1A? Yes, sir. Aizawa, homeroom dismissed. Lunchtime. Most of the class was talking about the school festival. Kirishima, even though all that stuff happened, I'm really excited. Siro, well, if we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming pros. Sato, it was worth coming to you. Tokoyami, we will only receive a few chances. We cannot afford to miss this. Hagakure, Ojiro-kun, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Ojiro, why? But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard. Ayama, oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Pointed at Koda. Koda backed up a bit, confused. Aoyama, right? Koda nods. Kaminari, you're lucky, Shoji. Your bronze stands out on its own. Shoji, there's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness. Jiro, I think you'll stand out. Points at an image of Kaminari looking foolish after using too much. Power. Kaminari, annoyed. Izuku, everyone's so into it. Ida, you're not? We enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we should be fired up. Azui, Ida, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It's a bit odd. Ida, Midoriya, don't you feel the same? Izuku, of course I do. But some things. Uraraka, Deku-kun, Ida-kun. Izuku Ida turned their attention to Uraraka, who had a different expression and a pink aura. Uraraka, let's do our best at the sports festival. Izuku, Uraraka, your face. Ashido, what's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means. Mineta, PM. Azui slaps Mineta with her tongue. Uraraka, everyone, I'm going to do my best. Ida Midoriya Ashido Azui, yeah. Uraraka turned her attention to Kirishima, Siro, Tokoyami, and Sato. I'm going to do my best. Kirishima, Siro, Sato. Why? Kirishima, Achiko, what's wrong with you? Your personality is all over the place. Izuku, oh yeah, I never asked her. Later, Izuku, Ida, and Achiko were walking down the hallway toward the cafeteria for lunch. But Izuku needed to ask Achiko something. Izuku, hey Uraraka-san, can I ask you a question? Uraraka, sure, Deku-kun, ask away. Said cheerfully. Izuku, why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? Uraraka, huh? Because I want to become a hero to earn a lot of money. Said, her cheeks gaining a slight tint of red from embarrassment. Izuku, what? For money? You want to be a hero for money? Uraraka, ultimately, I'm sorry it's so selfish. Ida-kun, you have such great motives. I'm so embarrassed. Ida, what? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Izuku, yeah, it's just kind of shocking. Uraraka, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This really isn't something to tell other people. The two boys placed their hands under their chins as they thought. Ida, construction. Izuku, oh yeah. With Uraraka-san's quirk, If she was licensed, it would bring costs way down, right? Ida, she could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Uraraka, I know, right? I've been telling my dad that since I was a kid. But Uraraka's dad smiled and patted her head. I appreciate the thought, Achiko. But as your dad, I'll be even happier if you can achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii. Little Uraraka looked up at him. Dad. Back to present. Uraraka tore at her shirt as the memory flooded back to her. I'll definitely become a hero and make a lot of money so my parents can live an easy life, she declared with determination. Izuku and Ida exchanged glances, a bit speechless. Bravo! Uraraka, bravo! Ida exclaimed, clapping his hands above his head. Izuku thought, not only is it her aspiration, but she's also considering reality. I have found you, Midoriya, All Might said, pointing at Izuku. The three students stared in shock at the number one hero, not expecting to see him there. All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Lunch. Want to eat with me? All Might offered, holding out a lunchbox. Uraraka laughed. He acts like a high school girl. Well, are you coming? All Might asked. Ida nodded, encouraging Izuku to join. Coming. Izuku replied, walking with All Might. At the cafeteria? I wonder what All Might wants with Deku-kun, Uraraka mused. I heard that during the USJ attack, Midoriya defeated a villain that was targeting All Might. Maybe he wants to thank him, Ida explained. Oh right, that was awesome. You should have been there, Uraraka said. Remember what Azui said? Midoriya's second quirk is similar to All Might's, so maybe he's favored by him. Just as expected from them, Ida added. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Shoto was eavesdropping on their conversation. All Might. Izuku Midoriya. What are they hiding? At the teacher's lounge. Your time limit is about 2 hours now? Izuku exclaimed. Tashinori, making tea, replied, yes. The time limit of my power is getting shorter. Every time I push myself using one for all, my time in hero form decreases since I passed it on to you. Izuku felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was the reason for All Might's shortened hero time. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Tashinori laughed, though it was tinged with pain. It was my choice to pass down one for all to you, and I don't regret it. Have some tea. He handed Izuku a cup. Thank you, All Might, Izuku said. More importantly, the sports festival, Tashinori said, pointing at Izuku. You still can't control one for all, can you? What should we do? I don't know yet. I guess I will try to only use the belt power and reserve one for all for emergencies, Izuku replied. I guess that's our only option for now. Have a drink, Midoriya, Tashinori said. Hi, thank you again, All Might, Izuku said, taking a sip. Tashinori gazed out the window. Honestly speaking, the time I can stand as a symbol of peace is very limited. Izuku looked down, shocked. No way. Some who are planning evil are starting to realize that. I bestowed my power to you because I want you to succeed me. That feeling back then is still growing inside you, right? Hi. Izuku affirmed. Then it's time to prove that, Tashinori said. Izuku's eyes widened. Prove it. The UA Sports Festival. The big event where all the pro heroes know, the whole country will be watching closely. That's why we're having this talk. The next generation's All Might. The rookie symbol of peace, Izuku Midoriya. I want you to show the world that you're here. That I'm here? But how? Izuku asked. Do you know the sports festival system? Tashinori inquired. Yes, of course. Support, management, ordinary, and hero courses come together, and each grade competes in preliminary games. The winners will compete in the finals. It's a round-robin competition for each grade, Izuku explained. Yes. Meaning you'll have plenty of opportunities to showcase yourself, Tashinori said. I guess, Izuku replied. Tashinori fell back onto the sofa, surprised. I'm sorry. What you're saying is absolutely correct. But honestly, I can't seem to get myself together after that recent incident. Izuku muttered. And I'm already training under All Might. I don't feel motivated to stand out at the festival. It's impossible for me to stand out right now anyway. My fitness test was horrible. You'd be an ace in the nonsense course, Toshinori remarked. Nonsense course? Izuku asked, puzzled. Those who always aim for the top and those who don't. That slight difference in attitude will make a big difference in society, Toshinori explained. Izuku looked down, contemplating. I understand how you feel, and this is my own wish. So I won't force you. Just don't forget that feeling you had back at the seaside park. Later in Class 1A, as Uraraka opened the door, she found a large group of students crowded in the hallway. What's going on? She exclaimed. What business do you have with Class A? Ida asked. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Mineta shouted. Scouting out the enemy, small fry? Bakugo retorted. Mineta pointed at Bakugo, mouth agape and annoyed. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack, Bakugo said dismissively. That's kaken in neutral, Izuku noted. Bakugo scoffed. There's no point in saying stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. Ida protested. A male student with purple hair pushed through the crowd to the front. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all the students in the hero course like this? His name was Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku, Ida, Uraraka, and Mineta waved their hands and heads, saying, no. Bakugo scowled, clearly annoyed. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? Shinso continued. I've been here since I was a child, so yes, I do. What's it to you? Izuku replied. I thought so. Anyway, the school has left us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it seems they may also transfer people out, Shinso explained. Most of Class A was shocked by his revelation. Scouting out the enemy? I at least came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war, Shinso declared. He's a bold person too. Ida, Izuku, and Uraraka thought. Hey, I'm from Class B next door. I heard that you guys fought villains. Don't get so full of yourself. Tetsu chimed in. It's another bold person. Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka thought. If you talk too much, it'll be embarrassing for you during the real fight. Tetsu warned. Bakugo ignored the student yelling at them and walked away. You're ignoring me, huh? Tetsu shouted. Wait a minute, Bakugo. Kirishima called out. What are you going to do about all this? It's your fault that everyone's hating on us. Bakugo, it doesn't matter. Kirishima, huh? Bakugo, it doesn't matter as long as you ride to the top. Some of the students in the hallway moved out of Bakugo's way. Tetsu, damn it, you jerk it. Kirishima, that's so simple and manly. Kaminari, huh? Sato, you said it. Kaminari, huh? Tokoyami, the top, huh? There is truth in that. Kaminari, hang on, don't be fooled. They just made more pointless enemies. Mineta, that's right. We'll just be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Izuku. Smells. A few weeks later, the day of the sports festival had finally arrived at UA High. Colorful fireworks could be seen from a distance, marking the opening of the UA Sports Festival while the media waited outside the school gate for security to finish checking their equipment. Female news reporter, the security line is huge, what's the deal? Cameraman, a lot of villains just broke in, so of course, the school is being strict about security. Some people think they shouldn't hold the festival after what happened. Female news reporter, perfect. A little controversy will boost the ratings, plus everyone will be tuning in to see Class 1A. Inside the campus, people were buying food and souvenirs from stalls. Visitor 1. I'm always excited to see the third years. They have the most experience with their quirk, plus it's their last chance to show what they can do. Visitor 2. No, this time it's all about the powerful first years. I can't wait to see them. Female visitor. Hey, did you hear Endeavor is part of the first year? Can you imagine? Visitor 2, no way, seriously? Visitor 2, man, the seats for the first years are going to be full. Lady, I'll take one order to go, please. Takoyaki seller, whoa, and lady, is it really you? Lady, and hold the salt, please. Takoyaki seller, of course, that's going to be $10. Lady, I don't have any money right now. Said in a cute voice. Takoyaki seller, it's free on me. Lady, thank you very much. Kamui would, do you have no sense of shame? Kamui would asked as he and Death Arms stared at empty lady. Later, the trio was walking around the campus. Kamui would, I was hoping to do some scouting while I was here. Death Arm, yeah, too bad we're stuck working with security this time. Empty lady, eating takoyaki looks like they called in pro heroes to guard this thing. Quite a show. In the waiting room for Class 1A, the students were preparing for the upcoming rounds. Ashido, Omen, I wanted to wear my costume. Ojiro, to keep everything fair, we can't. Ashido, pouting, what about Midoriya? He's lucky because his quirk activates when he transforms into those suits. I bet everyone will be surprised to see you in those suits. No fair, Midoriya. Izuku smiles nervously. Sato, I wonder what they have in store for us in the first round? Tokoyami, no matter what they prepare, we must persevere. Shoji, right? Ida, opens the door. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon. Todoroki, Midoriya. Izuku, Todoroki-kun? What is it? Everyone in the room turned their attention to Izuku and Todoroki. Todoroki, looking at things objectively, it's clear you are stronger than me. Izuku, huh? Why? Todoroki, but I'm still going to beat you. Kaminari, oh? Is the best in the class making a declaration of war? Kirishima gets up and walks to Todoroki. Oi, oi. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Now, we're about to start. Todoroki, we're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? Izuku, Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but everyone, the students from the other courses, are aiming for the top with everything they've got. I can't afford to fall behind. I'll be going for it with everything I have too. Todoroki, understood. In the main stadium, Present Mike called out to the audience. Present Mike, hey. The audience began to cheer. Present Mike, pay attention, everyone. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. The audience cheered again to see the first-year students. Present Mike, the UA Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame the enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero course, Class 1A, right? The students of Class A were the first to come out to the stadium. Izuku, there are so many people. Ida, will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero. Kirishima, man, they're going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Bakugo? Bakugo smirks, no, I'm just getting more into it. Present Mike. Next, also from the hero course, it's Class B. As Class B entered, Present Mike continued. Present Mike, then we've General Studies Class C, D, and E. As the General Studies students entered, Present Mike added. Present Mike, support Class F, G, and H. As the support class entered, he concluded. Present Mike, and finally, business classes I, J, and K. As the business class entered, Present Mike announced. Present Mike, give it up for UA first-year students. General Studies Student 1, I have the feeling we're just here to make the hero class look better. General Studies Student 2, I can't wait to get this over with. As all of the first-year students gathered in the middle of the stage, a loud whipping sound caught everyone's attention. Midnight walks on stage now for the introduction speech. Random Hero 1, wow. This year, the umpire is the R-rated hero Midnight. Random Hero 2, amazing. Random Hero 3, seriously, the other years don't know what they're missing. Kirishima, What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kaminari, that's an R-rated hero for you. Tokoyami, is it okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated? Mineta, yes. Thumbs up. Midnight, quiet, everyone. The whole stadium fell silent at Midnight's command. Midnight, now representing the students, is Izuku Midoriya. Points at Izuku. Midoriya, what? Me? Zero, well, you did finish first in the entrance exam. Izuku walks to the stage nervously. Midnight, take your time. Izuku takes a deep breath. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Welcome everyone to the UA Sports Festival. I hope all the students participating do their very best, and it doesn't matter if you're class A or Z. Show everyone watching that you can be great heroes. And I hereby declare the UA Sports Festival starts now. May the best win. Smiles. Female audience. So cute. Male audience tries to cover their eyes. What is this? This can't be real, it's too pure and bright. The audience starts to cheer for Izuku. Kirishima, that was so inspiring and manly, I'm tearing up. Ida, as expected of Midoriya. Yuraraka, way to go, Deku-kun. Midnight, that was truly an amazing speech, Izuku-chan. Let's give another round of applause for Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. The crowd cheers again. Izuku, thank you, everyone, and to all of the students here. Walks down. Later. Midnight, now let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many shed tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. The board shows up rolling random categories like a casino machine. Midnight, this year it's. The board displays obstacle race. Midnight. This. All 11 classes will participate in this challenging contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Now then, take your places, contestants. All of the students walk toward the exit as 3 green lights turn on above the doorway, except for one. Izuku opens his mouth and places the gochizo in. Kami. Izuku cranks the lever. Eat gummy, eat gummy, eat gummy. Izuku, henshin, presses the button. Chapter end. Action. Thinking. -3 RDPOV. Driver and weapon sounds. Calling, message or television. Later after the first round. Midnight, the first game of the first year stage is finally over. Now, take a look at the results. Izuku placed first, Todoroki second, Bakugo third, and Aoyama placed 42 ND. Midnight, the top 42 made it through to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't worry even if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. Licks her lips. The real competition begins next. The press will be all over it. Give it your all. The board randomizes for the next round. Midnight makes a sound with her whip. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it and now here it is. The board reveals the next round to be cavalry battle. Kaminari, a cavalry battle? I'm not great at those. Azui, it's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work. Mineta, cavalry battle. Midnight, let me explain. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. 5 is optional. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one thing that's different is, based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. Sato, a point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand. Uraraka, in other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Ashido, I see. Midnight, whips and is a little annoyed that the students are talking while she is explaining. You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking? Yes, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So the 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. And the point value assigned to first place is 10 million points. Izuku freezes in place, shocked that he got millions, so do the others 10 million points. Shinso smirks, 10 million points in half, huh? Hatsum, in other words, if we take down his team. Rest of the students, you'll win the cavalry and take the win yourself. The other students look at Izuku with determined expressions. Izuku, oh no. Midnight, that's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. All the students glare at him, which stuns Midoriya in place. Izuku, everyone is planning to bring me down. I won't let myself lose. Either. Tashinori looks at Izuku's expression. You're quick to assess the situation, Midoriya. Izuku, but still. Is this the pressure All Might feels? Midnight, now then, I will explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. So the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, or if your team falls, you're not out. Yayorozu, which means Sato. Since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time. Aoyama, hugging his stomach after using his quirk too much in the first round. That's tough. Ashido, one strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you'll be more free. Azui, it's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina. Midnight, during the game, it'll be a fierce fight where you can use your quirks. But it is still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are meant to make others fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. Bakugo, TSK. The board shows a timer for 15 minutes as the students pair up into teams. Midnight, now, you have 15 minutes to build your team. Start. At the staff break room. Death Arm, the sports festival isn't just about seeing how prepared they are to be heroes, it's more about simulating the competition they face when they go pro. Smoking a cigarette. MD Lady, what are you talking about? Death Arm breathes out the smoke from his cigarette. We both know this country is overflowing with hero agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you have to be ready to step on top of other heroes. That was the whole point of the first game. The lady covers her nose with one hand and uses the other to clear the smoke. That's such a sad way to look at our jobs. Kamui would. Seriously, you never have a problem stealing the spotlight. Death Arm. But on the other hand, even if you're competing for popularity, there's a lot of time you need to work together. And lady, you're right. It's just like the cavalry battle. Every point you score is not just for you, but for your teammate as well. Plus, you need to think about how quirks work together and who you're compatible with. Kamui would. It's kind of like coordinating with your sidekick or doing quirk training with other agencies. Death Arm, I'm sure at least some of the kids are thinking about all of this. If they become pros, it will be their way of life. And lady, they still have a long road ahead of them. Back in the stadium, some of Class 1A students surround Bakugo. Sato, you should team up with me. Ashido, Bakugo, team up with me. Aoyama, I don't want to beg, but please. Bakugo, wait, remind me what your quirk is again and your name? Ashido, are you kidding? We're your classmates. Sato, can you really be that self-centered? Tashinori, he's a hothead, but he came in third with 200 points. Considering how versatile his quirk is, I'm not surprised people are trying to join up with him. Kirishima, hey Bakugo, I was going to try Todoroki, but he already picked his teammate. So, hey, we should team up. Bakugo, hey, dumb hair. Kirishima, it's Kirishima, and my hair isn't that different from yours. You want to be the rider, right? So you need a strong front horse who won't be hurt by your blasts, right? Who do you think fits that role best? Activating his quirk to prove his point, Bakugo stares at him. Bakugo, I need someone with guts. Kirishima, not exactly, but yes. My quirk was made for this. I've got your back, man. Let's charge into battle together. You want 10 million points from Midoriya, right? Bring it. Bakugo, smirks. Alright, you're in. Mineta, Shoji. Shoji HM? Mineta, none of the girls want to team up with me. Please be my partner. Mineta says, almost in tears, I'm super tiny to be a horse, and nobody wants me climbing on top of them, so I can't be the rider. Shoji walks away. Mineta, with your big body and those tentacles, You can cover me completely, right? So no one can take my headband. Shoji uses one of his arms to talk. Good idea, Mineta. Let's go. Izuku, as I expected. Everyone is teaming up with their classmates. We don't know the quirks from other classes. I have to hurry and do something about this situation where I'm being avoided. Izuku has completely been isolated. Izuku approaches Ojiro. Ojiro-kun. Ojiro tries to walk away, avoiding Izuku. Sorry. Midoriya stands there, completely shocked. Of course, it's a better strategy to steal points at the end rather than trying to hold on to them. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Izuku turns slowly to see Uraraka. Uraraka, let's team up. Izuku tears up, feeling overwhelmed. Uraraka-san. Is it really okay? Everyone will probably be after me because of my 10 million points. Uraraka, if you run away the whole time, then you'll win, right? Izuku stops crying. I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka-san. Uraraka, of course I would. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you get along with. Smiles. Izuku. His expression changes to one of uncertainty. Uraraka, what's the matter? You look worried, you know. Izuku, oh nothing. It's just that you're so bright that I can't look straight at you. Actually, I want to team up with you too. Thank you. For teams, it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right? Uraraka, yup. Midoriya, let's see. With your quirk and one other person. I thought of a plan. They look at Ida. Midoriya, Ida-kun. A few moments later, the four gather in a circle to make a plan for the cavalry battle. Izuku, the three of us would be horses with Ida in the front. And then, if we use Uraraka's quirk to make Ida and me lighter, we'd be able to maneuver easily. Uraraka, I see. Midoriya, it's better to have someone physically strong as the rider, but I haven't decided who. Anyway, this is all I could think of to keep running away until the end. Ida, I expected no less, Midoriya-kun. But I'm afraid I have to refuse. This shocks Izuku and Ochako. Ida, ever since the entrance exam, I've just kept losing to you. You are a wonderful friend, but that's why, if I just keep following you, I will never grow. Adjusts his glasses. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't the only ones who see you. As a rival, turns to head in Todoroki's direction. I will challenge you. Uraraka, Ida-kun. Izuku, it's already started. Everyone is enemies now. That's right, I'm at the top right now. I can't just play at being friends. Little did they know that Hatsum from the support course was slowly approaching from behind. Hatsum, as I thought, this is great. You stand out. They turn to see Mei. Hatsum, team up with me, person in first place. Izuku, so close. Who are you? Hatsum, I am Mei Hatsum from the support course. Uraraka, oh, that quirky person from back then. Hatsum, I don't know you, but let me use your position. Izuku, she's being honest. Hatsum, if I team up with you too, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? Gets closer to them. If that happens, then my super cute inventions will inevitably be seen by the big companies. Moves even closer. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my creations. With Izuku and Todoroki. Izuku, what do you want to talk about? Todoroki. Izuku, if we don't hurry, the cafeteria will probably be really crowded. Todoroki. Izuku gulps. He's different from Kaken. The cold, intimidating air. Todoroki, I was overwhelmed. Izuku, Todoroki, and it makes me break the promise I made to myself a long time ago. Izuku, he didn't use it even when it was to his advantage. His left side. Shoto lifts his left hand. Ida, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka. None of them felt it. At that moment, it was the only feeling of the power you two have. I almost used my flames. Midoriya, your power, I felt it before. It's something like all might. Izuku, what are you saying? Todoroki, staring back at Izuku, tell me, Midoriya. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Izuku, the secret love children? Recalls their earlier conversation before the games. I see. So, that's how it seems. I mean, All Might is my guardian, but he's not my dad or anything. Todoroki, so, it is true? Izuku, no, that's not true. Although if I really were, I'd probably say the same thing, so you might not believe me. But it's really not like that. First, let me ask you, why do you think that about us? Todoroki, by saying, it's really not like that, it must mean there's a connection between you and him that you can't talk about. Izuku. Todoroki, my father is the hero Endeavor, you must have heard of him. Which means you also know he's the number 2 hero, so if you are connected to the number 1 hero All Might in some way, that gives me even more reason to beat you. At the stairway, All Might, yo, long time no see. Let's have some tea, Endeavor. Endeavor, All Might. Turning to All Might. All Might, I haven't talked to you since that press conference 10 years ago. It's been a while, I saw you and thought I'd say hi. Endeavor, well, if that's what you want to do, then we're done. Walking away, chatting like we're old friends, what a joke. All Might, ha. Jumping in front of Endeavor, come on, why the cold shoulder? Endeavor, growls, annoyed. All Might, you should be thrilled, after all, your son is doing pretty well out there, just using half his power. You must be a great teacher. Endeavor, are you implying something? All Might, no, I want to know your secret. How do we train the next generation of heroes? Endeavor, do you really think I would tell you anything I taught the boy? You're all flash and no brain as usual. Walking past All Might. All Might. Endeavor, stops and turns to All Might. Let me assure you of one thing, All Might. Whatever it takes, that kid of mine will beat you someday. I'll make sure of it. With Izuku and Shoto. Todoroki, my old man is ambitious and always aims for the top. He uses his power to make a name for himself as a hero, but he was never able to beat All Might. The symbol of peace is living proof of his failure, and he's still at it, trying to take down All Might. Izuku, what are you trying to say, Todoroki-kun? Todoroki, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku. Todoroki, that became a problem for the second and third generations after superheroes appeared. Choosing a spouse based solely on strengthening your own quirk and passing it to your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking led to a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and gained my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desires by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. Izuku stands in silent shock. Todoroki, it's so annoying. I won't become the tool of someone like that. In my memory, my mother is always crying. Shoto recalls, then puts his hand on his scar. Your left side is unsightly, she used to say before she accidentally hurt me. Izuku. Todoroki, the reason I pick fights with you is to show my old man what I'm capable of without relying on his fire quirk. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power and can take first place without it. Shoto says as he stares at Izuku while Bakugo eavesdrops. Izuku. His past is almost like mine, but he still has his mother. Our aim is the same, but how can we be so different? Todoroki starts walking away, leaving Izuku there. If you can't tell me your connection with All Might, that's fine. No matter what you are to All Might, I'll rise above you, using only my right hand. Sorry for taking your time. Izuku. About to talk to Shoto. Todoroki-gun. Todoroki, already walking away. Izuku. I will talk to him later. After lunch. Present Mike. Now then, lunch break is over. It's finally time to reveal the last game for today's event. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is just a sports festival. So we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. Aizawa, what are they doing? Aizawa, Present Mike, and the other students notice that the girls from Class A are in cheerleader outfits. Izuku. Present Mike, what's the matter? Class A? What kind of fan service is that? It was Mineta and Kaminari who did this to the girls. Yaoyorozu, Mineta. Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? Izuku, Minoru Mineta, Denki Kaminari. Mineta Kaminari? Huh? Look to see Izuku with a very serious face. Izuku, I thought I told you not to do anything inappropriate with the girls. Kaminari, I thought you were better than this. It seems like I have to teach you a lesson too. Mineta Kaminari. Terrified, please don't. Izuku, sorry, but bad behavior must be corrected. Grabs their hair and gently knocks their heads together. Mineta Kaminari, fall unconscious. Izuku, I hope you two learn your lesson after this. The girls then calm down a bit after seeing Kaminari and Mineta taken down by Izuku. Izuku, are you girls okay? Class A girls? Yes. Yeah. Yaoyorozu falls to her knees. Why did I fall for Mineta's trick like this? I even used my quirk to make the outfits. Uraraka, patting Momo's back to cheer her up. Jiro, those idiots. Throws the pom-poms to the ground. Izuku, I will make sure to teach them properly. Hagakure, no, it's okay. Izuku, are you sure, Hagakure-san? Hagakure, of course, we can cheer along. Izuku, you sound excited. Hagakure, I sure am. Jiro, what? Aju, Tori, you like doing this, huh? Izuku, if you say so, I will leave now. You girls look great in them, by the way. Especially you, Uraraka-san. You look beautiful. Walks away. Uraraka. Did he just call me beautiful? Blushes in embarrassment. Class A girls. Uraraka, hee, I ship these two. Present mic. All right, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. The board shows a tournament-like structure where the opponents face off to advance to the next match. Present mic. When that's over, the 17 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. And since there are 16, Kirishima, the last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one. I'm going to stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV. Ashido, was it a tournament last year? Zero, it's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports chamber match. Midnight, now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is set, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now, from the first place team. Ojiro raises hand. Pardon me. I'm withdrawing. This shocked some of the students of class. Izuku, Ojiro-kun. Ida, this is a rare chance for pros to see you. Ojiro, I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. It was probably that guy's quirk. Izuku, Ojiro-kun has teamed up. I think. Ojiro, I know this is a great chance and that it's foolish to waste it. Izuku, Ojiro-kun. Ojiro, but everyone here competed by giving it their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. Hagakure, you're worrying about it too much. You should just focus on producing results in the finals. Ashido, if you're going to say that, I didn't do anything either. Ojiro, that's not it. I'm talking about my pride here. I can't. Izuku Ida. Ojiro, also, why are you guys wearing cheerleader outfits? The girls suddenly got embarrassed and forgot that they were still wearing them. Shoda, I'm Nairenjiki Shoda from Class B. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival for those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? Kirishima, tearing up after listening to the two students' words. What's with these guys? They're so manly. Present mic. Well now, here's a strange turn of events. Aizawa, we'll have to see what Midnight has to say about all of this. She's the one in charge. There was silence for a few seconds until Midnight made her announcement. Midnight, youthful talk like that is something. Shoda, Ojiro, I accept your withdrawal. Students, she decided based on her tastes. Aoyama, touches Ojiro's shoulder. I'm going to do it, okay? Midnight, in that case, we'll have to move up 2 people from the 5th place cavalry battle team. Kendo, if that's what's going to happen, then rather than us, who barely did anything during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? Some of the girls from Class B agreed with the orange-haired female student. Kendo, the ones who fought to the end and stayed at the top, Team Tetsu, right? Tetsu, Kendo. Kendo, this isn't collusion or anything. It just makes sense. Tetsu, Why you guys? Midnight. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki have moved up to make 16. This is the bracket based on the results of the drawing. The board showed the students who would compete against each other. It even showed that Tetsu and Kirishima would face each other. First match, Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso. Second match, Eijiro Kirishima versus Tetsu Tetsu Kirishima? Again? This is so redundant. Third match, Shoto Todoroki versus Hantashiro. Fourth match, Ibara Shizuki versus Denki Kaminari. Fifth match, Tenya Ida versus Mei Hatsum. Sixth match, Yuga Oyama versus Mina Ishido. Oyama, thank you. Too bad you got me as your opponent. Ishido, you mean too lucky. Seventh match, Fumikage Tokoyami versus Momo Yaoyorozu. Tokoyami, I will give my all. Yaoyorozu, that's what I want. Eighth match, Katsuki Bakugo versus Achiko Uraraka. Izuku, so I go up against that Shinso guy. Yeah, it seems so. The first battle of the first round. If I win and Todoroki-kun does too, then, but before that, Shinso is that I think. Shinso, you are Izuku Midoriya, right? Suddenly appears behind Izuku. Izuku. This guy. Remembers Shinso before the sports festival from the ordinary course. Shinso, I'm looking forward to the first round. Izuku. Ojiro covers his mouth with his tail. Midoriya. Ojiro says as he turns his head toward him. Shinso smirks and walks away. Izuku, Ojiro-kun, what's wrong? Ojiro, I'm sorry, but you can't say a word to him. Pulls his tail back. Todoroki, watching the screen for his next match, it came earlier than expected. Come, Midoriya, I'll defeat you with this hand. Bakugo, huh? Uraraka, who the hell is that? Uraraka, Hatsum, approaches Ida. Hey legs, you're Ida, right? Ida. That's correct, I'm Tenya Ida. Hatsum, oh good, I have something nice for you. Present mic, okay, let's pause for a moment before the battles begin. It's time for some side games. Present mic announces as the game starts and all of the girls from Class 1A cheer on. Time skip. Cementos poured into the arena as Cementos began molding it into a battle stadium. That's it, I'm pretty much done here. Present mic. Thank you, Cementos. English, hey guys, are you ready? The audience cheered in response because they were excited to see the battle. Present mic. A lot has happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. You get it, right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rush up. Izuku tries to keep calm in the tunnel. Toshinori, hey. Izuku turns around and sees All Might. Toshinori, I'm a bit late but you're starting to grasp one for all, huh? Izuku, All Might. No, I'm still insecure. I'm imagining the moment I hit the villain and replacing it with a microwave, but if I'm not focused, it feels like it's going to fall apart. And just as you've seen already with my body the way it is, even if I succeed, it would only be leveling up my power by a little. Toshinori, I think your body can release in terms of quality is only 5%. Izuku, 5% of the power? When it's put that way, I'm really blessed with good friends and a lot of luck. Toshinori hits Izuku's head and chin, making him bite his tongue. Izuku. Toshinori, this is when you say, I'm still going to do my best. Prince nonsense. Does the hero you aspire to be look this vulnerable? Listen. Turns to buff form when you're scared or worried, that's when you face it with a smile. Gives a thumbs up, you've already come this far. Even if it's just an act, be proud. Don't forget that I saw the potential in you. Izuku. Smiles and gets ready for the fight. Present mic, English audience. Japanese, the finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1, the snack armor guy who won 2 rounds earlier with his small little familiar. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku comes out of the tunnel. Present mic versus sorry, he hasn't done anything to stand out yet. From general studies, it's Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso, also emerged from the tunnel. Present mic. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, "I give up." Bring on the excitement, because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is off-limits. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. Cementos creates a chair for himself and sits down. "I'll step in if things go too far." Izuku takes a moment to breathe until he hears the student named Shinso speak up. "Shinso, I give up, huh?" This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Present mic. Ready? Shinso, that guy was going on about his pride. Present mic. Start. Shinso, but don't you think he was foolish for throwing away his chance? Izuku, angry at him for mocking Ojiro and charges at him. "What did you say?" Then Midoriya suddenly froze and just stood there. Shinso, I win. Ojiro, I went through the trouble of warning him, too. Tashinori, worried about him. Present mic. Hey, what's the matter? It's the important first match. Liven things up. Little did they know that Shinso was using his quirk on Midoriya, which is brainwashing. Present mic. Midoriya. The match just started. And he's completely frozen. He has a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He didn't stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies has gotten the better of Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Who would have imagined this? Will the bottom really overthrow the top? Aizawa, that's why I said the entrance exam wasn't rational. Present mic. Huh? What? Aizawa, here's some basic data on these two. Explains Shinso's data and information on the exams. Shinso. He failed the hero course practical exam. Since he also applied for the ordinary course, he must have expected that. His quirk is very strong, but the entrance exam was against robot villains. It's advantageous for students with physically strong quirks. With this quirk, he wasn't able to gain points. Shinso, you're lucky that you've been blessed. Izuku Midoriya. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Izuku starts walking out to the bounds. Present mic. Huh? What? Midoriya's being so obedient. Yurika, Deku-kun, why? Ida, if you go out of bounds, then you'll lose the match. Bakugo. Tashinori, that quirk. The other students of Class A watching were a little worried that he was walking straight to out of bounds. Aizawa, in areas where quirks weren't used, Shinso scored lower than him. In a normal fight, Izuku would definitely win. Sigh, if only he can overcome Shinso's brainwashing. Well, either way, this fight will be settled soon. Izuku continues walking forward and is near out of bounds. Tashinori, Midoriya Showman. Don't come this way. Izuku continues moving. I can't. My body is moving on its own. My head feels so foggy. I can't. Damn it. Stop. Even though Ojiro-kun warned me. Damn it. Remembers what Ojiro told him, DMN. To lose. This easily. When everyone is counting on me. In a place like this. Do you want to win? Izuku, huh? Who said that? Let me borrow your body. I will help you win. As for who I am more familiar than you think. Remember what happened 10 years ago at the lab? The hunger for power? To become the ultimate life form? Izuku. That's right, I am that hunger of yours. And thanks to One for All, I have evolved to awareness. Izuku, what are you planning? Are you going to attack everyone and steal everyone's quirks again? Nope, I'm full now. Izuku, huh? Thanks to One for All, I've never felt so full and satisfied. That's the most delicious quirk I've ever tasted. So I'm here to repay the favor. Izuku, why are you helping me? Well, at first, I didn't really want to, but they insisted I help you. Izuku, they sees visions of 8 shadowy figures with glowing eyes before they disappear. You will meet them when the right time comes. For now, let's just focus on the match. Let me borrow your body, I will help you win. Izuku, a bit hesitant but nods, okay, but if anything happens, I will have to stop you. smirks Deal. Shinso, you probably don't know, but I have a dream even with a quirk like this. As Izuku is about to go out of bounds, he suddenly stops moving. Present mic. This is. Midoriya stopped. The audience cheered after seeing him snap out of mind control. Ida, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka, I'm so glad. Ojiro, that's incredible. But how? Izuku. Aizawa. Why does Izuku seem different? Shinso, you shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? What did you do? Gritting his teeth in anger because a student somehow managed to snap out of his control. What did you do? Izuku turns around and looks at Shinso. Sorry, but Izuku is not here right now. Only his quirk is speaking now. Shinso. What? Izuku smirks. I am Izuku, Midoriya's quirk and other personalities. You can call me Bitter Izuku. Nice to meet you. Shinso. His quirk? His quirk has its own thoughts? Whatever, I will brainwash him and win. Nice to meet you. Let's have a nice fight. Bitter Izuku agreed. Let's have some fun. Grabs a gochizo and pulls up his shirt. As Bitter Izuku does that, an electric surge courses through the gochizo with the belt and changes its appearance. Shinso, I got you. Tries to brainwash him but fails. How? Bitter Izuku, that's easy, because I'm a quirk, not a human. Places the gochizo on the belt. Kami. Bitter Izuku cranks the lever. Bite gummy, bite gummy, bite gummy. Bitter Izuku, henshin. Bitter Izuku presses the button. Gochizo in the belt. Wawa. Sparkling gummy, yummy. Everyone was shocked to see Izuku's new form. Pro Hero 1, wow, did you see that? Pro Hero 2, yeah, even though I'm sitting far away, I can still feel its aura as if it's right in front of me. Uraraka, wow, Deku-kun looks so cool in that armor. Azui, and a bit scary too. Ribbit. Bitter Izuku, your turn first. Shinso, brainwashing is useless now, I have to fight him now. Rushes at him and punches Bitter Izuku. Bitter Izuku doesn't flinch as he claps his hands. Wow, amazing. That was a strong punch. Come on, you can do it. Shinso, angry, punches harder. Are you mocking me? Bitter Izuku, okay, it's my turn now. Punches his stomach. Shinso, fall back away but not out of the bounds yet and get up. Present mic. Midoriya just sent Shinso a punch in the stomach. That must have hurt. Bitter, I suggest you give up before you get hurt more. Shinso, you're lucky to have a heroic quirk. It'll be so easy for you to reach your goal. Bitter Izuku? Shinso, thanks to your transformations, I've always been at a big disadvantage, but someone as fortunate as you would never understand that. Bitter Izuku, fortunate? Shinso, what's the matter? I bet everyone around you has always praised your strength. Bitter Izuku, what did you just say? I'm fortunate? Angry dash in front of Shinso. Don't mess with me. Throws multiple punches at him and sends him flying out for the finishing move. Shinso gets hit and thrown back a bit. Bitter Izuku, you don't know what I've gone through, how much I suffered because of this. Let me tell you something. Cranks the lever again. Beat you, beat you, beat you. Bitter Izuku, this belt isn't a blessing. I lost someone important to me because of it. Presses the button. Sparkling gummy end. Bitter Izuku creates a kick slash and sends Shinso out of bounds. Shinso hits the wall and falls unconscious. Midnight, Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to round 2. Bitter Izuku calms down a little. Sorry I went overboard. I'll return to the belt now. Dehenshin and goes back to the belt. Izuku regains control of his body as the belt turns back to normal. Shinso opens his eyes and grits his teeth at having lost the match. The audience cheered for Midoriya's victory. Present mic. In the final event, the one who advanced to the second round is Class A Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka sighs in relief. That was nerve-wracking. Ida, a comeback at the last minute. Just as expected, Midoriya. Kaminari, you were thrown like that too, right Bakugo? Bakugo, shut up, idiot. Diamenu. He had planned that. He set a trap for him. Present mic. Yahoo, that was a bit of a dull first match, but let's give them both a round of applause for a bravely fought battle. Izuku, Shinso-kun, why do you want to be a hero? Shinso doesn't respond and just turns away, looking down in defeat. Izuku, that feeling is the same as mine when I was told I was quirkless. But no matter what I say right now. Then, Shinso's classmates cheered him for doing a good job. Male student 1, you were so cool, Shinso. Shinso looks up. Female student, good job. Male student 2, that was amazing. Male student 3, you are the star of the ordinary course. Male student 1, you had a great fight against the first-place winner of the obstacle race. Shinso, a bit speechless. Some of the other pro-heroes in the audience were giving him compliments about his quirk. Pro-hero 1, that quirk is very useful for fighting villains. I want this. Female pro-hero, UA is so impressive. That's from the ordinary course? Pro-hero 2, there are so many applicants, I'm sure it can't be helped. Male student 4, did you hear that, Shinso? You're amazing. Shinso talks to Izuku. Depending on the results, they'll consider a transfer to the hero course. Remember that. Even if I fail this time, I won't give up. I'll get into the hero course and earn a license. I'll definitely become a greater hero than any of you. Feels happy after hearing the compliments, and I'm sorry for what I said earlier. You must have been through a lot to be that angry. I truly apologize. Izuku, don't worry, I forgive. Loses control again. He got me. The fight is over, so why is he? Shinso chuckles a bit. People are usually wary when they talk to me, though. At this rate, someone will trip you up in no time. The least. Stops controlling Midoriya. That don't lose in an embarrassing way. Izuku nods. After the match. At the temporary nurse's office. Recovery girl, having heard about the match, checking on Izuku. All Might was there too. Recovery girl, well, you're fine, no injuries from the fight. Izuku, that match with Shinso, I couldn't smile through it like you could. Toshinori, sighs. I heard some of the things he said to you. It must have been painful to hear. Izuku, but that doesn't mean I can lose. Is that what it means to aim for the top? Recovery girl, sighs. You poor thing. Turns to All Might. Have you been putting too much pressure on him again? Punches him lightly where his injury is. Toshinori, that was necessary and that hurt. Rubs his sore spot. Izuku, oh yeah, All Might. When I was under Shinso's control, I met bitter Izuku. Toshinori, bitter what now? Izuku explains to All Might and Recovery girl. Toshinori, I see. One for All affected your belt, creating another persona in you called bitter Izuku? Izuku, yes, that fight was him. I also saw an 8-figure with yellow eyes. One of the figures looked just like yours, All Might. Was that intended by those who have inherited one for all until now? Toshinori looks terrified. How frightening. What is that? Izuku, I thought you'd have answers. Toshinori, actually, I saw something like that too in my younger days. It's a clear sign that you're getting closer to making one for all your own power. Izuku, which means? Toshinori, I think it's a trace of the user's spirit that's left behind, and one for all, when passed on. Don't worry, whatever you saw won't interfere with you or your progress in the future. Forget about it. More importantly, shouldn't you be worried about who you're fighting next? Izuku, you're right. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Exits the temporary nurse's office. Recovery girl, you're welcome. Watches Izuku leave and looks at All Might. So he saw you there too? Toshinori, that's a good thing. With Todoroki. Todoroki, walking down the hallway to his match. Todoroki, Midoriya has won. Todoroki thinks as he turns and stops. What do you want? Says coldly to Endeavor, who is standing there. Endeavor, you're acting disgracefully, Shoto. Todoroki starts walking away. Endeavor, if you had simply used the power in your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both of the first rounds. It's time to end this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece. Todoroki, is that all you have to say to me, UB? I'll win this match and advance using only Mom's quirk. I won't give you the pleasure of seeing me use yours. Endeavor, Even if that works for you in this tournament, you'll soon find the limits of that power. Back to the tournament. Uraraka, Deku-kun, great job. That armor looks really impressive. Said happily. Ida, come down here, we saved a seat for you. Izuku, thanks, guys. Said cheerfully, until he saw Ojiro smiling at him. He raised his fist and they exchanged smiles. Present Mike, thanks for waiting. Next up is. These competitors. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't shake off? From the hero course, it's Hanta Siro. Siro, that's a bit harsh. Present Mike, versus taking second then first in the prelims. You're incredibly strong, kid. He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing. Also from the hero course, it's Shoto Todoroki. And now, for the second match of the finals ready. Siro, well, I don't feel like I can win. Present Mike, start. Siro, but I don't feel like losing either. Shot out his tapes from his elbow and aimed to throw Todoroki out of the ring. Present Mike, a surprise attack aimed to push his opponent out of bounds. Don't you think that was the best choice for this situation? Seriously, go for it, Siro. Todoroki, sorry. Stomped his feet on the ground, creating a massive wall of ice that was visible from outside the stadium. The entire stadium was shocked by what just happened, their eyes wide open, except for Endeavor. Todoroki took a breath before breaking the remaining ice on his left side. Endeavor looked at Todoroki coldly. Siro, don't you think that's a bit much? Midnight, half of her body was frozen by the ice. Siro-kun. Can you move? Siro, of course not. Midnight, Siro is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. Spectator 1, don't worry about it. Spectator 2, don't worry about it. Audience, don't worry about it. Spectator 2, don't worry about it. Audience, don't worry about it. Todoroki, sorry, I went overboard. I was angry. Touched Siro and used his left hand to melt the ice. Izuku. During the don't worry chant, Todoroki-kun was using his left hand to melt the ice he created. For some reason, he looked very sad to me. Next match. Present Mike, everybody, sorry for the long wait. The stage that was frozen in the second match is finally dry, so on to the next match. The fierce competitor from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, it's Ibara Shiozaki versus Sparking Killing Boy. From the hero course, it's Denki Kaminari. The crowd starts cheering again. Present Mike, now, we'll have a super flashy battle this time too. Shiozaki raised her right hand. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I have only come here to find victory, not to take my opponent's life. Present Mike, I'm sorry. Shiozaki, in the first place, I wish to enter UA High School not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others. Present Mike, I said I'm sorry. My bad, okay? Shiozaki, I appreciate your understanding. Turned around before facing her opponent. Kaminari, Class B has people like this in too, huh? She has big eyes and a pretty face, but it seems like she's really strong. I have to discharge my electricity with all I've got. But not only is she pretty, but she's also cute. We should go out sometime. All right. Present Mike, anyway, start. Kaminari, when this is over, wanna grab a bite to eat? I'll comfort you if you'll have me. 'Cause this match will probably be over in a second. Charging electricity around him before releasing it indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Shiozaki turned around and created a wall of vines from her hair, then used her vines to bind Kaminari. Present Mike, it was decided in an instant. I'll say it once more. An instant. Midnight, Shiozaki advances to the second round. The audience cheered for her victory. Shiozaki, oh, I was able to make the most of the opportunity one was given. Tetsutetsu, all right. Good job, Shiozaki. Minoma, what's that? Didn't he say he'd settle this in a second? That's strange, he was defeated in a second, wasn't he? Class A is supposed to be better than Class B, so isn't that odd? Kendo chopped the crazy blonde student on the shoulder, knocking him out. Sorry about him. Yayorozu Azui Jiro Ishido, what was that just now? Outside the stadium. Lady, Kamisan, did you see that? Wouldn't she make the perfect sidekick for you? Kamui would. Turned his head to catch MD Lady watching the fight on TV. Yeah, I wish I could have seen more. MD Lady, she's great for your brand, you need someone cute. Kamui would. Just get back to work. Said, annoyed. Back inside the stadium. Some pro hero. As soon as she detached her vines, it was all over. There was no way he was going to avoid those. His electric current could not travel through them, so he couldn't hurt her. Excellent offense and defense. That binding hold was really impressive. Smart girl. Kaminari didn't stand a chance against her. Izuku muttered while writing in his notebook. Kaminari's quirk is supposed to be strong, but Shizuki is a tough opponent who placed 4th in the entrance exam. The entire class suddenly sweat dropped when they heard Midoriya muttering. Izuku, I wonder if it's like Kamui Wood's quirk. Binding types really are strong. I hardly ever see anyone break out. It'd be impossible to get close while avoiding all those vines, so you'd better have to tear them off or get through with brute force. Oh, but in order to keep you from doing that, she'd go after your hands first. Uraraka, you just finished but you're already planning your next strategy? Izuku. No. It's just, this is pretty much my hobby. It's not every day I get a chance to see amazing quirks outside of those in our class. Alright. I've been putting these together for everyone in Class A too. For your zero gravity too. Uraraka. Deku-kun, you've been amazing since I met you, but the sports festival is making me think that you're amazing all over again. Present Mike. Now, it's time for the 4th match. We're just gonna keep rolling along. Rush headlong toward the top. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ida. Versus fully equipped with support items. From the support course, it's Mei Hatsum. Jiro, he's up against the support course, huh? Azui, I wonder what kind of fight it'll be? Sato, what is that? Present Mike, Ida's also fully equipped with support items. Midnight, that's generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Those who use equipment need to petition beforehand. Ida, I forgot about that. Aoyama-kun was wearing belts, so I thought it was fine. Midnight, they both submitted a petition just in case. Ida bowed down to apologize. I humbly apologize. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she expressed her desire for a fair match since she had made it this far. She wanted to fight on equal terms, so she provided me with this equipment. I couldn't ignore her fighting spirit. I'll allow it. Present Mike, so it's fine? Aizawa, well, if they both agree on it, then it's within regulations. I guess? Izuku, could Hatsum-san really be like that? Is she? Present Mike, well, since permission has been granted, let's start the 4th match. Ida charges at Hatsum, but at normal speed. Hatsum, isn't that acceleration wonderful, Ida? Ida, a Mike? Present Mike, what? Aizawa, she has speakers on. Hatsum, don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's only to be expected. Those leg parts are enhancing your movements. Ida gets close to fight her. Hatsum evades easily and I can dodge with my hydraulic attachments. The support company's seats look interested. I've got their attention. Ida dashes at her again from behind. Hatsum dodges again before Ida can attack. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can handle attacks from behind. Ida, what are you planning? Hatsum, Ida-kun changed course adeptly. It's thanks to the auto-balancer I created. The left parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements, so there's no need to worry about time lag. Present Mike, what is this? Unsure of what to comment. Aizawa puts his injured right arm down in disappointment. She's focused on selling her product. Hatsum dodges again, and Ida spins around with the equipment on his back. The auto-balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. It will keep the wearer from falling unless they want to. Ida dashes at her again. Weren't you going to fight fairly? Hatsum jumps into the air with her boots charged up. What do you think of this lightness? These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction to allow for instant evasive action. Ida Uses his engine to catch her in time. I'll get her when she lands. Hatsum turns around and shoots a net at him with a gun. Ida. What's this? Hatsum, a capture gun to use against villains. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 before reloading. Who developed all of these items? It was me, Mei Hatsum. Everyone from the support companies. The choice is clear. Mei Hatsum, Mei Hatsum, Mei Hatsum. Support company. Is she a politician? Hatsum. And now, I will talk about the next support item. Support company. There's more? 10 minutes later. Hatsum steps out of bounds. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have nothing left to say. Midnight. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida advances to the second round. Ida, you tricked me. Hatsum, I'm sorry. I used you. Ida, I hate you. Izuku, Ida-kuin's earnest, so she probably said some things that sounded good to get him on board. Hatsum's not just honest, she will also use any means to reach her goal. Amazing. Uraraka gets up with a blank look on her face and leaves for the waiting room. Next match. Present Mike, we're going to charge right along to the 6th match. Let's hope that gutsy attitude serves some kind of purpose for Yuga Aoyama from the hero course. Aoyama, hello. Present Mike. Versus, is there some kind of purpose for those things sticking out of her head? From the same class, Mina Ishido. Ishido, this match is going to be a piece of cake. Aoyama, I do believe you will be eating those words, mademoiselle. Azui, you can do it, Mina-chan. Mineta, don't show her any mercy, Aoyama. Fight like you're in one of those video games where everyone's clothes get torn off. Izuku knocks him out. How many times do I have to hit you to stop you from perverting anyone? Zero, who do you think is going to win, Midoriya? Izuku looks at his hero notebook. A match between Aoyama-kun and Ishido-san. Considering their quirks, Aoyama will probably attack from a distance with his laser. So the match will be decided by how well Ishido can slip through Aoyama's attacks and turn it into a close combat match. But there's nothing to cover on the stage, so. Present Mike, now let's get started. The 6th match begins. Aoyama, naval laser, activate. Shoots a laser from his belt. Ishido, think again. Dodges and releases slippery acid from her shoe. We were on the same team for combat training, so I know all about your quirk, Aoyama. Aoyama, I can say the same thing about you. Continue shooting. Ishido, sure, but there's a bit of a difference. I remember something you. Flashback. Aoyama, if I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Flashback. And Ishido, I know your weakness. Continues to dodge. Aoyama, here's a big one. Shoots a bigger laser, which Mina dodges. Ow, my tummy. Ishido, there's my shot. Throws a bit of acid onto Aoyama's belt, which begins to melt. Aoyama, oh no, not my belt. Yuga exclaims as his pants slip down. Ishido gets closer for my finishing move, an uppercut. Delivers an uppercut. Midnight, Aoyama has fainted. The winner of this match is Ishido. Midnight announces as the crowd cheers. Present Mike, wow, Aoyama went down hard. That's the most amazing victory I've ever seen, sports fans. Azui, Mina-chan is amazing. Outside the stadium. Empty lady, watching the next fight on the big screen. Present Mike, now we've got no time to lose. Let's move to the next match. Kamui Wood angrily says to her, get back to work already. Back to the stadium. Next match. Present Mike, offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. From the hero course, it's Fumikage Tokoyami. Versus all-purpose creation. She was admitted through recommendations, so her abilities are certified. From the hero course, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Ojiro, what do you think about this match, Midoriya? Izuku, I think timing is key. Ojiro, timing? Yaoyorozu. Just as Present Mike said, my opponent has Dark Shadow, who works as offense and defense. Not only that, he can bring out Dark Shadow without a time lag, so there's no doubt of a preemptive attack. If I can quickly create a simple shield to block Tokoyami's attack, I can buy time to create a weapon. Present Mike, 6th match, start. Tokoyami, Go, Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, on it. Moves at high speed to strike. Yaoyorozu. Quick, make a shield. Creates a shield from her right arm to block the attack next, a weapon. Dark Shadow. Comes back at high speed and punches her shield again. Yaoyorozu, I can't collect my thoughts. Dark Shadow. Attacks her again, causing the shield on her arms to fly off. Yaoyorozu creates another shield but is knocked back by Dark Shadow again. She realizes that Tokoyami has stopped attacking. He stopped attacking? Now's my chance. Creates a pole as a weapon. Midnight, Yaoyorozu. Out of bounds. Yaoyorozu, huh? She looked down in shock to see her right foot out of bounds. Midnight, Tokoyami advances to the second match. Tokoyami, he absorbed Dark Shadow back into his body and bowed respectfully. Present Mike, an overwhelming victory. A completely overwhelming victory. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. Could it be the greatest quirk ever? Yaoyorozu, it can't be. I couldn't do anything. Not a thing. Izuku, Tokoyami's too amazing. I can't believe he forced her out of bounds just by focusing his attacks on the shield Yaoyorozu made. Ojiro, he was trying not to hurt her? Izuku nods. Ojiro, that's how easy it was for him, huh? Present Mike, okay. Let's move on. Next, the 17th match is a matchup between redundant quirks. Manly and passionate steel. From the hero course, it's Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Tetsu Tetsu, alright. Present Mike, versus manly and passionate hardening. From the hero course, it's Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima, even our intros are the same. Kendo, go, Tetsu. Continue Ibara's winning streak. Jiro, she noticed Mineta sleeping and used her jack to wake him up. Get a hold of yourself. Mineta wakes up with a start. Bah. Present Mike, can't wait to see how this one ends. Begin. He announced as the two hardheads collided, creating sparks. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Ida. He opened the door, looking a bit upset. Uraraka, you did great out there, Ida. Achiko greeted him with a serious expression. Ida, Uraraka-san. What's with that face? Uraraka, my face? Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm not as good at hiding how nervous I am. Ida, I get that. You are up against Bakugo, after all not exactly an easy match. Uraraka, yeah, I'm kind of scared, but after seeing your match, I feel a little better. She smiled. Ida, what's that supposed to mean? He looked confused as the door opened. Izuku, Uraraka-san. Uraraka, Deku-kun, why aren't you guys out there watching the matches? Izuku, well, most of them ended quickly, and it's Kirishima against a student from Class B. Back at the fight. Kirishima, he roared as he punched Tetsu Tetsu in the face. Tetsu Tetsu was about to fall but steadied himself with his left foot and began to attack back. Tetsu Tetsu, I thought you were supposed to be strong. He yelled as he punched back, but Kirishima held his ground and retaliated. Kirishima, funny, I heard the same about you. He shouted as he punched back again. In the waiting room. Uraraka, I'm next. This is it, my fight. She said nervously. Ida, it'll be okay, right? I don't think Bakugo would use the full power of his explosions on a girl. Izuku, he would. Everyone is aiming for number one for their dreams. Even if it wasn't Kaken, no one would hold back. I've been saved so many times by you, Uraraka-san. That's why I want to help you. He pulled out his notebook. A strategy for using your quirk to win against Kaken. It's not perfect, but I thought it up. Ida, oh. Good for you, Uraraka-kun. He said happily, giving Achiko a thumbs up. Uraraka, thank you, Deku-kun, but no, thank you. Izuku, eh? Uraraka, you're amazing, Deku-kun. You're constantly improving. During the cavalry battle, I thought it'd be better to team up with a friend, but now I realize I was just trying to rely on you. So when Ida-kun said he would challenge you, I felt embarrassed for myself. Izuku, Uraraka-san. He said in awe. Uraraka, walking to the door. So it's fine really. Everyone is facing their future and giving their best, which means we're all rivals, even you and me, Deku-kun. So I guess I'll see you both in the finals. She said, trembling while smiling as she gave a thumbs up. Back to the battle. Kirishima, he delivered an uppercut to Tetsu Tetsu. Tetsu Tetsu returned with a punch to the cheek. The two kept fighting until they both passed out from exhaustion. Present Mike. Wow, that hurt me, the one who's watching these guys. Is it over? The hardheads are both down, but who is the winner? Midnight, she looked at the two boys. Both contestants are down. It's a draw. In the case of a draw, after they recover, the winner will be determined by a simple contest, like arm wrestling. Pro Hero 1, their abilities are equally matched. Pro Hero 2, I like passionate ones like that. They boost morale. I want a sidekick like that. Present. While we wait for Kirishima and Tetsu Tetsu to recover, we'll start the next match. The board showed Bakugo vs Uraraka, the 9th match. Azui, next might be the most intense matchup. Jiro, I almost don't want to watch. Izuku. Uraraka-san, do your best. Present Mike, the 8th and last match of the first round. He was kind of famous in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Versus she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Achiko Uraraka. 8-match start. At this time, it was a match between Achiko and Katsuki. Present Mike, the 8th and last match of the first round. He was kind of popular in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Versus she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Achiko Uraraka. The audience cheered for the two as the match was about to start. Bakugo, you're the one that makes things float, right, round face? Uraraka. Round? She was shocked that he even insulted her, despite being a girl. Bakugo, if you're gonna surrender, do it now. You won't get off with just an ouch. Uraraka, she was still scared of him because of his powers and attacks, but she was willing to take him on. Ida, Midori Yakuin. Izuku? Huh? Ida, what was the strategy you were going to tell Uraraka earlier for her to use against Bakugo? Izuku, it wasn't much really. Kaken's strong as always. In a close combat fight, he has almost no openings, and the more he moves, the more he sweats, making his explosion quirk stronger. He can use the blasts from his explosions to move around in the air, but if Uraraka-san touches Kaken and uses her quirk to make him float, then she would have the advantage. That's why. The first thing Uraraka-san should do is. Present Mike, 8-match, start. Uraraka, she immediately charged at Bakugo, trying to get close to him. Izuku, a swift attack. Uraraka, surrendering is not a choice. Izuku, alright. That's good. Even if it's an accident, as long as she can touch him, she can make him float. Ida, Bakugo won't want Uraraka to get close to him. Izuku, that's why Kaken won't want to evade. He'll want to counterattack. Bakugo stood still, waiting for her to get close as he extended his right arm. Then you might as well give up, he thought, recalling that Izuku had mentioned he always swung with his right arm fully. He quickly moved his arm behind him. Uraraka dashed forward, thinking if I dodge here. She prepared to evade the attack. Bakugo swung his right arm upwards, unleashing an explosion aimed at her. Ida! Uraraka! Izuku shouted, his voice filled with concern. The other students of Class A were equally shocked to see Uraraka sent flying by the blast. Did he really blast her? Mineta asked, wide-eyed. Even though you're fighting a girl, you have no mercy, do you, Bakugo? Azui remarked. Uraraka found herself enveloped in the smoke from the explosion. This isn't good. Even if I anticipated it, I couldn't react in time. I'll take care of you, Bakugo declared confidently. Uraraka sprinted through the smoke, determined. Bakugo, aware of her movements, shouted, "Don't underestimate me." He blasted her again, but to his surprise, the smoke cleared to reveal her gym jacket lying on the ground. Wow, she made her jacket float and sent it over there. She did it in an instant. Present Mike exclaimed. Uraraka dashed out from behind the smoke, nearly close enough to make him float. If I can make him float here. Bakugo reacted quickly, blasting a line of explosions at her, sending her flying back. Class A watched in disbelief at the unfolding battle. He moves right after he sees her? Zero commented. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smokescreen. Uraraka can't activate her quirk unless she touches him, so she's at a disadvantage against Bakugo's reflexes, Kaminari added. As the smoke began to clear, Bakugo emerged, ready for another attack. Too slow, he taunted, charging up his explosions once more. Take this! Uraraka shouted, appearing behind him to strike. Bakugo blasted her away again. Achiko-chan. Azui whispered, concerned. I can't watch, Jiro said, her eyes wide with worry. Bakugo, don't tell me. Your tastes run in that direction. Mineta muttered, glancing nervously at the fight. Bakugo continued his counterattacks, ensuring she couldn't get too close. Not yet. Uraraka shouted, refusing to give up. The audience around the stadium was stunned that Uraraka hadn't landed a hit on Bakugo. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but this is... Present Mike noted. Her earlier substitution didn't work, so she's getting desperate, an audience member remarked. What an idiot, Monoma scoffed. Many spectators began to voice their discontent as Bakugo relentlessly attacked Uraraka. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? One spectator shouted. Isn't he going too far? Another chimed in. I can't watch, a third added. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then just end it already, someone yelled. Bakugo ignored the criticism, continuing his onslaught. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl, a spectator shouted. Yeah. Others joined in, booing Bakugo. Present Mike noted the crowd's reaction. There's booing from part of the crowd. But honestly, I also feel BA. Suddenly, Aizawa elbowed him in the face. An elbow? What are you doing? Present Mike exclaimed. Aizawa took the mic, addressing the audience. Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? His question caught everyone's attention. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so get lost. Go home and consider changing your careers. Izuku watched, concerned. Bakugo is being careful because he acknowledges the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't let his guard down. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he saw Uraraka still standing. Not yet. She's not out of the fight yet. Thanks, Bakugo, Uraraka said, bringing her hands together. For not letting your guard down. Ha! Bakugo replied, confused. Monoma observed, it's understandable for Bakugo, but it's embarrassing for the pros who were booing without knowing it. She made Bakugo aim for the group by lowering herself as she charged at him, gathering her strength. With her continuous attacks and explosions, she narrowed his vision and kept him from noticing her true plan. Suddenly, many pebbles from the ground began to float into the air. I'm going to win, Uraraka declared, clasping her fingers together as she used her quirk to release the floating pebbles, sending them raining down on Bakugo. The audience erupted in cheers at her impressive move. A meteor shower? Present Mike exclaimed. You should have noticed before, Aizawa said, unimpressed. She had a desperate plan like that up her sleeve? Izuku wondered. Uraraka began running toward Bakugo as he looked up at the falling debris. With this much debris, whether he is evading or counterattacking, there will definitely be an opening. In that moment, I'll get close to him with my secret move. Bakugo raised his right hand, preparing to blast the pebbles raining down on him. I'll win. I'll win and be like Deku-kun, Uraraka thought, determination in her eyes. Bakugo charged up his powers and blasted the pebbles above, the force sending Uraraka flying back due to the recoil. The explosion created a gust of wind that swept through the stadium, filling the air with smoke. She waited for the smoke to clear, hoping she had caught him off guard. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something, Bakugo said, his voice steady. Uraraka gasped, in one move. To everyone's shock, including Uraraka's, Bakugo appeared uninjured. Bakugo delivers a powerful explosion. He countered Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike announced. That was close. Bakugo muttered. Uraraka felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. I did as much as I could. But he wasn't fazed at all. She looked down, feeling ashamed. After all her effort, she hadn't landed a single hit on Bakugo. Izuku, she thought, her heart heavy. Uraraka slowly stood up despite the toll the battle had taken on her. Bakugo smirked at her. All right, let's get serious then, Uraraka. He charged at her, ready to attack. If it was Deku-kun. Uraraka clenched her fist, turning to face him once more. He wouldn't give up. But exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she stumbled to the ground. Uraraka's down. Present Mike announced. My body won't move. Uraraka struggled to rise, but her limbs felt heavy. Ida! Izuku called out, worried. Uraraka-kun. Ida said, his voice filled with concern. She passed her limit a long time ago. Sorry, Ida-kun, I need to go. Izuku said, rushing out. Ida, where are you going? Ida shouted after him. Uraraka began to crawl forward, causing Bakugo to take a fighting stance once again. I can still. Flashback of her as a young child, dreaming of taking her family on a vacation when they had enough money. I can become. Hero. Felt her body suddenly go limp and she fainted. Midnight. Went to check on her to see if she was still conscious. Uraraka's out of commission. Bakugo has advanced to the second round. Then, everyone in the stadium began to celebrate Bakugo's victory and the conclusion of the first match. Medical robots arrived to take Uraraka away. Midnight, take her to Recovery Girl. Robot, understood. Bakugo exits the stage and heads back to his tunnel. Present Mike, the 8th match of the first round. Uraraka. Oh, Uraraka. Oh yes. Bakugo advances to the second round. Aizawa. If you're going to do it properly, will you? Present Mike. Now, let's pull ourselves together. Aizawa, you're really letting your personal feelings take over. Present Mike. The first round is complete. Let's move on to the next round quickly after a short break. The audience cheered once again for the next round. At the hallway, Midoriya, Uraraka-san. Walking down the halls with a small present box in his hands. Just as he was walking by, Bakugo came down the stairs and spotted Izuku. Izuku, whoa, Kaken? Bakugo, what do you want? Izuku, oh well, I'm next so. I was getting ready in the waiting room. Also, congrats on winning that round. Later. Slowly backs away in a nervous but comedic manner. Bakugo, that was your idea, wasn't it? That ridiculous plan. Izuku stopped in his tracks when he heard Bakugo say that. Bakugo, you just have to be annoying, don't you? What the heck? Izuku, it wasn't. Turned around to face Bakugo, who wore an angry expression. Izuku, all of it. Uraraka planned it all, thinking about how she could beat you. If you thought that was annoying, it was because she was leading you around. Bakugo, his expression soured further after hearing what Midoriya said. Back to the audience stance. Zero, hey, Bakugo. That was tough, huh? Playing the villain. Azui, even if it was because of the matchup, you played an amazing role, Bakugo. Bakugo, shut up. Be quiet. Kaminari, but man, I can't believe you aimed such a huge blast at a girl. I couldn't help but hold back. Azui, she completely shut you down, Kaminari. Kaminari, his expression changed when Azui mentioned Shizaki defeating him. Why, you know what, Tsu. Bakugo sat down, still angry and annoyed. Just what part of her was frail, huh? At the waiting room. Once Izuku reached the doorway, he saw that Uraraka was inside with a bandage on her left cheek. Uraraka, man, I lost. Izuku, huh? Uraraka, I got carried away at the end, thinking I could pull it off. Izuku, Uraraka, what about your injuries? Are you okay? Uraraka, yeah, Recovery Girl took care of me. It was just moderate healing, so I still have some scratches and other stuff, though. Started to rant about her defeat against Bakugo, but man, that Bakugo was incredibly strong. He totally got me. I need to train harder, too. They both fell silent as she expressed her frustration. Izuku, are you all right? Uraraka, I'm fine. Better than expected. Holding her phone in her right hand, showing her father calling her, you immediately started looking ahead, Deku-kun, And just because I lost doesn't mean I can give up. Izuku. That's... Just as he was about to say something, he heard Present Mic's voice from inside the waiting room. Back to the stadium. Present Mic. The draw from the 7th match of the first round, Kirishima and Tetsu. The winner of their arm wrestling match to determine who advances to the next round is. The two were straining hard, locked in a stalemate. Kirishima slammed Tetsu's arm down to the table, showcasing his strength. Midnight. The winner is Kirishima. He advances to the second round. The audience cheered for Kirishima's victory. Present Mic. The one who won his ticket was Kirishima. Kirishima. Tetsu, my metal fatigue. I should have eaten more. Iron. Kirishima walked up to him to offer a hand. It was a good match. Tetsu looked down for a moment with a grin before accepting his hand as Midnight reacted to them. Midnight, so youthful. Present Mic. Now we've got everyone who's advancing to the second round. So, let's get started. Back to the waiting room. Izuku, already. Uraraka. Oh, sorry Deku-kun. You weren't able to prepare at all since I was here. Izuku. No, it's okay. I'm fine. Takes out a present and hands it to her. Here, take it. Uraraka. Deku-kun, what's this? Opens the gift. Inside the box was a small strawberry cake. Izuku, you might not have won the match, but you did your best. So I brought this to celebrate your hard work. I bought it at the nearest bakery. Uraraka, whoa, it looks delicious. Thank you, Deku-kun. Let's eat. Picks up the fork and takes a bite. Yummy. Izuku, I'm glad you like it. Suddenly his stomach growls. Uraraka starts to laugh a bit. Deku-kun, let's eat together. Izuku, is it okay? This is your present. Uraraka, yes, you bought it for me after all. Besides, cake is more delicious when shared with someone. Hands him another fork. Izuku, thank you, Uraraka-san. Takes the fork. Let's eat. Takes a bite. Wow, this is great. Uraraka, right? Let's enjoy it together. Izuku. The two of them enjoyed the cake together until it was finished. Izuku, I have to go now. The match is about to start. Uraraka, I'll be watching, okay? Good luck out there. Izuku, thanks. Starts heading out. Uraraka picks up her phone and calls her dad. Sorry for not picking up earlier, Dad. Uraraka, Dad. No, it's fine. Sorry for calling when you're busy. Your mom and I just watched you on TV. You almost won. You were amazing. Says proudly. Uraraka, it wasn't that close and I wasn't very good. I rushed it too much at the end. I didn't have a backup plan if that big move didn't work out. I failed. Uraraka looked sadly at her father. You lost, but that doesn't mean you can't still be a pro hero. I know I don't fully understand how all this works, but there's always next year, right? This isn't the end. I know, Uraraka replied, her voice heavy with disappointment. But I wish I could have gone further in the festival. I wanted more chances to show what I'm made of. The scouts barely saw me do anything this time. What are you in such a hurry for? Her father asked gently. It's just, I want to help you guys out as soon as I can. She felt tears welling up. Achiko, there's no need to rush. The very fact that you feel this way shows me you'll be a kind, caring hero one day. I am so proud of you. With Izuku, he began walking, lost in thought about Ochako. Of course she's sad about her loss. I hope the cake helps her somehow. On the contrary. He remembered her encouraging words and wiped away a tear. She encouraged me again. Suddenly he ran into Endeavor, Todoroki's father. Endeavor? Oh, there you are, Endeavor said, approaching Izuku. What are you doing here? Izuku stepped back, feeling uneasy. I watched your fight. You have a wonderful quirk. You can transform into a snack-like armor. In terms of power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's. Izuku froze for a moment at the comparison. What are you trying to say? I must go. He walked away nervously, preparing for the first match of the second round. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might, Endeavor continued. Izuku stopped, processing Endeavor's words about Todoroki's duty. His match with you will be a very instructive test. Please don't disgrace yourself in it. Izuku recalled Todoroki's determination not to use his fire, wanting to win without relying on his father's power. I am not All Might. Endeavor paused and turned back to him. That's obvious. It's obvious, right? Izuku faced Endeavor defiantly. He may be your son, but Todoroki isn't you either. He walked away, leaving Endeavor to clench his eyes in annoyance. Back in the stadium, Uraraka looked around. Those two haven't started yet? Tokoyami and Ida turned to see Uraraka's eyes almost closed, her mouth small. I gotta watch. Are your eyes hurt? You must hurry to recovery, girl, Ida began. I already went. This is different. Different. Ida echoed. If that's the case, then you must have been really frustrated earlier. Tokoyami added, rather than feeling regretful now, you should use this next match as a source of encouragement. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. The fires in the ring lit up, signaling the start of the second match. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The first match of the second round is a big one. The man who won a huge victory in the first round and left everyone stunned from the hero course. It's Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Todoroki walked onto the stage. On the other hand, this guy passed the first and second rounds by himself. What kind of fight will he show us this time? From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike continued. Izuku also walked onto the stage, locking eyes with Todoroki. The audience cheered for the match to begin. So you're finally here, Todoroki said. Todoroki-kun. Izuku replied. Tokoyami-kun, who do you think might win this match? Ida asked. It depends on whether Midoriya jumps in close to Todoroki or not, Tokoyami answered. I agree. What is Deku-kun going to do about that ice? Uraraka wondered. The audience continued to cheer for the two competitors. In a dark room, Shigaraki watched the sports festival on a computer. These two could prove to be formidable obstacles for you one day. Especially that boy with the brown hair. I'm not worried about a couple of kids, Shigaraki replied, scratching his neck. Back to the fight, Present Mike announced, the match of the second round. They both stand at the top of this year's sports festival. Midoriya. Izuku thought, he'll start attacking with ice. He held out his weapon. Versus Todoroki. Todoroki thought, it's too dangerous to let him use his power freely. It's like two great rivals fighting against each other. Now, Present Mike began. The two got into fighting stances before Present Mike even said start. The moment it starts. Izuku and Todoroki thought simultaneously. Start. Present Mike shouted. Todoroki launched a line of ice toward Izuku. Henshin. Izuku called, placing the weapon in his belt, cranking the lever, and pressing the button. The ice covered Izuku, making it look like he was finished. That fast? Present Mike exclaimed. Aizawa replied, it's not over yet. The ice melted to reveal Izuku. Unharmed. Todoroki sent another wave of ice at Izuku. Listen to me, Todoroki-kun. Izuku shouted, cutting through the ice, creating a strong wind from the force. Todoroki quickly created an ice wall behind him to shield against the wind pressure. Izuku cranked the lever again to repair his weapon. Wow. Midoriya stopped Todoroki's attack. Present Mike announced. Listen to me, Todoroki-kun. Izuku urged again. Todoroki used the same attack on Midoriya once more. Izuku cut through the ice again. He won't listen to me. Meanwhile, in the audience for Class A, Kirishima arrived just in time to watch the match. It started. Kirishima, good job making it to the second round, Kaminari said. Yeah, I'll be up against you next, Bakugo. Let's make this a good one, Kirishima replied. I'll take you down, Bakugo shot back. Kirishima laughed. I'd like to see you try. But man, you and Todoroki can both unleash powerful attacks that cover a lot of ground. Siro added, and you can do it without any delay. Bakugo retorted, I'm not just shooting them off. So don't underestimate them. If you overuse your muscles, they'll tear, and if you keep running, you'll run out of breath. Quirks are physical abilities too. They also must have some kind of limit. Kirishima, if I think about it like that, I guess it would make sense. Then, against the formidable Todoroki, Midoriya wants. Todoroki, an endurance match, huh? Kirishima, I see. Todoroki, I'll end this quickly. Sends another line of ice at Midoriya at a rapid pace. Izuku cuts the ice again, but the blade has burned out. Todoroki, chance. Creates a path of ice that rises, preparing to attack Midoriya up close. Present mic. Todoroki doesn't hesitate against Midoriya's power and moves in for close combat. Izuku cranks the lever again and cuts the ice. Todoroki dodges and, while in midair, lands an ice punch where Izuku was standing. Izuku sees Todoroki and quickly backs away. The shockwave from the punch sends Izuku flying back slightly. Todoroki creates another line of ice from his right fist. The ice nearly reaches Izuku as he lands on the ice. Izuku. This is not good, he's too close now. Slashes the ice, generating strong wind pressure. Todoroki creates another wall of ice behind him to shield against the wind pressure and the recoil from Midoriya's attack. That's a lot of power from before. Are you telling me to stay away? Izuku prepares to attack. It's not just his quirk. His judgment, application skills, and mobility. All of his abilities are strong. Todoroki exhales cold air. Spectator 3, he's already better than the average pro heroes. Spectator 4, it's like that's what you get from the son of the number 2 hero. Izuku glares back at Todoroki with frustration, noticing his right arm twitching slightly from the cold. He's shaking. So that's what it is. Todoroki, sorry. Thanks to you. That guy's face is clouded over here. Izuku grits his teeth, recalling Todoroki saying he wouldn't use his other quirk. Just listen to me. I know how you feel. Todoroki, what are you talking about? Creates a wall of ice rapidly heading towards Midoriya. Present mic. Todoroki keeps attacking with overwhelming power. Here comes the finisher. Izuku cranks the lever again and presses the button. Chip fire. Izuku cuts the ice again, regaining his focus and glaring at Todoroki. Where are you looking? Todoroki. Izuku stops his attack. The audience is surprised by the power. The wind pressure and fire from Midoriya's attack push Todoroki away with maximum force. Todoroki manages to create a wall of ice behind him, close to the out-of-bounds area. UBSRD. Why are you going so far in this fight? Izuku, you're trembling, Todoroki. Todoroki. Surprised that he knew he was trembling because of the cold. Izuku, quirks are also physical abilities. There's a limit to how much your body can handle the cold, isn't there? And isn't that something you could solve by using the heat from your left side? The final question catches Todoroki's attention the most. Izuku, everyone's fighting with everything they've got. In order to win and get closer to their dreams. To become number 1. Yet you still want to win by using half of your power. You barely landed a single scratch on me yet. Todoroki starts to get angry at his words. Midoriya, in fighting pose, then come at me with everything you've got. It's okay to use your left side. Tashinori, Midoriya shounen. Endeavor. This brat. Todoroki, Midoriya. What are you planning? Everything I've got? Did my demon old man buy you off or something? Angry, he charges at Midoriya. Now I'm mad. Izuku. His movement. Bakugo. Are slow. Unlike the maximum limit of my power, it's like the MP meter in a game. Was what he released in the fight with Asian Face his maximum? Todoroki leaps forward to attack. You can't do anything if it's close range. The moment my right foot lifts, Midoriya moves forward, shocking Todoroki, and strikes a kick at Todoroki's stomach. Present mic, a solid kick. Todoroki is hit and flies backward, landing on the floor with his whole body. Present mic, we've got some action here. Spectator 4, he was able to kick Todoroki. Spectator 5, even though Midoriya is winning, why didn't he finish Todoroki off? Todoroki gets up with the same angry expression and coughs slightly. Why? Sends another wall of ice towards Midoriya. Izuku cuts the ice again. His ice force is weakening too. Todoroki sends ice at him. Izuku continues to cut the ice. Todoroki, why are you going so far? Izuku, because I know how you feel. Todoroki, what are you talking about? Izuku, because my father killed my mother in front of me. Todoroki. His father what? Starts to have flashbacks of his childhood with his mother. Izuku, my father is a villain. He killed my mom when I was 4. The belt I have was from him. Todoroki begins to have more visions of his flashbacks about his father treating his mother and the family's cruelty. Izuku, but I'm still using it. Because I know what I will use it for. To bring happiness to everyone. So what if your fire is from your father? You're the one who decides how to use it. It's your power, not his. It's okay to use your fire. You don't have to be a prisoner of your blood. Todoroki. Those words are the same as hers. Eyes widen as he recalls his mother's words. Izuku, what will it be? Will you continue to be like this, or will you let your fire out and become a greater hero than your father? Todoroki. His body begins to steam. Now it's time. His body is on fire as he finally unleashes his other quirk. The heat from the fire creates a wave of warmth around the stadium. Present Mike. This is Uraraka, the fire's here. Ida remembers what Todoroki said about not using his left side. He used it. Tashinori, he made him use his left side. Midoriya Shounen, were you trying to have Todoroki Shounen? Todoroki, even though you wanted to win. Minute. To help your enemy. Which one of us is playing around now? Izuku stares in awe as Todoroki finally uses his left side. Todoroki smiles. I want to be a hero too. Izuku smiles back at him. From the audience's perspective, Endeavor grins as he finally sees his son using his fire. Endeavor, shutu. Present Mike, huh? Everyone around the stadium turns their attention to the number 2 hero as he walks down the stairs for a better view of his son. Endeavor, have you finally accepted yourself? Good. It all starts from here for you. With my blood in your veins, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my desire. Present Mike, clearly, Endeavor is shouting encouragement. Izuku, wow. Todoroki, why are you smiling? In this situation, you must be crazy. Don't blame me for what's going to happen. Utilized both of his quirks together. Izuku, I won't about to charge up for the finishing attack. Then suddenly the Gochizo disappears, leaving Izuku back to normal. Izuku. Todoroki, surprised. Present Mike, what's this? Midoriya has changed back to normal. Then the belt starts glowing, revealing a new Gochizo that Izuku has never seen before. Izuku, you are. I see you're from the cake earlier. But why have I never seen you before on my birthday? Never mind that, let's focus on the battle. Starts cranking the lever. Eat cake, eat cake, eat cake. Izuku, henshin. Presses the button. Gochizo, in the belt wawa. Caking amazing. Present Mike, Midoriya just changed to his new form. Izuku, let's finish this with our strongest attack. Todoroki, agreed. Let's finish this. Ready to leave. Cementos slams his hands on the floor to create a wall of cement to stop the 2 Midnight. If they keep going to Midnight, his body won't hold up. Rips part of her left sleeve to release a spore of perfume. Todoroki stomps on the floor to create a huge ice wave rapidly heading towards Midoriya. Izuku takes the Gochizo and places it in the sword, charging it. Whole cake. Izuku activates OFA and prepares to attack. Come, I will give all I have. Todoroki sweeps his left arm backward as fire surrounds him and charges up his left fist to shoot fire at him. Midoriya. Izuku launches his attack. Todoroki, thank you for this. The cement wall created by Cementos blocks their attacks as best as he can, but the attacks collide, creating an explosion that sends winds swirling around the stadium, forcing everyone to shield themselves from the pressure. Finally, the winds settle. Cementos, just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's a good thing, but this is truly amazing. Present Mike, on the ground with his legs still up. What was that just now? What is going on with your class? Aizawa, The air that had been cooled thoroughly was suddenly heated up and expanded. Present Mike, that would explain this explosion? Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, who won the match? Midnight gets up on her feet to check who won or lost this match. After the smoke clears, it reveals Shoto out of the stage, unconscious, with the left side of his sports uniform burned. Midnight, Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the third round. The audience cheers for the victory. It was the longest and most intense fight ever. Pro Hero 1. That Midoriya kid is really powerful. Pro Hero 2. Having a sidekick like him can really be helpful. Pro Hero 3. Not to mention he even helped his classmate, the one he was fighting. Pro Hero 4. The kid has a big heart, that's for sure. Bakugo. Izuku, I did it. D henshin and falls unconscious. Midnight, take them to Recovery Girl. Robots, I know. Carry them to the office. At Recovery Girl nurse's office, Todoroki slowly opens his eyes to see the ceiling of the Recovery Girl office. Recovery Girl, you're awake. Todoroki, what happened to the match? Recovery Girl, you lost the match by ring out and were unconscious, so the media bot carried you here. Luckily, you don't have any injuries, so you're clear to leave. As for him, after winning the match, he fell unconscious from using too much energy with a broken arm from the match, but he'll be fine for the next match. Points at Izuku, who is sleeping with a broken arm. Todoroki, I see. Thank you. Gets up and walks out of the office, heading to his class seat but sees Endeavor. Endeavor, you're in the way. Are you going to say that? You're not controlling your left side. You're going all out, and it's dangerous. You threw away your childish tantrum, and now you've become the perfect improvement of yourself. Raises his left hand to offer Todoroki, come to me after you graduate. I'll guide you down the road of the mighty. Todoroki, that there's no way I can throw it away. Endeavor, HM? Todoroki looks at his left hand, this can't be undone that easily. It's just, that one moment. I forgot about your Endeavor, huh? Todoroki starts walking past him, whether that's good or bad, right or not. I'm going to think about it a little. At Recovery Girl nurse's office, Izuku starts to wake up. Recovery Girl, you're awake. You fell unconscious and broke your arm after winning the match. Even though it's not a big injury, it's concerning to see a kid willing to push himself to the limit for what he yearns for. Sighs and looks at All Might. I don't like this. Both you and this kid went too far. You can't condone him for this. Toshinori, sorry. Uraraka Azui Mineta. Open the door. Midoriya. Toshinori. Some of the students, such as Uraraka, Ida, Mineta, and Azui, come to see Izuku, who is injured from the fight. Toshinori, that shocks me. Uraraka, are you okay? Turns to see Toshinori but doesn't know he's All Might. Nice to meet you. Toshinori, yes. Recovery Girl, how hectic. Izuku, everyone. How is the next match going? Ida, since the stage was destroyed, it's being repaired at the moment. Mineta, Midoriya, your match just now was very intense. Recovery Girl, you guys are noisy. I know you are worried, but I have to perform healing on him now. Come on, out you go, Ida urged gently, pushing the others away. But Uraraka started to protest. Will he be able to recover? Ida asked, concern evident in his voice. Just leave it to me, Recovery Girl replied, closing the door behind her. I'm sorry, Izuku said, his voice filled with regret. Toshinori looked at him, curious. I went overboard, Izuku admitted, his eyes downcast. That's fine. You were trying to make him understand something, Toshinori reassured him. That's true. Todoroki-kun looked so sad. I meddled in his business. But more than that, I was just frustrated. I couldn't see anything around me or ahead of me. I'm really sorry. Just make sure you don't do it again, Toshinori advised. Yes, Izuku nodded. Next, it was Ida against Shiozaki. Shiozaki sent a vine toward Ida. Recipro burst. Ida shouted, sprinting past the vine and stopping behind Ibra. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her out of bounds. Shiozaki is out of bounds. It's Ida's victory, Midnight announced. Next up was Tokoyami versus Mina. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami called. Okay. Dark Shadow responded, dashing toward Mina. Ashido tried to keep Dark Shadow away by throwing acid at him, but he skillfully avoided it and pushed Mina out of bounds. Ashido, out of bounds. It's Tokoyami's victory, Midnight declared. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is amazing, Mineta remarked. He noticed Uraraka looking a bit sad. Are you worried about Midoriya? Even though it's just minor injuries, I don't know if he can continue to fight, Uraraka admitted. Recovery Girl will take care of it, you don't have to worry. Mineta reassured her. He's right, Midoriya is stronger than he looks, Ashido added. Uraraka smiled, feeling a bit better. Yeah. In Recovery Girl's office, she healed Izuku with her quirk. I've healed you for the next battle. Thank you, Granny Recovery Girl, Izuku stammered. By the way, I won't heal such wounds from now on, she warned. Izuku and Toshinori exchanged worried glances. Think of something else he can do. A different solution, instead of being so destructive, Recovery Girl advised. Outside the office, All Might and Izuku began to walk out. A different solution, huh? Toshinori mused. All Might, Izuku began. Yes. Toshinori replied. You originally became a teacher at UA to find a successor, right? Izuku asked. That's correct, Toshinori confirmed. While giving my all in the sports festival this time, I really felt that everyone has a determination they won't compromise on. And I think there's someone better suited as the successor? Toshinori asked. Yes. Izuku admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. It's true that this place is filled with so many hopeful heroes. One for all is the crystallization of power. If someone with a quirk, like Todoroki, were to inherit it, he would have superpowers beyond his own quirk and would become a superhero. Then, Izuku started. But I was also quirkless like you before you got that belt, Toshinori interrupted. Oh my, was quirkless? Izuku asked, surprised. It's nothing compared to this generation, but I was still considered unusual. My master had a quirk, but she believed in me and bestowed one for all onto me, teaching me to be a hero. I never knew that. Izuku exclaimed. You never asked. I thought you would, Toshinori replied with a smile. All Might was quirkless too. Izuku mused. Yeah. At first, I saw myself in you, but you've already surpassed my expectations so many times. I believe there is something that only you can draw out. Izuku held back his emotions. Thank you. And the sports festival isn't over yet, so go and fight until the end, Toshinori encouraged. Yes. Izuku replied, determination shining in his eyes. In the waiting room, Ito was trying to call his brother. Hey, are you there, Nissan? It's me, Tenya. Currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone. Please leave a message, the voicemail replied. Ida hung up, looking disappointed. Nissan. Meanwhile, Ingenium was sprinting through Hosu. Squad A, head north. Squad B, check the west side, he ordered his sidekicks. Squad A, Roger, one responded. Squad B, Roger, another added. Suddenly, sirens echoed from outside the city. Ingenium sensed something. Over there, he said, turning around. He released steam from his arms and bounced up the side of a building. No doubt about it, it's him. He landed in an alley, confronting the hero killer, whose silhouette glared back at him with piercing red eyes. Back in the stadium, the crowd cheered as Kirishima fought Bakugo. Take this! Kirishima shouted, swinging a powerful fist at Bakugo, managing to scrape his cheek. Bakugo retaliated with an explosion aimed at Kirishima. Counter! Present Mike exclaimed. Kirishima used his hardening to protect himself from Bakugo's explosion. That won't work on me, explosion boy. Bakugo thought to himself, he's not budging. There's more to him than hardening. Tetsu shouted, Kirishima, get his chin. His chin. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend, Hananuki added. Izuku watched from the Class A seating area. Kirishima-kun and Kaken. Which means, Ida-kun and Tokoyami-kun have advanced to the next round. I wish I could have seen it. Kirishima continued to throw punches while Bakugo dodged. Bakugo's having a hard time fighting back against Kirishima's fierce attack. Present Mike announced. Izuku muttered to himself, Kaken's on the defensive? Kirishima's quirk is simple, but most of all, it's strong. Ida-kun. Izuku turned to see Ida approaching. Ha! Izuku replied. I see you fully recovered now. I'm glad. Ida said. Yeah, thanks. And congratulations to you, Ida-kun, Izuku replied. I made it to the semifinals. We're going to fight next. May the best win, Ida declared. Thank you, Ida-kun. By the way, is your big brother, Ingenium, watching your progress too? Izuku asked. I called him earlier, but he was working, Ida explained. Oh, so you called him, Izuku noted. But I think that was for the best. Now that I've made it this far, I need to be able to tell him I'm number one, Ida said, recalling his brother's words. Bakugo counters again. What's this? Unlike before, it's working? Present Mike shouted. You've been straining to keep your whole body rock hard this whole time, right? If you attack quickly in that state, sooner or later, it'll start coming apart. Bakugo taunted, continuing to blast Kirishima without stopping. You little, Kirishima grunted. The finishing blow. Die! Bakugo shouted. Kirishima struggled to maintain his hardening. Well, I understand why you wouldn't want a drawn-out match with me though, Bakugo remarked as Kirishima fell to the ground. Kirishima-kun is immobilized. Bakugo-kun wins. Midnight announced. You idiot! You didn't have enough guts, Kirishima. Tetsu yelled. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo advances to the third round and completes the final four. Present Mike declared, showing the images of Izuku, Ida, Tokoyami, and Bakugo on the screen. All right, let's get going now, Ida said, starting to walk out. Okay. Izuku replied, heading in the opposite direction. At the stage, Present Mike announced, the first match of the semifinals features two competitors from hero families, making this a battle of legacies. From the hero course, Tenya Ida. Ida walked onto the stage confidently. Versus the snack armor guy who won 2 rounds earlier with his small little guy familiar. Present Mike continued. From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walks onto the stage. Ida thinks to himself, I may not know what armor Midoriya-kun is going to choose, but I just have to stay focused and prepare myself. Can I really beat him though? He gets into a fighting position. Izuku pulls up his shirt, thinking, to fight against Ida-kun's speed, I will have to go with weight. He grabs Guruken Gochizo and places it on his belt, cranking the lever. Candy, 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 candy. Izuku shouts, Henshin. He presses the button. Gochizo, in the belt wawa. Guruken Piro. Uraraka cheers. Deku-kun. Ida-kun. Do your best. Present Mike announces, ready, start. Ida dashes toward Izuku. Izuku takes a defensive pose. Ida kicks him but feels a bit of pain. Too hard. Izuku tries to punch him. Ida dodges and runs around, continuing to kick at Izuku, trying to damage him. Izuku doesn't flinch. Ida thinks, no matter how much I attack, he doesn't feel any pain. Not to mention he hasn't moved a single inch. Present Mike exclaims, wow, Ida's been kicking Midoriya for 15 minutes, but Midoriya hasn't felt a single pain. What's more, he hasn't even moved from that spot. He's hard as a rock. Aizawa comments, that armor is made based on the swirl lollipop thick and hard. He's basically an RPG tank in that armor. Suddy adds, wow, his strength is incredible. Kaminari agrees, yeah, just like All Might. Siro shakes his head, nah, that's impossible. All Might is way stronger than him, I think. Ida thinks, let me try something. He starts jumping high and lunges toward Izuku. Uraraka exclaims, whoa, a standing long jump. Ida shouts, Recipro burst, and tries to kick Izuku. Izuku blocks it with his hand. Ida lands down, thinking, I only have 10 seconds until my engines stall. I have to win this right now. He kicks Izuku in the back. Izuku doesn't flinch. Present Mike remarks, "Look at that speed." Siro adds, "Wow, that was a heavy hit." Kaminari comments, "I didn't know he could kick like that." Sato notes, "But it doesn't seem to be affecting Midoriya." Ida thinks, 8 seconds left. "I'll push him out of bounds right now." He tries to push Izuku but is met with resistance. "What the?" Izuku asks, "Ida-kun?" Present Mike wonders, "What is Ida doing right now?" Aizawa explains, "Ida's trying to push Midoriya out of bounds, but it seems it's not working." Ida decides to try from the other side. He goes in front of Izuku and tries to push his chest, but it's still the same. How can someone who looks like they weigh 86 kilograms be so hard to push? Izuku replies, "I'm actually 860.2 kilograms in this form." Ida gasps, "What?" noticing his engine has stopped. "Oh no." Izuku says, "Sorry, Ida-kun." He gently scruffs him up. Ida exclaims, "Hey!" trying to break free. Izuku puts him down out of bounds. Midnight announces, "Ida is out of bounds." Midoriya wins and makes it to the final. Everyone starts cheering for Izuku. Present Mike continues, "And that's Midoriya taking the win and going to the final. 860.2 kilograms, huh? Who knew? What a match." Ida gave it his all, but Midoriya's power was just on another level this time. Uraraka cheers, "All right, way to go, Deku-kun." Ida laments, "I can't believe I lost like this." Izuku responds, "Ida-kun, that was a nice match. You did your best." Ida smiles, "Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I will have to train more to catch up with you. And congrats on the win." Midoriya smiles back. At the alley, Stain declares, "Fame, money, that's what all of you who call yourselves heroes are really after." Ingenium lies on the ground, defeated, as he starts to bleed. Stain continues, "But you are not heroes." He crushes Ingenium's phone. "Except him, the only one with permission to kill me, All Might is worthy." Present Mike announces, "And now it's Bakugo versus Tokoyami." Bakugo's explosions are unstoppable. Tokoyami sends Dark Shadow to attack Bakugo. Bakugo growls, "That thing is so annoying. Die." He blasts Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow cries out, "Ack!" Tokoyami thinks, "Such brutality." Bakugo unleashes more explosions. Present Mike comments, "Tokoyami has advanced this far with his unbeatable quirk, but this time it looks like he's on the ropes." Dark Shadow continues to protect Tokoyami from the blasts. Ashido asks, "Tokoyami, what's going on? He attacked super hard when he was up against us." Yaoyorozu adds, "There must be a reason." Uraraka observes, "Dark Shadow can't go on the offensive because of all the light. It's the worst matchup." Izuku thinks, "The weakness he shared with us. If Kaken doesn't know about it yet, then he still has a chance." Tokoyami realizes, "I underestimated him. I don't have time to recharge Dark Shadow's power. I'm running out of darkness." Bakugo blasts himself at Tokoyami. Tokoyami thinks, "Is he trying to wear me down? It looks like his moves are getting faster." Bakugo drops down to Dark Shadow and hits him with another blast. Dark Shadow cries out, "Ack!" Tokoyami commands, "Grab him, Dark Shadow." Dark Shadow tries to grab Bakugo. Bakugo avoids it. Present Mike exclaims, "Wow." Bakugo gets behind Tokoyami. Bakugo lands down. Dark Shadow tries to attack Bakugo. Bakugo presses both hands together, creating a giant explosion that produces enough light to draw Dark Shadow back, filling the area with smoke. Stun grenade. Present Mike exclaims, "How am I supposed to commentate when I can't see what's happening?" Tokoyami asks, "Did you know of my weakness before?" Bakugo smirks, "I figured it out by attacking over and over again. It was a pretty bad matchup for you. I almost feel bad, but you're done. Checkmate." He holds his explosion menacingly. Tokoyami concedes, "I surrender." Midnight announces, "Tokoyami gives up. Bakugo is the winner of this match." The crowd cheers. Present Mike continues, "That means our final fight will be between Midoriya and Bakugo." Bakugo smirks at Izuku, thinking, "Finally, now I can fight Deku." Uraraka comments, "It's too bad about Tokoyami-kun. Siro adds, I totally thought Tokoyami would win for sure. Kaminari notes, guess that means his quirk's not invincible after all. Kirishima observes, so light is his weakness, huh? I see. Bakugo's the kind of guy who would exploit that. Kendo remarks, you chose a terrifying person to make your enemy. Monoma states, not at all, it's just luck that his quirk works well against that guy. Tetsu concludes, these finals have been one big showcase for Class 1A, damn it. At the audience, Pro Hero 1 states, it doesn't matter who wins or loses, these first years are amazing. Pro Hero 2 agrees, the draft is going to be so insane this year. Izuku thinks, I guess it's time for me to head to the final. Uraraka wishes him, good luck, Deku-kun. Izuku smiles and nods. Uraraka wonders, I wonder what your match between you and Bakugo will be like, besides intense? Ida approaches them, saying, we'll have to take note for next time. Midoriya smiles back at Ida and Ochako. Ida suddenly starts shaking. Midoriya and Uraraka gasp in unison, what's wrong? Ida explains, it's just my phone. Midoriya Uraraka, oh the phone. Ida, noticing his mother is calling mother? With Ida stepped into the hallway to answer the call. Hello. I hate to tell you this, but I lost. Ida's mom, no, I'm not calling about that. I'm sorry, but Tenya, please listen carefully. It's your brother, a villain has attacked Tensei. Ida. At Stain, grinning wildly as he stood atop a building, surveying the city. You haven't even noticed, have you? This warped society is mired in hypocrisy and vanity. That's fine. I'll open your eyes, heroes. You will see the world you've created. Watches as the police take Ingenium away. When suddenly, Stain suddenly lunges at a figure made of purple mist. Kurogyri, please remain calm. We share the same goals. I've been searching for you, hero killer Stain. I've heard of your exploits and wanted to meet you in person. I think you'll be interested in what I have to offer. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was in his room. Shigaraki, hero killer. Stain looks at an image of Stain fleeing the scene of the crime. At the stadium, flames burst from the corner of the stage as the crowd cheers. Present Mike, welcome to the final battle of the UA High School Sports Festival. In just a moment, we will see which of these first years will come out on top. Yes, it all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walks to the stage. Present Mike versus his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, already on stage, get ready to lose, Deku. Izuku, I won't lose. I will show you what I can do, Kaken. Places the caking Gochizo on his belt. Izuku starts cranking the lever. Eat cake, eat cake, eat cake. Izuku, Henshin, presses the button. Gochizo, in the belt wawa. Caking amazing. Present Mike, ready. Start. Izuku Bakugo, run towards each other without stopping. Bakugo, launches himself at full speed. Take this. Fires an explosion at Izuku's chest. The smoke envelopes the area, but Izuku grabs Bakugo's chest and slams him to the ground. Izuku starts running and slides Bakugo's back against the ground, trying to throw him off the stage. Bakugo uses an explosion to avoid going out of bounds and quickly gets back up to charge at him again. Deku. Izuku, Kaken. Izuku Bakugo keep exchanging blows, oblivious to their surroundings. Izuku summons whipped soldiers. Whip party. Whipped soldiers 1-2 attempt to attack Bakugo. Bakugo dodges and creates a powerful explosion, destroying both soldiers. Is that all, Deku? Present Mike, wow. Bakugo and Midoriya are fighting fiercely. At this rate, one of them will be defeated badly. Bakugo, by the end of this match, you'll be on the ground. Izuku, I won't give up. Izuku Bakugo sprint towards each other at full speed. After 5 minutes, their fight shows no signs of stopping. The crowd continues to cheer for them. Present Mike, wow. This match is incredibly intense. Both of them keep fighting without a break. Eraser, your students are amazing. Aizawa, Between the two of them, there are almost no weaknesses. The only one who could be superior is still unknown. Narrows his eyes at the two fighters. This will end soon. Bakugo, stun grenade. Creates a small explosion in his palm that emits a blinding flash. The explosion fills the arena with bright light, obscuring Izuku's vision. Bakugo fires an explosion at his chest. Izuku places a hand on his chest. Kaken has become even stronger. I can't let my guard down. Starts to feel fatigued. I'm running out of time. Bakugo, what's wrong, Deku? Can't handle my explosions. Audience 1, what's going on? Audience 2, is Midoriya slowly being overwhelmed? Audience 3, isn't he supposed to be the one who wins? At the Class A seating area, they watch Izuku with concern. Ochako covers her mouth with her hands, unable to look away. Ida, Midoriya-kun. Kirishima, is slowly weakening. Sato, what happens now? Uraraka, Deku-kun. Don't lose. Izuku struggles to stand and looks at Bakugo. Not yet. I'm not going to lose yet. Bakugo, then I will make you. Launches himself into the air, using explosions at his palms to rotate. Howitzer. Impact. Unleashes a massive explosive attack. Present mic. WOWW. Bakugo just sent a powerful explosion at Midoriya. Is this the end? Bakugo lands on the ground, using his explosions to slow his impact, and looks at the part of the arena covered in smoke as it slowly dissipates. Of course it is. Because I'm the strongest. What? Eyes widen as he sees what's inside the smoke. That's impossible. How did you survive that? Uraraka, what's wrong? Yaoyorozu, what has shocked Bakugo-san? Kirishima, he just blasted Midoriya, didn't he? The match should be over. Ida, guys look. They all turn to where Ida is pointing at the smoke. Midoriya kneels on his right leg, sticking the gavwhipper into the ground. Present mic, this might be a miracle. Midoriya has survived the explosion and remains in the arena. The audience erupts. In cheers. Kaminari, wow. He was able to endure that. Sato, Midoriya is that strong. That was so cool. Uraraka, that's Deku-kun for you. Izuku, noticing Bakugo is off guard, change. Stands back up and places Guru-kan on the gavwhipper, summoning a whipped soldier behind Bakugo. Decoration. Whipped soldier. Grabs Bakugo and holds him still. Bakugo! Let go of me. Fires at the whipped soldier. Whipped soldier doesn't flinch. Izuku starts cranking the lever again and pins the gavwhipper to the ground. Charge me, charge me, charge me, charge me. Izuku presses the button and unleashes his finishing attack. Whipped soldier disappears, allowing Izuku to kick. Izuku kicks Bakugo. Caking finish. Bakugo is sent off the stage. Midnight, Bakugo is out. The winner of the festival is Izuku Midoriya. The audience cheers loudly for Izuku's victory. Izuku dehensions and rushes to Bakugo. Kaken, are you okay? Bakugo starts laughing. That was a great fight, nerd. Izuku, can you get up? Offers him a hand. Bakugo takes it and stands up. You may have won this time, but next time, I'm going to crush you. Midoriya smiles and nods. Later. Midnight. Now, it's time to award the medals to the winners. Izuku, Bakugo, and Tokoyami stand on the podium. Midnight, our third-place winner is Tokoyami-kun, as Ida-kun had to leave early due to family matters. Todoroki, was that for the media? Azui, Ida was really looking forward to the battle. Izuku nods. Ida-kun. Flashback. Ida, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka-san. It's a bit sudden, but I have to leave. My brother was attacked by a villain. Izuku. Uraraka, shocked. Izuku, your brother? You mean Ingenium? Ida, correct. Uraraka, what is his condition? Ida, I don't know the details, so I'm going to see for myself. He's a lovable hero who respects the law and leads the people. Longing to be like my brother, I aspired to become a hero. Flashback and Izuku, Ingenium, please be well. For your brother's sake too. Midnight. Now we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man. Then, that's when everyone around the stadium heard a familiar laugh. Ha ha ha. Spectator 1. It's All Might. All Might, standing on top of the stadium before leaping high into the air. I have brought the medals here. Midnight, our very own hero All Might. As he landed on the ground, both Midnight and All Might were speaking at the same time, and Midnight realized she was talking over All Might and silently apologized to him. Midnight took out the medals and stood beside All Might. Now then, All Might, please present the medals, starting with third place. All Might, all right, chuckled while walking towards Tokoyami with the bronze medal. Tokoyami, congratulations. Placed the medal around his neck as Todoroki lowered his head. You sure are strong. Tokoyami, you're too kind. All Might hugged him. However, to fight well against different types, you must not rely solely on your quirk. Let go of him. If you train your strength more, you'll have more options in battle. Tokoyami, yes sir. All Might moved on to Bakugo with the silver medal. Bakugo, you did a great job in the match with Midoriya. Here's your medal. Put it around Bakugo's neck. Bakugo, tisk, I'll win next time. All Might moved to Izuku, who stood in first place. Congratulations, Midoriya. Here's your medal. Izuku, thank you. All Might lowered his head as the medal was placed around his neck. All Might, well, they were the winners this time. But listen here. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's all about competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. Pointed to the sky with all his might. So, I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, say it with me. On the count of 3. Spectators, plus Ultra. All Might, thanks for your hard work. Everything went silent as the entire stadium booed, feeling it should have been plus Ultra. All Might, sorry, I thought everyone worked hard. Later that evening, all the classes returned to their classrooms. Aizawa, good job. There's no school tomorrow or the day after. You may receive offers from pro heroes who were watching today, but we'll gather those together and announce them after the break. Wait in anticipation as you rest. Class 1A? Yes. At Hosu General Hospital that night, Ida rushed to find his brother. Ida just asked the front desk for his brother's room and ran down the hall. Nurse, please don't run. Ida kept running up the stairs until he saw his mom. Ida's mom, Tenya. Ida, how's Nissan? Entered the room. Nissan. Ida's mom, Tenya, lower your voice and put on a mask. Doctor, the anesthetic just wore off and he's awake. He's not fully alert yet. If the surgery had been 2 minutes later, it would have been too late. Ingenium opened his eyes. Tenya. Ida, Nissan. Tensei Nissan. Walked to Ingenium. Ingenium, I'm sorry. Even though I have such a capable brother looking up to me. I'm sorry, Tenya. Nissan has lost. Ida. Tears began to fall. Nissan. The next day at the Todoroki estate, Todoroki was preparing to head out. Fuyumi, Shoto, where are you going? Todoroki, to the hospital. Fuyumi, why all of a sudden? Wait, Shoto, don't you need to tell father? Todoroki, no. Open the door. Fuyumi, why do you want to see her now after all this time? Todoroki, I'm going. Closed the door and started moving. As Shoto made his way to the hospital, he overheard a child talking to his mother about the sports festival, which made him think back to what his mother had said before that fateful day. Shoto stopped right in front of the hospital. Todoroki, I haven't seen her since that day. As my existence would only bring her suffering. Stepped through the gate and approached the front desk. Mom is probably still held captive by me. My dad. So, to aim to become a hero again with this body, and with all that I have. Standing in front of his mother's hospital room, he reached for the door but hesitated, recalling her words, to become the ideal hero, I need to see and talk to her. Opened the door to reveal Rei Todoroki looking out the window, there's so much to talk about. Stepped into the room and closed the door. Mom. Rei slowly turned to Shoto, surprised to see a visitor. Todoroki, even if it's not what she wants, I'm going to rescue her because I feel this is my starting line.